Right. I assume the sound is coming through. I hate you. I love you. I hate you. The dictionary defines hate as an intense dislike for something. And the usual example, my go-to example is I hate cauliflower. I have an intense dislike for cauliflower. I believe cauliflower is fundamentally evil and cauliflower should be eliminated using extremely heated ovens, for example. I am a hater that I hate cauliflower. Hate speech, on the other hand, is something altogether different. So, what we're going to do today is carry on looking at the cutting edge of thought from Complexity Science and Santa Fe Institute. I'm going to look at how hate speech is being dealt with, addressed, and is using combinations of things like artificial intelligence and complex adaptive system thinking to, in quotes, combat hate speech. We're then going to look at things like how the fundamental underpinnings of language is looked at from people like myself, i.e. computer scientists, and hey, Chris, onions are also, I hate onions. Actually, I hate onions more than cauliflower, but we'll not get me all worked up about why onions are evil too. So we're going to look at that stuff, and we're going to look at a couple of different things like what is the fundamental computer science perspective, i.e. the hard science perspective of language in of itself, how we got here philosophically, and we'll look at those underpinnings, and we'll look at hate speech generally. We'll then look at some statistics on hate speech in Germany, hate speech in England, and hopefully that will be we'll come out of this session being all superbly hateful of each other. And with any luck, I'll be able to convince you all hating onions is the most important position you can take in your life. So, but before we look at that stuff, I'm assuming sound's working, good stuff. Let's first go over to one of the pundits and the priests to talk about hate speech and its stupidity or not. And then we're going to look at the actual proper stuff. So we're going to look at the intellectual lightweight guy first, and then we're going to get into some of the serious stuff. My migraine is a little bit better than it was before, but this is Princess Georgina of Peterson going to discuss, not very long, the stupidity of hate speech.
What you say, I'll paint it as hate speech or challenging to my notions of diversity and inclusiveness, yes, right, sure. And I'll fight to the death your right to even have your say.
Well, that's why hate speech laws are so pernicious. It's like, and that needs to be taken apart. First question, is there such a thing as hate speech? Yes, obviously. People say terrible things, reprehensible things, quasi-criminal things even, all the time. Brutal, and some of them cause a lot of trouble. So the idea that there's hateful speech, it's like, yeah, okay, that's self-evident, no problem. Well, let's regulate it. Okay, fair enough, because it's hateful. You know, maybe we'd rather that there wasn't any of it. Okay, no problem. Who defines hate? Well, we'll worry about that later. It's like, no, you won't. That's actually the problem. Here's the answer to who defines hate. Those people that you would least want to have define it. That will be the inevitable consequence of the legislation, because sensible people won't have anything to do with that. Like people who are power mad will gravitate to that domain to make an ethical case to exercise their controlling power over the language of other people. You know, and I've had journalists say, well, what makes you think that your right to free speech trumps the right of someone to not be offended? And I think that's really the level of our political discourse. Okay, so we'll run a little thought experiment. So I'm talking to one person, I'm talking to you, and the rule is I don't get to offend you. Okay, maybe we can still have a discussion about something difficult. But let's say I'm talking to 10 people and about an important thing. Now I have to make sure that I don't say anything, despite the fact that this is an important and contentious issue, that I don't say anything that offends even one of those 10 people. Okay, maybe I can even manage that. What if I'm talking to 1,000 people? There's going to be someone in that 1,000 people, there's going to be someone who's offended at the mere fact that I exist. So it's an impossible standard. It's like, well, you can't say anything offensive. Okay, fine. Then you can't say anything. Okay. So what? You don't get to say anything because no one should be offended. Well, then you don't get to think. Well, what happens if you don't think? well, then you can't negotiate your way through the future, and you fall into a pit, and so does everyone else. So that's where that all ends up. You can't say offensive things. Equals, you cannot negotiate your way properly through the future. Equals, everyone.
There's two sort of ways to come at language, classically or traditionally. One is your standard bog standard sort of social construct theory of language, and from the right, in all the disciplines that come from biological realism, is the remarkable discipline of generative anthropology that shows that the deep structures in language, we'll talk about that later, seem to have corresponded to the deep structures within our brain, which we can verify by watching how the brain lights up with different words, different consonants. And it seems to also be wired into the evolutionary process of primates as social group chimps. The quick short version of generative anthropology is as following. There must have been a point in time when we did not speak as primates, and there must have been a moment where we began speaking and eventually evolved language and came out to the other side. Those three phases seem to correspond to the deep structures of the cortex, the part of the cortex processing the brain, and it also, no surprise, seems to correspond to the deep structures within grammar of the types of speech. And it can be described as the following little story from Eric Gantz's team at UCLA that says, at some point the chimps come across a contentious resource, and the primate, we saw monkey violence yesterday, the troop was going to appear on some contentious resource, another troop, a female to mate with, some piece of food. The zeta chimps and the beta chimps will start escalating violence instantly, and that escalation of violence is going to start rising up the troop hierarchy. And at some point, the violence is increasing. We saw this with the monkey violence yesterday. The chimps are just like at each other, like a Chelsea West Ham match. And at some point, the alpha is going to stop the violence by raising his hand. That thing was called the initial scene, the originary scene. And when that first chimp raised his hand to de-escalate the fighting, is called the initial gesture. That corresponds to the ostensive form of language, which is the form of language just goes points. You point at something to get a shared attention device for the other chimp to look at what you're looking at. From that, you then get the imperative form of language, like sit, come, do this, do that. And finally, we evolve to the third and the ultimate form, which is the declarative form, like the sky is blue and Arsenal are masquerading as a North London team. So we go through these three stages, and it looks like our language mirrors it. And it seems like it evolved as a mechanism to negotiate violence. When the talking stops, the fighting begins. Jordan Peterson is alluding to this without obviously being a subscriber to anything like biological realism.
Suffers. Wow. That's a bad strategy. So, and it's all covered up with, well, it'd be better if no one was ever offended. It's like, well, who thinks that? You know how naive you have to be to think that? How you have to be pathologically naive, which is the kind of naive that you could have grown out of, but you willfully refused to because you weren't willing to see what was in front of your face. And then you impose that blind naivety on everyone else because you don't want to allow them to upset your rosy view of yourself and the world. There's no end to how terrible that is. So. Now, I have some real problems with hate speech legislation, and the reason I have problems with it is that it's not obvious when speech is motivated by hate. Angry speech can feel like it's motivated by hate, but angry speech is the only kind of speech in some sense that is indicative of real disagreement. I mean, I'm not saying that all disagreement should be angry. I'm just saying that if there is real disagreement, anger is often the evidence for the existence of real disagreement. And if there's real disagreement, angry people have to talk it out. Because if they don't, then a bunch of terrible things happen.
So again, to actually map Jordina Peterson to biological realism, in generative anthropology, that would mean when there is no negotiation via speech, the only option to deal with the contention is violence.
First of all,
and it's no surprise that if you plot the homology of common descent from chimps, that's timeline 6.2 million years. It's when we sequence the chimp-human DNA divergence. Language shows up hundreds of thousands of years away. You could argue 500,000 in its form. And that evolutionary process gave us the most powerful thing that separates us from all other species, which is language. Language is the thing that stops us doing what our biology tells us we should do.
You start losing track of who the angry people are. Second, they don't get to say what's on their mind and even listen to themselves. They don't get to have other people tell them that they're wrong. They don't get to modify their viewpoints, because talking is thinking, and if you stop people from...
So sorry to interrupt once more, but I'm doing two things here. I'm giving you the classical normative view on hate speech and free speech by Jordina Peterson, and I'm mapping it right now to the alternative the new right view, which will be based on biological realism, i.e. generative anthropology, and then we'll park all this stuff as still being traditional, and then we'll move on to complexity theory, AI, to look at how hate speech actually works in practice.
Talking, then you stop them from thinking, and that's a really bad thing. And then if you interpret hate speech too broadly, then you drive the so-called haters underground, and then you don't know what they're up to. And when people go underground, that isn't good. That's really not good. You get the rise of all sorts of underground political movements when people aren't able to express what they think, even though it's unpleasant. So if you want to know where the haters are, then you have to let them talk. And we even tell 2-year-olds who are angry, you say, well,
the current cutting edge of the progressive society we're inflicted by is, and I'm talking about the current edge of the left wing and the social media giants, is that suppressing hate speech doesn't seem to be working. And the new current thinking is counter speech. So we're going to see the progressives move in, supported by AI, supported by big tech, supported by current complexity science, to deal with hate speech, not by stopping it, but by applying what's called counter speech. We're going to look at that. And we look at a well-documented case, because Germany has some of the tightest hate speech laws. And we look at a group that supports the AfD and a counter group that was formed with tens of thousands of people in Discord to operate a counter speech strategy. But we get to all that good stuff after we've listened to Princess Peterson finish.
Well, use your words. And the reason we tell 2-year-olds that is because the alternative to using your words is using your fists. And so if we don't let angry people talk, then they only have two alternatives. Well, apart from changing their mind, and they're not going to change their mind. Just if you just shut someone up, that doesn't change their mind, because partly the way you change your mind is by talking and thinking and communicating with other people. And if you shut that avenue off for people, then they can't change their minds. Well, then they pull it in and get resentful. That's one option. They don't take any action, or they get aggressive and violent, or they start agitating for violence. And so, I can't help but think that there's a famous psychoanalytic dictum. If you don't understand the motivation for something, look at the outcome and infer the motivation. Well, if the outcome of shutting people up is that they get violent, then it's hard for me to suppress the suspicion that it was the incitement of violence that was at least part of the initial motivation for producing the restriction. Now, I think there's a lot more to it than that. I think a lot of this desire for people not to ever say anything upsetting is actually a consequence of trait agreeableness, which is a big 5 psychological trait. And really agreeable people are egalitarian by nature, but they also don't like conflict. But what that means is they don't like short-term conflict. They don't like anybody to be upset. And the problem is sometimes you have to be upset in the present to solve problems in the medium and the long term. You can't stop people from talking about.
And this actually, again, from the new right thinking, i.e. generative anthropology, this is actually also backed up by other sub-branches in ethology that are being mapped by generative anthropology that said, when we look at the evolution of language itself in the primates, we found that their ability to perform planning is associated to the ability to use language to communicate. So if you look at other primates, particularly social primates in ethology, their planning horizons are much smaller than ours. We can plan to put a man on the moon years into the future, but chimps can't. So wired into the brain, essentially, is the ability to use the linguistic structure in our cortex to analyze the world, and from that came forecast horizons. So we'll reference Wittgenstein later on, but Wittgenstein said Wittgenstein was insanely clever. I mean, it's hard to explain how clever the man was, but he had one of his famous quotes is, when asked about this difference in language, he said, a dog can expect its master. It can actually pine and fret to death. It has such a sophisticated relationship with its master. And Wittgenstein said, a dog can expect its master, but it can't expect its master on a Wednesday. Dogs can't do Wednesdays. They have not evolved their brain structure to be able to do temporal planning and alignment in a way that we can with things like a calendar. So implicit in language and implicit in this idea of restraint versus aggression is the idea of what the alternative to speech is, which is violence, because that's how we got here.
About upsetting things, because as I said, that's just the same as stopping them from thinking. And if they can't think really complicated things through, well, then they don't solve problems, and then the problems manifest themselves in the real world. It's no joke.
So that was your kind of standard view, if you like, of speech and the history of it. So what we're going to do now is jump in and look at the latest and the next episode, which is complexity theory and artificial intelligence at the cutting edge, being used to fight hate speech. So we're coming out of Santa Fe again, and what we're going to do is listen in to, again, some of the brightest people in the world discussing how they came to the problem, what they did, and what they tried to address. I'll let it play for a little while, and I'll just jump in when necessary. But let's get there's the usual kind of people get to say hello and know each other, etc., and then they get into the meat of things. So let's do that.
In extreme terms, it almost seems like the group who is not participating can be losing. Before, at least, we could say, well, look at this extreme person. We will ostracize them. They will learn the error of their ways. Nobody will buy into these stories. But these days, it just doesn't stop because there are so many ways to connect with other extreme speakers. It seems that the old rule of just don't feed the trolls doesn't work anymore. And so without, in a way, replying in force, I'm worried that the new kind of speech that's insulting to everybody or most people feel uncomfortable about might just become the norm, and people just might retreat and just not engage anymore because it becomes too toxic. In a way, they take your main square and you just stay home.
So is there a sound problem? Someone said feedback. Is there feedback, or is the sound okay for everyone? Anyone else, or just the confused? You need more than one person to confirm it's not you. Okay.
The magnitude of interlocking wicked problems we humans face today is daunting, and made all the worse by the widening schisms in our public discourse, the growing prominence of hate speech and prejudicial violence. How can we collaborate at scale if it's not even safe to act as citizens, to participate in a sufficiently diverse society without becoming targets? The World Wide Web has made it easier than ever for hate groups to organize, but also grants new power to those willing to oppose the hateful. New tactics such as counterspeech have sprung up to depolarize society. But do they work? Can organized nonviolent interventions restore civility and save our public spaces? Or does the ensuing arms race only bring our fora closer to collapse? Welcome to Complexity, the official podcast of the Santa Fe Institute. I'm your host, Michael Garfield, and each week we'll bring you with us for far-ranging conversations with our worldwide network of rigorous researchers developing new frameworks to explain the deepest mysteries of the universe. This week's episode features three authors of new research on hate speech and counterspeech: SFI Applied Complexity Fellow Joshua Garland, Professor Mirta Galasik, and external professor Kian Ghazi Sahedi, who, along with co-authors Laurent Hébert Dufresne and Jean-Gabriel Young, have discovered patterns in the Twitter data that just might help save the web. Over the next hour, we'll discuss how they have trained AI to classify hate speech and counterspeech, and what this reveals about the hidden structure of our conversations, and how it offers hope for social media just when we need it most. To learn more about...
And just to be clear, counter-speech, once more, is the cutting edge of the progressive big tech battle against hate speech rather than suppressing speech. The idea would be, could we get someone to argue against your hate speech? So if you came out there and said, I hate onions, hate speech would say, hate speech legislation would stop you, prevent you, boot you, time you out, prosecute you. Counter speech would come back with either real people, automated AI, to try to convince you that hating onions isn't good.
About SFI's work on counterspeech and the new Counterbalance seminar series, please visit santafe.edu/counter. If you value our research and communication efforts, please consider making a donation at santafe.edu/podcastgive, or joining our Applied Complexity Network at santafe.edu/action. Also, we hope you'll help this show find new listeners by rating and reviewing us at Apple Podcasts. Thank you for listening. Well, Mirta, Joshua, Kian, it's a pleasure to have you on Complexity Podcast.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
And I know that the papers that we're going to discuss today are kind of unique to this show in two ways. One is that this is a very timely and intense area of study, a challenging topic. And then the other is that you are in the middle of the second paper. This is like probably the earliest that we've even discussed a particular piece of research on the show. So we're like volcanologists here down in the mouth of the science volcano, and it's really exciting. So probably the right place is to start with just a little bit of personal background and introduce yourselves and talk about how you got into science and how you got into this particular project, and in whatever order y'all want to speak.
So my name is Kian. I'm a computer scientist by education. I live in Germany. Did my PhD on robotics and evolutionary algorithms. So I try to understand how the brain works and try to find some principles in artificial systems that could explain how biological systems work. Then I moved to Max Planck about 13 years ago. Did my postdoc there, also my habilitation. I'm also working mainly on understanding how our brain works. The last research question I was interested in was understanding how our body contributes to intelligence. So how much less does our brain have to think, because the body is the way it is. I actually want to measure that. I want to quantify that. But living in Germany and seeing what's happening, right? Seeing the rise of an alt-right party, and also seeing how civil discourse is shifting and kind of breaking down. I was wondering if we could kind of measure what's going on. And I started discussing that with Josh and Mirta in a very early stage. We had this really small question. We weren't sure if that is actually something to go after. And from the small question, then this project kind of, the three of us kind of generated this project. Is that helpful?
Yeah. What about you, Josh?
So I'm currently a Applied Complexity Fellow at the Santa Fe Institute. Previously, I was a Mid-Year Fellow at the Santa Fe Institute. I kind of grew up as a mathematician, and then slowly, I guess I started out very theoretical in most of my work. And then I slowly and progressively moved more and more towards applied things, mostly because as I was doing theoretical research, theoretical math, I really enjoyed it. But I also saw kind of the world, in my eyes, sort of falling down around me. And I was really curious, like as a mathematician, how could I contribute to helping on these problems? And so, for example, I worked a long time in cardiac electrophysiology. I worked quite some time in climate research and studying the paleoclimate. And now I've primarily switched to working in hate speech. And so I sort of take the mathematics and the time series analysis and machine learning tools that I'm comfortable with and try to utilize those coupled with experts in the field to understand and try to have an impact on real societal problems. And so this project is in some way no different than those projects for me. I see a huge problem right now in civil discourse and a transition from civil discourse to really polarized, hateful discourse. And I'm curious, as a mathematician, how can I contribute to real societal change in that regard? So I think in terms of how we got into this project, I've seen this big shift in civil discourse in the last 2 or 3 years towards being much more hateful, much more polarized. And there doesn't seem to be a real social theory about how you interact with these people. And so, if you're an immigrant journalist and every single time you post a story, you're constantly being attacked by the alt-right and saying, you have no business here, you shouldn't be reporting this, or they're doxing your children, or any number of things that these people do, then what's an appropriate response? How do you come back at this person? Do you even come back at this person? And there's really no good social guidance for that. And so, I would see people around me that are being attacked in this way, or female scientists, for example, that are saying, you have no business in science, you shouldn't be a scientist as a woman. And they have no idea how to respond. And so, for me, that's an interesting question. That, what's an appropriate response when you're being cyberbullied or when you're receiving hate speech online? Do you respond? Do you try to get your friends to help you, protect you? Do you just block the person? Do you ban the person? What's the appropriate response? And, Kian and I have talked about this several different times for a variety of reasons. And, recently there is an alt-right party that's gaining quite a bit of power in Germany called the Alternative for Deutschland, or the AfD. And alongside them, there's an active hate group that promotes their message. And I think to call them anything but a hate group would be a mistake. And what was interesting is that they self-mark themselves. So from a computer scientist perspective, that's very interesting because a lot of times distinguishing hate or not hate is quite hard and subjective and like, well, that's really just right versus alt-right. But the big difference here was that they actually started marking themselves as being part of this hate group. And that was very useful as a labeling set for a machine learning person. And then when Kian and I both got really excited was when a TV show host, Jan Bowerman, announced a movement called Reconquista Internet that was aimed at countering this group. And we were lucky enough to have a lot of insider information from an anonymous source that told us the IDs and a lot of different things about this group so that we could start monitoring their counter speech efforts as well. And so from a machine learning perspective, this is fantastic because now I actually have a data set where I can start thinking about these questions that I've been mulling around in my mind for some time and thinking about kind of a rigorous approach to quantifying the effectiveness of counter speech and, what are the effective strategies and things like that. And so for me, it was a no-brainer to kind of jump in and start helping Kian with this project.
Mirta, for those who didn't hear episode 9 with you, how would you introduce yourself and your line into this particular study?
Thank you. I'm Mirta Galesic. I'm a professor at the Santa Fe Institute. And I got lucky to get involved with these guys studying hate and counter speech because it's in line with my long-standing interest in social norms and how they're formed and how they affect what we believe and how we behave. And one important ways in which social norms are formed are through language, through communication, and for observing what other people are saying or doing. And so if people are starting to endorse more and more certain ideas that might be potentially dangerous in some way or could be threatening to certain groups of people, well, they're still only in the realm of language, and some people say, well, this is not that important. Eventually, once put in the open, these ideas have the potential to convince others about them. And eventually, if enough people share a certain idea, they could start acting on it. And so I do believe that we cannot look at language in vacuum, and that it's not necessarily okay to just use tactics that we used before when we were not so connected, such as don't feed the trolls or just don't answer.
An important point there. So the battle against hate speech has gone nowhere. If you look at the plot, the amount of hate speech prosecutions and hate speech convictions, they've been rising steadily. The progressive global homo world has realized that they have failed. Don't feed the trolls, censorship, none of this seems to be stopping the source of, in quotes, hate speech. So now the new strategy says they're going to try counter speech, and counter speech is going to be algorithmic, data driven, and it's going to be driving hate speech using counter speech. This therefore is going to require, well, it's first going to be implemented by lots of tech, lots of this new science that we're talking about, obviously, because it interests us and it's important to our mission. And we're going to see that hate speech, counter speech techniques are not traditional techniques. Don't feed the trolls, etc. So none of these things seem to be effective as measured by the amount of censorship and the prosecutions downstream, which you can see as a leading indicator of discontent in society. Hate speech prosecutions are rising. We're going to look at the German data and the UK data for this to see where and how the hate speech works. And the approach, therefore, can't be the traditional approach intellectually. It's going to have to be something much deeper to understand how does hate speech work? Is hate speech just me saying I hate John? Or is it going to be me saying I hate John, which has a network effect from which an emergent structure arises, which is a group phenomenology subject to emergence? And what the big tech people who spent billions of dollars supported by the governments and the whole progressive wing have realized that hate speech seems to operate just like we saw neuronal avalanches and forest fires yesterday, seems to be a group emergent phenomenology that spreads and permeates. So again, the new intellectual thinking, emergent systems trying to tackle hate speech.
People will just go away. They will, in this super connected world, they are not going to go away because it's easy to find like-minded people, even if they are very rare online. So it's important to somehow react and make sure that at least many different lines of discourse are open and are talked about. Hate speech has this property of being threatening and invoking negative emotions in people, fear and anger, and many people just tend to withdraw and would like just to leave the situation. And that's the problem, because then there is no alternative there.
An important case study from the people working on this research is they found the Rwandan genocide was traced to just 3 or 4 people that never lifted a weapon, but managed to permeate the, in quotes, hate speech. Every time I say hate speech, I'm going to imply it's in quotes, but permeated the Rwandan genocide using just words. Famous quote from Goebbels when he was fighting and arguing with Hitler and Himmler, and the generals about tanks. Goebbels was annoyed at the time, and he said to Hitler and the generals, "You can move your army and your tanks everywhere, but I'll move millions of people using just words." And Goebbels was right. Words are more powerful.
And so to an outsider, this might, or somebody who stands by, this might signal that this is actually an acceptable way of thinking, behaving. And so one way that has been considered a long time and was implemented still in Europe to counter just at least the worst kinds of hate speech is censorship. But of course, that's problematic from many ways. Who decides? How is this implemented? How to recognize this in ever-evolving language? And another promising way is actually empowering citizens to counter hate. And as Joshua and Kian were saying, I mean, there's no established way. There is no good theory of how this should be done. We know something from research on bullying. This is traditional research on bullying in schools, bullying in workplaces. We know what empowers bullies. We know something about what victims can do. But in the online realm, it's mostly qualitative research. And one big problem is that there is no large data sets that are where, as Joshua was saying, where there are labeled speakers of counter speech and of hate that could be studied, and where we could study over time and see how these 2 different kinds of speeches interact with each other and what actually is effective counter speech. And so when Kian and Joshua came around with this huge data set and their enormous ability to analyze this in a matter of what seems to me nanoseconds as a psychologist, I was just enchanted by this, because this is the very first time in social science that we have such huge data sets spanning how many, 6 years, and millions of tweets running in parallel with many important societal events, terrorist attacks.
And you can see that one of the preconditions or prerequisites for being able to do this work is having large amounts of data So I know some people in the alt-right are still, shall we say, slightly peeved that I have the largest database in the United Kingdom, right second probably only to the intelligence services. And in the last 6 months, all the mining from the Valley Channel, probably the largest source of BioLenin data that could be mined. Without having enough data, you can't really understand these problems, let alone try to address them.
Political rallies, and where we can study how these two different speeches interact. So it's basically a gold mine for many different areas we can do. And so we did some of them now, and we are still in process of doing many others.
Yeah, so that's a great place to dive in. I want to back up a little bit and talk about the earlier efforts that have been made to try and classify hate speech, and the comparably fewer efforts that have been made to classify counter speech, and to talk about how people were trying to go about this, and why you feel that was insufficient enough to launch into this project, and then in the sort of a longer frame, how this is like the subject of the entire first paper, but how did you think differently about this? How did you?
And Mr. McCarthy makes a brilliant point. Implicit in this entire conversation is this tacit assumption that the language being emitted that is hateful is not desirable. So if I said I hated immigration, I would be told, oh, that's wrong. It must be countered. And the global homo agenda, we know the global homo agenda from the structure of the means of the cathedral are the standard in which hate is defined, i.e. equalitarianism at the top, diversity, inclusivity, equity underneath it. And this language structure is if you like, the yardstick by which hate is being defined. Remember what Jordan Peterson said? Who gets to define what hate is? Global homo defines what hate is.
You decide to adopt a different approach, and what factors ended up being more useful than some of the earlier studies that have been done on this?
So I would say hate speech classification has been around for quite a long time. There are a lot of attempts, and there are a lot of good algorithms that are achieving good scores. The problem always with hate speech, and this is also a problem for us, is that language is continuously evolving, especially given that the algorithms for discovering hate speech are used to ban the hate speech. So you're basically removing the language that you just discovered. And of course, another kinds of language are being developed. And so this is an ongoing battle. So that's a very interesting area and has a lot of players. The area of counter speech is less well studied. Perhaps one reason is that social media companies were hoping that they could just somehow censor it, ban it, filter it out. And this is very difficult for reasons just mentioned.
So again, the social media giants have tried everything with the government and the entire global homo infrastructure for the last, you would argue, 10 to 15 years, because we're ending the second cycle of social media. We're getting full saturation for the old social media giants. They realized that it didn't matter how much money they threw at the problem, the phenomenology still occurred. Another Twitter account was set up when your Twitter account was banned. And the counter speech movement intellectually is a couple of years old now, but the counter speech movement cannot be done manually, hence enter AI, hence enter computer scientists, hence enter big data, because you would not be able to deal with it in a non-automated fashion. Though we will speak about the non-automated bit too. I mean, look at the German case.
And so the idea of empowering citizens to do counter speech is actually relatively new. I mean, it has been promoted, especially in the context of cyberbullying of youth, but in the context of hate speech, it's relatively new. And so there are several studies, really good studies on counter speech, where, however, their limitation is that they were done on relatively small data sets, up to 10,000 posts, classified by hand, by students, or by the researchers themselves. And so this limits both the kind of the time span in which the speech can be analyzed and the diversity.
So for all the time I had to put in the trenches while I've been dealing with my family issues, I have 582 hours of recordings of the Valley Free Speech panel with just under, I think, 190,000 comments mined, with a working set of 1,600 people, which 700 are active over 5 months. You need enough data, enough depth, and enough longitudinal data, i.e. the same people over time, to be able to get the petri dish in which you can do the analysis. The social media giants have not been friendly about such things. They have things like scaling, QoS clipping, and all sorts of other techniques on their APIs. That means mining them becomes tricky without using advanced counter electronic techniques, if you like spawning hundreds of different Twitter accounts for developer APIs to be able to overcome things like throttling, et cetera, et cetera. But the principle here is once you have sufficient data, you can then do things like dive into this data pool or the data lake, as you would call it in the software industry, and then you can start seeing things. That's what I did to the alt-right. That's how I managed to extract and deconstruct the alt-right in alt-right 2 that's now collapsed. That allowed me to bring out things like that 5-dimensional models, the pivoting, and be able to see exactly why alt-right 2 failed. The same way they're now doing this and saying, okay, at some point the social media giants and global homo will cooperate with them because they still want to suppress the truth, as McCarthy says, this truth being defined as global homo narratives. And obviously, if you look at this, one good way to look at these things is there are arms races. Just like, for example, fraud on your bank is a technology arms race, or fraud at the gas station machine is an arms race. This is an arms race between two different political forces, right?
So I think there is good kind of qualitative insights. There is some good beginning of formulating a theory of counter speech, but there is still not enough empirical data to really discern the many ways in which people can engage in counter speech, and in particular to measure how it then interacts with the hate speech. That was just outside the realm of possible for most researchers in the area of counter speech so far. You take it away, Joshua.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest differentiators is just the labeling problem. So all the data sets in the past, or a lot of the prior studies, which are fantastic studies and really got this kicked off, were really relying on hand labeling every single instance. And so there was really no automated way of doing this. And I think a big part of it is there aren't very many organized counter speech groups, and certainly not organized counter speech groups that self-label themselves. And so maybe there was a few people trying to resist hate speech in some particular way, but they're not labeling themselves, and they may be taking part in other things. So you really have to go through their history of all the things they're saying and say, break this apart. Like, this was counter speech, this was not. This is counter speech, this is not. And it's super time consuming. And as a result, a lot of the studies that have been published before ours, in some instances, maybe had 100 instances of counter speech.
And this is a very important point. Unless you have automation and techniques, so when I do the data drilling, it's very, very tricky because not only do you have to pull out things like the actual data, you then got to be able to mine the data, do things like strip out noise words, articles, propositions, pronouns. Then you've got to be able to understand what you're looking at. And within that thing is going to be a sea of narratives, right? So we live in the post-truth era, and most people say, "Oh, is what you are the things you're saying truthful?" And this is no longer the correct way to look at the world, since one would argue the seminal work in Columbia in the mid-90s that defined the post-truth era. And the reason why is, again, I repeat this piece of data often, the average UK citizen sees somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 messages a day. The average US citizen, close to 8,000 messages a day, pieces of information. A sign in a bus stop, a product offering, a train timetable, something you saw on your phone. And the average human chimp is not going to be able to take all this information, fact check it, put it into some logical propositional framework, apply reason to it, and reason about it. No, what he's doing is a better way to think about it is the chimp is swimming in a stream where one set of narratives is upstream, another set of narratives is downstream, and an entirely immersive experience in these information flows, pulling in one way or the other, defines his personal Overton window. And then that personal Overton window is compounded by the fact that he's a socialized primate. So he's going to also value the Overton windows of other people, look for status and value homophilic binding, i.e. how much is he liked, how much is he hated, how much does he belong, how much does he not belong. And then he's going to make judgments based on that experiential traversal of that picture. So you can imagine physically swimming in a stream pulling you back, another current pulling you forward. Your hands extended in both directions are your Overton window, and then there are other chimps in the stream, and you want to swim with other chimps like you, or you want to be repelled from other chimps, and that is the human experience. The idea that you fact check some statement, or that you're operating on some sort of I think therefore I am, and using all 18 rules of inferential logic is a hang up from the old. That's not the world we live in. So therefore, the models underneath the data is a massive array of this information bombarding you on both sides. And when you have to move people or change people or do something, you can't do it in isolation for one chimp. You can't do it in isolation for a Overton window. It's got to be the whole affair, looked at holistically, hence complexity, hence emergence, right?
And that's really challenging to have any kind of language model when you have maybe 100 sentences to learn from. And so that becomes very challenging. And so one of the things that really differentiated us was that we were able to collect not hundreds of instances, but tens of millions of instances to start learning with. And I think this really set us apart from that group in terms of that. But yeah, I mean, so hate speech classification has been around a long time and people have been working on it, but it is super subjective. And what I consider hate speech, someone else might not consider hate speech. And so again, what was really nice about this was that we have a group that's labeling themselves as such. And so we know, and we have people that have dedicated accounts that like just for hate speech. And so we can really kind of pull and extract a lot of really good sample sets to learn the different languages and learn a lot of the covert signals and the overt signals that they're putting forth, as opposed to having to try to rely on some very small hand-coded set.
Maybe one thing to add is that we also see that identifying hate seems to be easier because hate is mostly directed to one specific group of persons, immigrants, for example. And then the content is pretty much similar. But for counter speech, it's more diverse, right? It can be irony, it can be making fun, it can be sending pictures. So it's way harder to identify and classify counter speech than it is to identify hate speech.
Yeah,
Isn't it funny that he said one group is easy to identify, in his words, quotes, immigrants, for example. So if you imagine the right as being the source or the originator of, in quotes, hate speech, and the entire global homo army on the other side stopping you, isn't it interesting that the people are telling you they don't want immigration? But global homo wants immigration, so therefore hate speech.
Section on just defining, for the purposes of this study, hate and counter speech, I thought it was useful that you clarify that there's sort of both a narrow and a broad definition of hate speech, and that, like you all have already alluded to, it has, in certain respects, more to do with the impact or the outcome than it actually has to do with the context in this expanded sense, that it's not simply about overt insult or discrimination or using the intimidating or pejorative language, but can also just incite hate. And so, as you're saying also with counter speech, that one of the tactics for counter speech, and I want to get into this a little bit more with you later about the different tactics, but one of those tactics is just sort of absurdity, that it's kind of like just jamming the conversation. And so it's not necessarily specific to particular symbols or signifiers. So just as a way of framing this within a sort of broader complex systems understanding, in terms of understanding, rather than say the anatomy of a particular organism, its functional relationships within a food web, and that's kind of how I understood this, is that, what you're talking about are the ways that we can identify these patterns of behavior activity in terms of their fruits, socially speaking, in terms of the way that they're organized structurally.
I think one thing that sort of touches on you, like taking this from a complex systems view, a lot of the prior studies have viewed both utterances of hate speech and counter speech in isolation. And so you have this particular utterance of hate speech, but you don't have any context of the conversation at large. And so it's really hard to understand effectiveness and understand the interactions between hate speech and counter speech if you only have utterances in isolation. And
that's very important to understand, because context defines language. When we finish listening to all this, I'll show you some pretty pictures. Pictures no one really cares about. Ralph and his charts and graphs. But language is a nested stack. I put together symbols, little letters. Syntax defines how they're arranged together. Those words are given meaning and semantics, and then they move out. They're nested in the ability to perform proofs on them, and finally they're covered like an onion skin model by class. So if I use the word immigrant, I don't know if the word immigrant is being used positively or negatively. I can expand my sentence to say, let's use a different word, refugee. I can expand, so refugee could be good or bad. So if I said refugees are welcome here, you think, okay, the sentence refugees are welcome here is a positive statement in terms of global homo. But if I said refugees are not welcome here, same sentence, one extra word, it's a negative statement. So I need to expand the context of a single word to be able to nest its context in N words to be able to define that. And that nesting problem keeps expanding because I could change refugees are not welcome here, comma is something we should oppose. So by adding comma is something we should oppose immediately flips the meaning. So the semantics can be flipping one way or the other by the yardstick of hate speech, depending on the size of the context. So you can imagine it mushrooming out as a context, like bubbling and flowing out as a ripple. And therefore, you need to be able to analyze the words in the context, in that rippling structure, before you can perform the classification of whether the thing was pro or against hate. So the problem, you can see, is quite complicated. It has this nesting, and that complication is even deeper once you understand that you need to understand the semantics and semiotics all the way up. Let me give you a simple example. So let me pick one. So if I created a single sentence and wanted different meanings, a classical example from linguistics would be the sentence, time flies like an arrow. 5 words, time flies like an arrow. There are 5 different meanings to that sentence, one for each word. So let me give you 2 of them. And as a homework exercise, see if you can figure the rest out. See how clever your cookies are, imaginative. Meaning 1, time flies like an arrow. Time, metaphorically, it flies in a straight line, just like an arrow does. Meaning number 2, there's a species of flies called time flies, and they're really fond of this object on the ground called an arrow. So the second meaning, time flies like an arrow, is nothing like the meaning time flies like an arrow. One is a metaphor, the other one is talking about a biological species liking a stick of wood. Can you find the other 3 meanings? Exercise for later. But you can see that it's not just there for the context of the sentence, the language, the word. Embedded within that is a referential framework of what the word means. So you can see the scale of the problem and think of the scale of this problem being done for billions of messages in real time.
Taking more of a complex systems perspective here, what we were more interested in is just individual utterances. We were interested in the dynamics and how those dynamics between the 2 groups played out over time. And so one thing that really sets apart our study and the way that we're approaching the study from other groups is we actually have hundreds of thousands of fully resolved conversations between these 2 groups on isolated grounds. And this is not something that other people have, period. And maybe they have a few conversations, but definitely not at the magnitude or over the longitudinal depth that we have. And so one of the things that we tried to do was we actually were able to collect nearly 200,000 reply trees, or these conversations that occurred between the 2 groups. And then we can use our classifiers to then actually start extracting the dynamics that interplayed. Like for any given conversation in a year, what was the proportion of hate speech? What was the proportion of counter speech? Was counter speech directly replying to hate speech, or were they just replying to the conversation? You know, we're several different macro and micro level analyses of the dynamics from both a dynamics perspective, but also from a network perspective, as we can discuss if you'd like. And so one thing that really kind of shifted our thing from just a machine learning classifier task to more of a complex systems lens was shifting into studying the dynamic interplay between these 2 groups by really in-depth studying their interactions.
I'm wondering if we should explain why we use the reply trees and where we got them from. Would that be helpful?
Yes, that was my next question for you.
So what we look for is also where to scrape or where to get these reply trees from. So what would be a good source for these reply trees? And in Germany we have certain news agencies which are considered very reliable and actually very neutral as far as you can be in journalism, right? And what we saw over time is that with this alt-right party getting more alt-right, getting more extreme to the right, we see that these kind of news outlets are more under attack, right? They get more replies to each tweet that they tweet. So their tweet level is almost constant, 40 tweets a day, more or less. But then we see as...
So what they're talking about is a famous, if Elrond wakes up, because he's usually fucking sleeping, like most people of his generation don't get up early, like my generation. And the AfD was supported by a famous German group called the equivalent of Deutschland Reconquista, which is an online group organized on Discord, etc., whose job was to wander around and win the metapolitical narrative, pointing people to change their minds, hopefully push them towards the AFD. And they were highly and are highly organized, highly systemic. And their job is to go there rather than just fucking around like most people in Britain do, like watching videos and sitting on chat panels. They're systemized, organized, and the idea was to take the metapolitical and drive it to the AFD. They were then met eventually and organized by a massive, one of the largest in the world, counter speech groups who realized that they wanted to realize that this was dangerous. It looks like every time these people are running around on Twitter and everywhere else, they seem to be changing people's minds. So then a counter speech group was formed. I think 35,000 people on a Discord server in Germany from the left to try to deal with the Deutschland Reconquista group, whose job was literally to sit in the metapolitical, run around in a coordinated fashion, a cluster swarm, etc., onto groups, onto threads, onto servers, and being able to drive and change the conversation, hopefully pushing people towards the AFD. Obviously, the AFD have no official connection to the group. So you can see that they looked at this, thought, wow, here we have a test bed. We have an organized group that's trying to change the metapolitical narrative towards what's deemed hate speech. Now we have the opposite of the Deutschland Reconquista group that's trying to literally, I think, almost 40,000 people in that Discord server trying to combat these Germans running around saying things like, refugees not welcome here, etc., etc. And you can see therefore the principle of an arms race with two counter narratives going on in a meta sense, many narratives. Remember my analogy of you swimming in a stream? Many streams swimming back and forward, but this case, an organized political group. Unlike, no disrespect to all the way to in Britain, a bunch of idiots running around doing nothing terribly effective, not steering anything, not motivated towards any goal, just running on a cult of personality model. The British alt-right too has been as it's collapsing, has been a cult of personality affair. The Germans have been focused because they have a political party, their metapolitical war, teaming up with people like GI in Austria, teaming up with the equivalents in Europe, having to drive people towards a political party. And that obviously concerned the German left, global home, and social media tremendously, because it doesn't take that many people organized together to have quite an effect. And that's what they're referring to over here.
The public discourse shifts more to the
defend Deutschland.
Right. And as things can be said today that were impossible to say years ago, you see that there are more and more replies to every tweet of these agencies. And actually looking at that happened even to myself. When you see like tweets by this news agency, you see disconnect to the replies, right? You see that some neutral tweet about migration pact, for example, over a couple of days, and you see very hateful tweets, very hateful answers to these messages. And what can happen is that you get the impression that the news agency is tweeting one thing, but that the public thinks something different, right? And it can happen that somebody neutral, just like a new user to Twitter, just looking for news input, kind of drifts off, right, to get more and more extreme to the right. So that's why we look for these neutral grounds and to see how discussions evolve on these Twitter feeds and how effective counter speech would be in this environment. But please add to that, Josh and Meta.
So we actually took a very kind of standard machine learning approach to this. So our special sauce, if you will, was the data and the labeled data. And so we had a bunch of labeled data, and that made it much easier. But the actual pipeline is not very extraordinary. And so what we effectively did was we trained document embeddings, is what they're called. So we trained a bunch of document embeddings, and then we combined several document embeddings coupled with logistic regression in order to do the classification stage. And so would it be helpful if I go into what any of those words mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to make fewer assumptions on the part of our listening audience. So if you're listening and you're like, wow, they're really dumbing it down for us, then sorry.
So I think one of the fundamental things you have to do when you're building a machine learning model for language is understand how they kind of mathematize language. And so, when you see a tweet in English or in German or whatever it may be, that doesn't directly translate to something that a neural net or a classifier can use off the shelf. And so what you have to do is you have to take the language that you're trying to use and you have to train.
They're going to be a bit technical now. So now that we understand the shape of the problem, we understand the shape of the battle. The shape of the battle of the war is a battle of narratives. And now what we talk about is like, okay, so we've got these things like I can mine, so I can point my code at things like Twitter or Facebook, and I can rip everything out of it, or YouTube streams. So I can just rip out what everyone is saying and doing. And then I can look at that stuff, but I've still got to process it somehow. If I'm processing small sets, it's quite easy. Or if I'm going to do it by running particular database queries, you build up over time, easy. But if you want to automate in a large scale fashion, you're going to have to give over control to the automation, right? You've got to let something else decide on your behalf. So he's going to get a little bit technical as he describes how it works.
Translate that language to something that math understands. You need to translate it to some vector representation. But the difficulty in doing that is translating the sentence into a vector representation that somehow has the same meaning as the sentence in English or in German. And that's actually the really hard part, because you want to kind of build in context. You want to kind of build in as much as you can sarcasm and context and little nuances in the language and understanding. And so you don't want to simply map like every word to one element of the vector and then just have like the first element of the vector is A, the second element of the vector is the. That doesn't make any sense, because then the vectors don't kind of play with each other in space, right? And you kind of want them to interact with each other in space in a way that you would think of them interacting with if you're just having a conversation. And one way you can do that is you can kind of build off this intuition of prediction. And so as I'm listening to someone speak, I have this kind of model in my mind that I'm trying to predict the next words that they're going to say. And so I can kind of keep up with the conversation. I can play this out. Our minds are, whenever I say fire, there's only so many words that I can say after fire and make sense. So maybe I say firemen, maybe I say fire truck, but I'm probably not going to say like fire Soviet, right? Like I'm not going to like jump completely out of context. And so basically I train a neural net to guess the next word that I'm going to say. And
so I'm not going to interrupt him because it's quite a thing. I'm going to let him run for a little bit and you can try to see if you can make sense of it. But questions in the chat if you can't.
The neural net gets better and better and better at guessing the next word that I'm going to say. What it does naturally is starts understanding the context of the words that I'm saying. So it understands that fireman and fire truck all kind of go in the same part of semantic space. And policemen are maybe a little bit different, like police cars and policemen are maybe in a little bit different part of space, but they're sort of in the same context space, right? They're sort of in the same area of space. And they're probably very different than schoolhouse or Congress or these other kind of things that you can think of, right? And so what you can do is you build up this kind of semantic contextual understanding of language. And then we can utilize that to map words and language into some kind of higher order space where we can then take and put classifiers. So then I can say, okay, take all the words that sort of represent emergency, like first responders, into one bin, and take all the words that kind of represent government and put them in another bin. And you can start taking these vectors and then kind of mapping them into different things, making them into different categories. And it's no different than what we do in the hate speech and counter speech categories, right? So what we do is we have these neural nets that build up a semantic or this kind of understanding of German language that can kind of take a political German tweet, map it into some space that kind of understands the context as best as it can. And then what we can do then is that once we have all of the vectors mapped into some big space and labeled, we can then say that, oh, all of these vectors that clustered next to each other are hate speech, and all the vectors that clustered over here are counter speech, and all the vectors that are kind of mixed in the middle are neutral speech. And then we can just use logistic regression or a simple classifier to then split that space and say that given an out of context tweet or a tweet that we haven't seen before, we can pipe it through the neural net. So we can map the tweet text or the German or whatever it is to a mathematical representation. That mathematical representation is then piped into somewhere in this vector space. And then we can just ask, is this vector more similar to counter speech? Is it more similar to hate speech? Is it more neutral speech? So that's kind of the big high level idea of how we accomplish this. And then there's tons of nuances that you can go into, right? So I just gave you the most vanilla possible representation, but then you can start thinking about like, well, I can weight them by, what is the term frequency versus the inverse document frequency? And can I build that in? And so where do I start the weights of the neural net? Do I start them in the pre-trained state or do I train them in a randomized state? And you can start thinking about all of these different ways to kind of tweak and make it better. But at the end of the day, really, those are just kind of like turning the screws on the engine, and the pipeline kind of remains the same. And so another thing that we do on top of that is that we don't necessarily just build one model, because there may not be a best model, right? So one thing that you should know is that I just described this piece of machinery where you take spoken language and you turn it into math space. There's a million different parameters that you can tweak and turn and twist. And each time you twist and turn these different parameters or knobs or screws in your algorithm, the way that the language is represented is totally different. So the way that it's, for example, you could think about asking it, don't predict the next word I'm going to say, predict the third or fourth word I'm going to say, or, skip all these middle words, or only try to predict words that I've seen 100 times or 1,000 times. So you can imagine there's all these different knobs you can turn.
Sorry, to just address the question about Aussie, natural language processing by itself, traditionally, the NLP, until it ended up with, say, statistical language processing, that's how Google Translate works. Its job was literally just to parse a sentence in NLP and produce a semantic web. So they could do things like your Google Translate can work. That's very different from trying to process the meaning of the words. The meaning of the words are needed. So if I found the word Jews and gas, and I jumped in any of the Tommy Robinson pro-Zionist things, just because I saw the words gas and Jews together, it doesn't mean it's anti-Semitic. If I jumped to the alt-right and I saw gas and Jews, it would be anti-Semitic. So to differentiate, it's not enough to process the expression gas the Jews. Gas the Jews could be seen positively in the Tommy Robinson movement because all the sentences will have meanings interoperating in threads of conversations that are saying, look, the alt-right are saying gas the Jews. We must stop them saying gas the Jews. So you can see just an expression by itself, by NLP to answer your question, is insufficient. I need more meaning. I need the context. I need the thread context. I need the narrative context. I need the embedded context. So NLP has just been traditionally parsing a sentence so I can do things like translate it or do things like text to speech or speech to text. This is another layer of processing. This is trying to understand if there's any meaning here that allows me ultimately to classify it as hateful or not hateful, so I can apply a counter strategy, i.e. counter speech, if that helps.
And so one thing we do is we parse our data set, these millions of tweets that are both hate and counter speech. We parse them into all sorts of different buckets. And then we have neural nets with particular parameters and logistic regression with particular parameters. And we say, go learn this language model and go learn a separation or a decision boundary between hate and counter speech. And we call that an expert. So we can give an expert a spoken piece of language. And then we can say, given that spoken piece of language, put it in a bin of hate, counter, or neutral. We then have a different expert, which you can think about as just a different person's understanding of language. So it's going to see a different subset of German. It's going to see a different subset of hate speech and counter speech. It's going to be trying to accomplish different tasks. So its semantic understanding of the language will be very different or quite different than the first expert, or at least that's what we hope it will happen. And so what you can do is that you can train many, many, many of these experts. And then you basically collaborate and you say, so I give the same tweet to many different experts that have very different understandings of the language. And then what I hope is then each one of the experts can vote on whether it thinks it's hate, counter, or neutral. And so
that's a good point. So let's say I've got some algorithm that now says I've built up my model of this language, I've given it some context, it's embedded within a conversation. You can think of conversation as a series of message exchanges in a thread, like a tree. Think of a Reddit thread or a Twitter thread. Then I've got to be able to look at this thing and try to assess it. And remember, the yardstick is I'm going to classify it as being pro or against hate speech. Now, one way to do that is I'm going to try to give it some absolute score. But the other technique we use a lot in computer science is the voting mechanism, where I can have multiple voters and multiple agents applying different metrics, and then apply some sort of voting sort of quora to say, oh, just like the Supreme Court or the Open Market Committee, I'll have N different agents assessing things by different matrices, and then we'll get them to vote together, and that's going to give me a multi-dimensional score. The objective, of course, being I'm trying to classify this as being belonging to a pro or anti-hate speech. So you can see the job is, to those who are computer scientists, this is a very technical joke. It's NP tricky.
Well, then once you build that framework, you can kind of have a consensus protocol where you can say that, like, well, these 3 think it's hate speech, but the other 22 think it's counter speech. So it's probably more counter speech. And then you can start defining thresholds where you have to be super confident that it's hate speech or super confident that it's counter speech, because now you have this kind of consensus protocol that you can build off of. And that's exactly what we do. So what we'll do is then we take
so again, just like we can think of the cathedral as a consensus algorithm working to emerge as an emergent phenomena, global homo doctrine. So the global homo control mechanism is a consensus algorithm generating the dogma or the cathedral, the dogma of global homo, the same way we can apply these principles, or they can apply these principles to try to surface outwards these voting agents, and then these agents can form a consensus that say, maybe I had 20 types of agents, one that counted words, one that used the word with the history of the word, one that used the people and their history of the word. And again, many of these agents running, when we talk about agent systems as being critical, when we look at the foundation stuff, these agents can all get together and vote and decide whether or not this piece of speech is hate speech.
Or we take a conversation that occurred on Twitter, and we have all these different experts that have been trained on this very diverse data set with different parameters and different understandings of the language. And we go down the tree, go down the conversation and say, each node in this tree, is it hate speech? Is it counter speech? Just regular neutral, just people talking on Twitter, right? Because you don't expect every single conversation to be pure hate and pure counter speech. There's going to be just, I really like fries or whatever they're saying on Twitter.
So notice again, to the confused, I haven't been counting 23 times, so that you can see that the global homo dogma is already permeating the narrative of the research. One side is called hate speech, and the other is called counter speech, as opposed to the normal opposite word, which would be love speech, because love speech would sound as insane as it sounds. They've decided to call it counter speech, counter hate. The opposite of hate is love, right? Hey, it's all about the love, man, right? Love, we must love one another.
It just kind of mixed in, and we have to be able to distinguish that, right? And so what we can do is we can ask the panel of experts to be a certain level of confidence. So if you're at least 93% confident that this is hate speech, we'll mark it as hate speech. Or if you're 93% confident this is something a counter speech person would say, we can mark it that way. And then you can actually just eliminate everything in the middle. And that's the protocol we take. What that allows us to do is then study these hundreds of thousands of conversations we've collected in this longitudinal framework and study, this is how hate speech has evolved. This is how the proportion of hate speech has increased or decreased. This is how counter speech is affected. This is how the intensity increased, right? Like, so you can imagine studying intensity by thinking, suddenly we're 99% confident that everything in this conversation was hate speech. So the intensity, like what they feel comfortable saying, is becoming much, much more intense, where it's not even a question if this is hate speech anymore. This is not borderline cases anymore. It's very adamant. And so by passing all these conversations through, we can really start understanding the dynamics and how they interplay between each other.
Yeah, just to pull out a little bit and again, look at this in a sort of a general way. One of the things that I really think is going to become kind of more and more applicable in terms of the way that we negotiate the ambiguity of our complex world in the years to come. This kind of approach also could work very well. It probably is being studied in application on the recognition of deepfakes and this kind of a thing, where we're getting to a point where having total confidence about something or relying exclusively on one point of view is no longer sufficient. And I really like not only that you're talking about training multiple different experts in this way and comparing them and creating like a voting system and establishing a range of confidence, but also that you tested that against human judges. And, it starts to look kind of like the so-called centaurs, where you have teams of humans and machines working together in contests. Do any of you want to speak to how you selected
So this is an important point in machine learning, or generally in lots of scientific techniques, for example, is you might apply some form of automation, and then you want to correlate that against human reality. So let me give you a great example. Let's pick one, race realism, right? So if I apply the unsupervised genetic cluster sort algorithm, that means I take someone's DNA and I sort it so I can determine what race they are and what ethnicity. That's great. So I've got this computer sequencing the genes, performing the unsupervised sort cluster that puts you in your genetic bucket. Then what I want to do is take that same population, ask them to self-identify. If they self-identify, and the self-identification is equal within some tolerance of the automated unsupervised sort, then I can say the unsupervised sort is effective, because even though it's programmatically or algorithmically correct, that's not as strong as saying it's algorithmically correct and human beings agree with the algorithm outcome. So the same way you've got the automation to detect hate speech and counter speech, then you want to go and test that by asking lots of humans if they agree. Once you get enough correlation between the human self-identification in the case of the genetic sorts, or in the case of did these human drones working at social media giants also decide it was a hate speech, then your algorithm is working. Once you don't get any difference between the algorithm and the humans, you can get rid of the humans, let the algorithm do its work.
Like a panel of human judges, because that's kind of an interesting, although, I mean, at least to me on the outside, I'm sure this is pretty common practice, but I found it kind of cool how you checked your math against human intuition here.
Shall I talk to that?
Yeah, you're the human expert.
So we found a number of German native speakers through Amazon Mechanical Turk, and we filtered them through several iterations. They all had to pass a German test, which was a pretty difficult task, which was similar to the task they were supposed to solve, and that involved them understanding a story in German that was followed by several.
Sorry to interrupt this chat, just to acknowledge Freedom's, Britain's comment. I can't believe for Britain leaflets are titled "Give Batley or Not Hate." That just shows you the IQ and intelligence and general mimetic awareness of for Brighton. I can't believe they have "Give Batley, Hope Not Hate." I mean, that's just so fucking dumb. Sorry. God bless you, Dan.
Comments of kind of readers of the article in German, and they had to say whether the readers agreed or disagreed with the article, which required quite a nuanced understanding. And then we gave them some of these tweets to code. They had to say whether this is hate or counter or neither. And then in the process, we've seen that some people are doing it kind of much better than others. Like we were inspecting some part of this, of what they did. And I realized that some people were just doing this randomly. I had a couple of conversations with some people who said, I really need the money. I'm sorry I did everything randomly. Please pay me. I don't speak really German, but, somehow they passed the test. Anyhow, so after a couple of such rounds of testing them on smaller samples, we ended up with, I think, around 25 really good coders that I hope also to use in the future, that then reclassified, so we did them, then they did everything for us. And so interestingly, these human coders were extremely well related to the classifier scores, but more so for the hate part of the speech. As Kia was saying before, there are many ways in which one can do counter. And so the correlation was a bit lower for the counterpart. It was still, monotonic relationships, so it was nice. But humans tend to classify counter closer to the neutral speech than they classify hate. So we learned something from that as well.
Wow, did you understand what he meant there? I mean, despite the fact that most of the words were hard to understand, if you looked at the correlation between the convergence of the algorithm and the human programmers, it looked like people were more likely to be biased, the people they're even picking, to say, oh, actually, the counter speech was all right, but the hate speech was worse. So you can see even the people who had to sign up for the jobs were subject, one could only imagine, to some sort of external idea pressure, so that they said, oh, okay, we'll make sure this was okay, this is good on the counter, bad hate speech. So even they're not neutral, right? So
I have something to add. One thing that I think is really important when doing any kind of artificial intelligence is to keep humans in the loop. And I think that's something that's sort of underappreciated in a lot of artificial intelligence. And I had actually not recent anymore, I think it's like been 5 years, with one of SFI's external professors, Barbara Gross, who's one of the big figures right now in artificial intelligence in my mind. And she talked about that we really shouldn't be shooting for artificial intelligence. We should be shooting for assistive intelligence. And we should be giving artificial intelligence tasks that humans aren't good at and pattern recognition. But then we should be verifying these things and really putting a human in the loop to kind of subsidize that. And so when Mirto was willing to start a Mechanical Turk thing where we could kind of verify that our classifiers weren't just absolutely crazy, that they weren't labeling very strange patterns, but that they were matching with human intuition, I was all about that.
Yeah. So I hope now's a good time to dig into your findings. And
yeah, before you dig into your findings, indeed, Alien Skin Bandit, I also picked on that. I mean, I'm not sure what an unbiased human is. An unbiased human sounds like someone who's not a human, right? No idea what an unbiased human is.
Talk about what you noticed in both the structure of conversations as well as how these things played out over the years of data that you collected.
So our main question is, whether counter speech worked. Is it effective in curbing hate? And in particular, whether organized counter speech is better than individual efforts. And it is a very, very difficult question because it is a multifaceted problem, and that you can observe in many different ways. For example, just think about it. How would you go about it? Well, you can measure the amount of hate and counter speech online, the proportion of it. You can measure the average score that the classifier or human gives to this hate or counter speech to see whether the intensity rises over time. And you can measure it on a more finer level, like you can look at how often is hate speech replied to, how often is counter speech replied to, and what does it do? What happens after a hate speech is posted and a counter replies? What does it do to the rest of the conversation? Then you can also measure number of likes and retweets, and these kind of indicators. And also you can go even finer, and that's actually a topic of our further project. It's like, what type of counter speech is best? Should you use humor? Should you try to convince with facts? Should you post pictures of puppies to drown the discussion, or K-pop? Or, what is actually effective? So this would help us then to empower citizens to do it better. So we were looking at, so because this is such a multifaceted problem, we were actively looking at different measures of the effectiveness, and we find that on all of those, they all suggest that there is value in counter speech. And Kian can speak also more about that, because I know that you're not by now trained to speak about it. But there is value in counter speech. We see that after this Reconquista internet shows up, the organized counter speech movement, there is an increase in frequency of counter tweets and a slight decrease in the frequency of hate tweets. The counter speech has more power. It is more likely to change the discussion afterwards in a reply tree, in the conversation. So once the counter speech shows up, it is now more powerful in changing it towards counter speech rather than keeping it hateful as it was. And so it seems to us in particular that this organized element is important, because there was counter speech before. We see it very prevalent across the whole period we study, from 2015 and earlier. We see a lot of counter speech, not only when this organized group shows up in late April, May of 2018. So it's always there. But when organized hate shows up at the end of 2016, beginning of 2017, the individual counter speech loses its power dramatically. The whole kind of narrative turns red. Red is our code for hate in our graphs. It becomes much more.
So just to simplify what she's saying if there's a single thread or a single instance where someone is running hate speech, counter speech is really effective to suppress the hate speech, because the counter speech might have a more powerful anti-message against it. But this just collapses when there's multiple people organized showing up with the hate speech. So are you a cluster of people generating the hate speech concurrently in a coordinated fashion tends to neutralize or make the counter speech people really ineffective. So that should be telling the alt-right or what's coming next, what the message is. Coordination and collaboration is much more important than individuals running around doing their own thing. Individuals running around doing their own thing are not going to be effective. They have to be group-based. But again, that's the biggest weakness of the right. Organizing lots of independent white males to do something is a fucking nightmare. So
more difficult for individual counter speakers to balance this discourse. Why? And we know from all literature on bullying, it's difficult to stand up to the bully when one is alone, especially when there are several of them. It is threatening. It provokes all kinds of negative emotions, and also one doesn't see much point if one's voice is drowned immediately by a lot of hate messages. So it's emotionally taxing, and it doesn't seem useful, and so people slowly give up. But once the counter speech starts to organize in late April, May of 2018, then we see the difference, because now they can come in groups. They know that they have counter speakers have support of each other. There's several of them to the several haters, and this both helps them to overcome these negative emotions.
So what they're trying to say is, like, because negative emotions are more powerful than positive emotions, or psychological studies show that. So anger, fear, etc., have a much more impact on the human chimp. Group versions of that are amplified. So that a small group of coordinated people practicing hate speech are going to run riot over a small amount of people, but then you require a larger number of people running counter speech to neutralize the fact that negative speech or more, no, not speech, the impact of speech, i.e. you can do sentiment analysis, etc., people impacted by hate speech is a bigger emotion. It has to be balanced as a seesaw with more people on the counter. So if you look at left-wing organizations, they usually have larger scales. Think of Tell Mama, all those organizations, they usually flood your Twitter. They'll flood you because they'll need many more of them than you. So the good news and the takeaway is the right is more powerful and important in so much as it can have a larger impact with smaller numbers. The left can counter this successfully with larger numbers. And the Achilles heel of the right, which is the inability to organize and coordinate, is not a weakness on the left. So you've got this kind of back to the metaphor, the idiom that applies of an arms race between one slow-moving pack, think Extinction Rebellion, against a set of small wolf packs, think German U-boats. And that's where the race is. Now, every time the right does well, it's because it coordinated well. Every time the right fails, it's it failed to coordinate. Every time the left fails, it fails because it eats itself in some internal contradiction. And what the left does well is collectivize. Ironic to those who like these things, but the irony that the right arguing for collectivization, collective interests, and collective well-being find it really hard to collectivize. Whereas the left, who want to destroy collectiveness, seem to find it really easy to collectivize. There's some sort of really bittersweet irony in that.
Related to this, and also to enforce their own social norm, to show that there is more than one person who is speaking up. So that's what we find.
But what we see in the conversations with the rise of the organized counter speech group is kind of signaling behavior. Right? We see to reply to a hate tweet, sometimes hashtags used. Right, and these hashtags, it seems like these hashtags are used to call other people from the group to join the conversation, which wasn't there before organized counter speech was there, right? And one thing we would like to understand is this: we see patterns, right? Do we see that there's a hate tweet and somebody replying to that, and a specific group of people always replying to hate speech, and did this have an effect on reducing hate over time? Because if we look at the reply trees, the data we have, it seems that there's something that's going on in there.
I should add, a standard disclaimer. This kind of data is wonderful, but we cannot decide anything about causal effects. It's very difficult. And so, of course, society is very complex. There are many things going on at the same time. And our data strongly suggests that there is an association between organized counter speech and more balanced discourse. But we should know that the whole society at that time, German society, was going into a direction of really being pissed off with so much hate. So there was again, Kian, who lived there, will know more about this, but there were also some, large-scale organized rallies against racism. At the same time, there was also kind of pro-Nazi rallies. So there was a lot of things going on at the same time. And sometimes it's difficult to see the pattern, but because we are looking at it from so many different ways.
Oh, no, she didn't. Oh, no, she didn't invoke Godwin's law, did she? First invocation of Godwin's law, 42 minutes in, Nazi rally going on. I just can't seem to find enough Nazis every time I look for them, but apparently they're everywhere.
In so many different measures, it seems to us that what's emerging is a picture that could suggest that there is actually effect of organized speech.
Yeah, actually, one of the key takeaways I got out of your current paper in draft was, towards the end, you mentioned that from this data set, the extremity of both types of speech increased over time. So you're talking about a more balanced discourse on the whole, but it's occurring within an increasingly extreme and polarized environment. And I'm just to link that to other work that's gone on at SFI, where it looks for all the world like there's a number of different ways that modern society is sort of pulling apart at the seams. And given your own sort of personal story, Mirta, about growing up in a nation coming apart, I'm curious what the orbital view of that is. I mean, on the one hand, obviously, counter speech reducing the frequency of hate speech is good in its own right. There's obviously, but on the other side, this increasingly polarized discourse, is it helping, or is it just sort of contributing to the balkanization of our cultures here?
Yeah, it's an arms race. Once one group starts to speak in extreme terms, it almost seems like the group who is not participating can be losing. Now, at some point, before at least, we could say, well, look at this extreme person. We will ostracize them. They will learn the error of their ways. Nobody will buy into these stories. But these days, it just doesn't stop because there are so many ways to connect with other extreme speakers. And so the force of extreme speech continues. It seems that the old rule of just don't feed the trolls doesn't work anymore. And so without...
I mean, at the risk of sounding completely absurd, do you think it's ever crossed these people's minds that one way to deal with this is to address the grievances of the people emitting the hate speech? They refuse to consider any root cause analysis on this in a symmetrical fashion. So on their side, it's going to be, yeah, it's good for us to get rid of this because hate is bad, and and refugees are welcome here, and I'd rather be raped by a refugee than a racist. No even an inkling to consider why people are emitting these things, other than they're just haters.
In a way, replying in force, I worry that the new kind of speech that's insulting to everyone and everybody or most people feel uncomfortable about might just become the norm, and people just retreat and just not engage anymore because it becomes too toxic. In a way, they take your main square and you just stay home. And so
Again, now, can you see that little seeping in language? There was Corbyn's lobbying invoked. Suddenly the word toxic shows up, right? And then they go, oh, they're taking over our square. Like the square belongs to them and only them, eh?
So at some point, and of course it's not healthy in the long run. It's a very stressful situation. It's like organism fighting a disease, if you want. It's stressful. If it takes too long, it's not going to be well for the organism or for the society. But at some point, I think we need to activate our immune system and fight back and hopefully, in a while, we can come back to a more neutral discourse and discuss soccer, healthy diet options, or whatever we were doing before.
But see, I beg your pardon. This is again the lie, and I don't hold this. These are academic researchers, but you can see even within the academia the infection, right? We can bring this discourse back to a healthy balance. So would that healthy discourse involve the concerns of conservatives being addressed? Would that healthy discourse include, for example, the Great Replacement not being labeled as a conspiracy theory, or the Frankfurt School not being labeled as a conspiracy theory, or today I've been all eyes on Germany today as Germany plays tonight, and the Germans are losing their collective shit as Bayern Munich and the Alliance German Bundesliga has refused to light up the Bayern Munich stadium in the LGBTQ flag. The German left are just losing their cool today because they want. Now, is healthy discourse being able to say, nah, what if we just don't want to see these minority sexual things because they repel conservatives? And not only do they repel us on an aesthetic dimension, we believe they're fundamentally bad for society. Is that healthy discourse or is that hate speech? And you can see as an academic, and obviously these are very, very bright people at the Scientific Institute, she has no choice but to accept the de facto normative position that no, the Alliance Stadium must be lit in the LGBTQ flag, and not doing so is hateful. The Guardian article starts with shame that the Bayern Munich Stadium is not lit with the LGBTQ flag. So what do they mean by normative discourse? Am I allowed to say that I don't want to see LGBTQ flags? And they yielded to Hungary because I believe the parliament vote was 147-1. God bless and hail Viktor Orban. 147-1 in the Hungarian parliament said no LGBTQ education and no advertising, signaling, voting, or promotion of anything that was gay to any person under 18 is illegal now in Hungary as of last week. The Hungarian vote, 147-1, said no gay promotion. Is that healthy normative discourse? Or are the entire population of Hungary haters? So all the Hungarians emitting hate speech, or is normative discourse saying conservatives don't want to see anything that looks like sexual deviance? Can't say that because she's an academic, right?
This all started. That's my impression, but I'm sure that, this is basically, we are all learning as we go. So I'm sure there are many other opinions, maybe among my co-authors.
Yeah, I mean, we actually see this exact thing in the data, which I think is really interesting. And so one thing that was surprising to me, but showed up in the data was that, before Reconquista Germanica, which was the hate group, showed up, what you see is that most conversation sort of started on the hate side of the spectrum. So they were a little bit more hateful than kind of neutral discourse, but only slightly so. And before that, what would happen is that you'd have kind of slightly hateful responses to these news things. And then people would come into the conversation and kind of neutralize the conversation. So people would come in and respond to the hate, and it would kind of the whole attitude of the conversation would shift back towards neutral conversation, right? So some people were angry and responded right away. People would kind of talk some sense into them, and it would kind of calm things down, and you'd kind of come back to like a neutral discourse. And that kind of happened what seems like emergently or naturally over time. But what happened with Reconquista Germanica, we see a big shift once they came around. So once there was organized hate, what happened was that the conversation started hateful. And then instead of kind of shifting back to neutral, or instead of being kind of watered back down, what we see is that they would either stay hateful or get even more hateful. So they would be able to reinforce the hateful rhetoric as opposed to kind of this natural diffusive measure that was occurring. They were reinforcing the hate. And what occurred over time was that this reinforcement mechanism got more intense and more intense over time, where people got...
Sorry to interrupt again, but absolutely, Barry, and everyone who just commented in the chat. So they are trying to completely rig the conversation, yet they talk of discourse. They want to say, we'll bring the conversation back to a healthy thing, but you should just read the MSM coverage of Orban, who is just based beyond belief. And now they're wondering, the television companies are now freaking out in Hungary because they're going, but hang on, what if you want to show things like Friends and stuff? The law says you can't show anything to any child under 18. What a great way to protect normal families and healthy nuclear families, right? Don't indoctrinate kids with things under 18. If they need to have other sexualities, they can do so as adults. But these children shouldn't be shown anything sexual, in my opinion. And they definitely shouldn't show things that are not normative, right? And now they don't know what to do because Hungary, Orban's cancelled. He was going to come visit the game for Germany versus Hungary. And he's like, I'm not coming. I know the Germans don't know what to do. And my missus is from a beautiful village that's the nearest city is Cologne. And FC Cologne has come out saying, well, we're gonna light up the stadium tonight in LGBTQ. So contrast Germany to Hungary. Well, the Hungarians have got a zero tolerance. They're like, no, this is just wrong on conservative values. Is that discourse permitted, or is just that me emitting these words hate speech? Mental, right? Islam is right about
more and more emboldened to say things they're not supposed to be saying in Germany, where hate speech is illegal. And so you kind of look at a conversation and you see that, like, oh, well, the whole discourse is getting kind of more and more hateful. And now it's even more hateful the next day. But you kind of get, it's like the lobster in a pot effect, where you just see it getting more and more hateful. And so what we were seeing before Reconquista Internet, or the counter, was that the conversation would start out hateful and then drift more and more towards hate. And you saw sort of the norm or the natural state of these conversations being more filled with hate. What you see right after Reconquista Internet is an ability for the conversation to be drugged from this fairly hateful state down into a neutral or counter state. And so you see this like return to more of a neutral state. But then it did seem to have sort of this like relaxation effect after the shock point. So what we see is that Reconquista Internet kind of shocked the system away from this kind of hateful norm back to something more neutral. But then there was retaliation, right? So then you see the different hate groups retaliating. You see more people jumping on that bandwagon, and then you see more people countering them. You see more people hating against them, more people countering. And then you see this split in discourse where you actually see a lot more polarization. And so from one aspect, right, so you can say that...
I mean, I know these guys have all got double PhDs, and I know you. I mean, I was privileged to visit the people I met at the Santa Fe Institute and stuff, and I know that they're very, very bright people. But I'm like, you don't need machine learning and algorithms. You don't need any of this stuff. Can't you just use your common sense and realize that the other side don't want to agree on something? It doesn't matter how many automated algorithms you're going to throw at people that make them run around hiding alt tech. They just don't agree. It's as simple as that. Don't agree. Don't want to see LGBTQ lit up everywhere. Don't want to see the minority considered equal to the majority. Don't want to see the abnormal considered equal to the normal. Don't want to see the minority position forced down the throat of the majority position. It isn't that difficult, and that is never going to change in conservatives. No amount of brainwashing is ever going to change our minds. I don't believe the minority is equal, and hence liberalism. Everywhere you drill the analysis, it comes back to liberalism with this lie of equal rights, this lie of equality, this lie of equal protection, this lie of X equals Y when X is not equal to Y. The entire thing is a house of cards because it's based on a lie. And he comes up and says, it doesn't matter when you run multiple iterations, we see the explosion on one side, a counter explosion on the other. Can you see it's never going away? Unless you have a totally authoritarian, draconian state that suppresses everything that you build. I mean, I'm not changing my mind. I mean, you're going to have to kill me before I change my mind. I'm not changing my mind on what I believe are conservative core principles. I don't want to walk down the street and see minorities represented in every German ad. When I take my eye off the billboard and I look around, I see 9 out of 10 people everywhere as white Germans. When I look at the billboards, over 50% of them are non-white Germans. I don't want to see that because it's a lie. I don't want to see lots of black women in underwear on bus stop signs when I see no black women anywhere. Now, if you say, oh, but that's inclusivity, I say I prefer exclusivity. I would rather exclude than include because you're punishing the majority for the minority. It beggars belief. You don't need PhDs to understand this shit.
Overall, if you just think about effectiveness of counter speech as being this like single facet where it's like, did the proportion of hate speech decrease over time? Then I think you can see in our data that the proportion of hate speech did decrease over time. You actually see this gap between kind of neutral counter discourse and hate discourse being like 15 to 20% on average in conversations. You see that actually dropping significantly after reaching this internet, just closer to, a couple percentage points. So you do see this massive drop in proportion. However, so from that, like, yes, counter speech worked, it was effective, it dropped hate. But then you think about the other facets of like, what did it do to our society? And it may be, some of the measures we're currently looking at are polarization measures. And it does seem that like...
Absolutely. Two fundamental pieces of data. When you suppress people, you increase polarization. Second critical piece of data that shows up again and again, the more you engage with the process, the more the polarization increases. The more you tell me I must consider the minority equal to the majority, the more embedded I'm going to be in my position. And the more times I iterate over this, the more entrenched my polarization will begin, which of course is every single precursor to conflict and breakdown has the falling pattern. All of these are leading indicators of the breakdown. This is the start of the breakdown to those who like Tears for Fears.
Having an organized hate group and an organized counter group, grabbing the conversation and pulling it in two different directions, it's splitting the conversation a bit. And that's actually causing a great deal of polarization. And so while it brought down hate, maybe it caused polarization. And so maybe it's like, does that count as being ineffective or is it effective in a different way? And it's a really, really hard problem to think about, especially in a really growing polarized climate, not just in the US, but internationally, like in Germany and Brazil and all these different places. And so one of the things that our team is really struggling with currently is how do you even think about effectiveness? If you view it from one angle, yeah, it was effective, but it caused these other problems, or it fixed this problem, but it caused this thing to happen. And then you mix into this like whole conversation, these causal effects. Well, there's also political rallies and there's also all these other things happening at this time. And it makes it a really, really fascinating, really interesting data set to work on, but definitely a really challenging thing to think about.
One of the most interesting things for me being the Santa Fe Institute social media guy, because part of my job, unfortunately, is trying to participate in the kind of dehumanizing affordances of social media as they exist in 2020.
Participating in the dehumanizing affordances of social media. Participating in the dehumanizing affordances of social media. What the fuck do you mean? You mean you don't like what you see, mate? Speak simply. I have no idea what you mean, but it sounds like you don't like your job, Garth. Yeah? Find another job.
and being a technologist of attention, trying to game what we know, what I'm learning from SFI about neuroscience and cognitive science, and use it to craft the stickiest, most attractive communiques. And people like Tristan Harris have spoken about that. There's this other arms race going on in the tech sector, that is, how do we mop up the most attention? And like, one of the more interesting pieces for me, therefore, out of this second draft paper was on what it is that hate speech groups and counter speech groups are actually looking for as targets, and then how they're engaging the features of the media that they're choosing to engage with. I would love to hear one or all of you speak to what properties are actually getting identified here, and then what it seems like those properties indicate about the strategies of these groups and how they're deliberating their methods of engagement here.
Yeah, and so in an effort to kind of understand the dynamic interplay between the counter and the hate group, one thing we are interested in is.
I'm sorry. Before he starts this, I'm an acolyte and devotee of the English language. I just want to repeatedly dehumanize his experience. I don't know what he wants, but I just feel this kind of visceral biological feeling that I'm still trying to shake off, that involves repeatedly dehumanizing his experience. But I'll just calm down and carry on.
Referring the strategies that are being used by them, right? So we're viewing it from the outside, and so we're not privy to kind of the war room of either Reconquista Germanica or Reconquista Internet. So we don't know what strategies they're employing, right? So we can record the conversation and we can say, this is hate speech, this is counter speech, this is how they interacted, this is neutral speech. We can do that, but we can't say that, like, we know that Reconquista Germanica went after this particular tweet because they used more hashtags, so they used more media, or what was it that attracted so much attention from the hate group to a particular tweet. And so one thing we were interested in is doing inference on the strategies, right? So could we kind of reverse infer what strategies were being utilized by the hate group and the resistance group kind of in the background? And so the way that we approached that was with two of our other co-authors that aren't present, John Gabriel at University of Vermont now, I believe. He just switched, I think, from University of Michigan, and Laurent, who was a former postdoc at SFI and now is a professor at Vermont. So that was in collaboration with them. What we did was use choice theory to understand and infer the choices that are being made by the group. And so the way that this kind of plays out is when you're a user that goes to a social media conversation, like a Twitter reply tree, you have a choice of where you attach to and who you reply to. And do you reply to the root node, or do you choose to reply to someone that used your favorite hashtag or particular media or particular content? Or do you only reply to your friends who are also counter speech? Do you also only refer to your friends that are only hate speech? What is the strategy that's being employed by these two groups? And while one thing that we're interested in is, in the first place, is counter speech even effective? Is that, let's say that it is. Let's just make the hypothesis that counter speech has some effect on discourse. Then what is the most effective strategy in doing that? And in order to answer that question, we really need to be able to infer the strategies that are being used. And to do this, we use choice theory. And that allows us to infer the.
To those who are not familiar, choice theory is an interesting kind of model, so derivative for both game theory and psychology, that says you can model humans as agents or actors that make choices, and then they tend to line these up with like hierarchy of needs modeling and saying everything a human does is a choice based on his hierarchy of needs, and therefore I create game theory models based on choosing things based on my hierarchy of needs.
Choices that are being made when people approach a conversation. And so we have several interesting findings in the paper about what choices each group was being made. And they seem to be much more structural than content-based, which we found very interesting. And I think one of our primary conclusions from this analysis was that both Reconquista Germanica and Reconquista Internet were very good at choosing to attach to the tree in ways that made them maximally. And so they seemed to be much less.
And I understand that. I understand the novel approach of choice theory and everything else. And after all, they're just doing this for academic reasons to find models that best fits the data, best fit, in this case, the desire to combat hate speech, like generate counter speech. But choice, I mean, the choice based on on these five models, I don't think is a strong model. I mean, I know I've seen some studies on the stuff and I understand the theory behind it, but I don't think it's actually particularly a great way of looking at it, right? because I don't think it deals with the actual deeper metaphysical or spiritual existence of a human being, which isn't just the need to eat, feed, fornicate, give shelter. I think we're way past those basic needs, particularly in the West. This idea, I think the choices are much more spiritual and metaphysical. So if you were looking for references from the English canon and poetry or song, to those who are fans of, where would I go? Bell and Sebastian, one of Scotland's greatest bands. A choice is facing you, a healthy dose of pain. A choice is facing you as you stare through the rain. A choice is facing you, but I choose to refrain. For today, tomorrow, we'll be back in trouble again. This idea that my life is just wandering through because I need to shit, eat, sleep, fuck is a particularly revolting idea. But that's just me spurging out about aesthetics.
Interested in particular content, but replying to the tree in a particular way where their content would be most visible to an outside observer, which is a very interesting perspective. And the way that they did this is by leveraging things like the display algorithm in a way that made them be able to do this. So for example, like replying directly to the root, or replying to very new tweets, or replying to very heavily liked or retweeted tweets. And so they could kind of leverage the display algorithm in ways to kind of propagate their message forward. And, just like we can't claim causality with a lot of the time series analysis we're doing, we also can't say that we can know the strategy they're using, or know that like Reconquista Internet was fundamentally leveraging Twitter's algorithm to maximize display preference. But what we see is that the way that
you see, I beg your pardon, I'm just having me very well, so my voice is just absolutely hoarse. But are you detecting what I'm detecting, implicit and tacit, and almost rather insidiously, is that what they're doing is the moral good? Is it just me that feels that? Can you just feel that everything he thinks he's doing is for the moral good? And that ultimately they want to kill this idea of hate speech because they want to impose global homo narratives on you. So again, if you look at Germany today, it's warming up nicely everywhere. The news, the media are losing their plot because, they are not going to fly the LGBT colors and light up Bayern Munich Stadium. And Viktor Orban's not coming. And they don't know what to do with it. And for him, the noble pursuit is that we almost look at the LGBTQ. And this is what I find morally repugnant, whether you believe in God or not, even if you don't believe in God. The idea is just morally repugnant that they are the arbiters of what is good. They have decided that they are the arbiters of what is the better world. That idea, in of itself, the insolence of that idea makes me I'm not going to say what it makes me do.
They chose to interact did maximize their display chances. And so that's kind of the reason we took that take in our paper, which we found really exciting.
There's another thing here, and I want to be respectful to y'all and wrap this here shortly, but a key point that I was really looking forward to discussing with you. Joshua, I remember you giving a talk at SFI, I think it was last year, where you talking about what you can see from orbit with these conversation trees and how the network structure of these different conversations yields some insight into the nature of those conversations. And to me, this was such a profound flip in the way that I thought about the possibility for designing future user interfaces. Given that the Twitter API is available, what would it look like?
Before we go into this segment, just to address Richard's comment, all biological behavior is driven by genetic propagation. Yes, in terms of it's a contributing factor, but no. Even if you don't believe in God, I believe there's a higher ethos for atheists who don't believe in God, that the spirit is stronger than the flesh. I believe you're not just a instinctive, responsive piece of flesh that must feed itself. If you are such a thing, I believe you're a baser thing. If you are such a thing, I believe you should be subjugated by someone less base than yourself. If you believe your entire experience in life is just to go through life and operate it on the liberal hedonistic principle of the maximization of my pleasure and the minimization of pain, I believe you have the right to be subjugated by those that don't. And if you look at the greatest societies around the world, they're a history of the subjugation of those of the lesser by those than the more. And in my case, it would be those that are more pious than others. But even if they weren't so, if you look at the great kingdoms, the great emperors around the world, they were always the subjugation of the base by the unbased, right? So the idea that we're just that. On a second point, Richard, that's actually not true for a different reason. Because now what's happening as we enter the 3 or 4 decades left before we hit the singularity, we're noticing some formidable stuff. We're noticing, for example, that these human primates, as we accelerate our hyperstitial existence, by which I mean we are consuming more information as we go through our day, we're increasing our information content, and the information content is no longer singular. It is group-based. I might be speaking to my mate who's in the chat room around the world. Barry's in Australia. I might be talking to Barry in Australia, and Barry's listening to people in London. We're increasingly adding both the information and therefore related energy consumption per mammal that is distributing itself. So that change has been accelerating in of itself. So the idea, I think, that we're just genes unfolding in space-time with some base emotion, I don't think that holds anymore. And if such people like that format, I would immediately like to take control of them and tell them what to do. That's just a side point. So.
Like, and what would the benefits be of, for example, and I know this, I've been haranguing you about this for almost a year, but the idea of designing a different user interface for Twitter that allows you to see the quality of a conversation before you decide to participate in it, looking at the structural features instead of the content features. So could you talk a little bit about that piece of it, about what you can see just by looking at the graph rather than by digging into the tweets themselves?
So in some of our preliminary analysis, what we saw was that there was structural differences about how the hate and counter groups interacted and how the neutral speech interacted. So there's difference in distributions and the choices that they're making. And so just like I was just talking about the choice theory, what you can say is that, given that you're part of the hate group, what is your strategy in attaching to the tree? Given that you're a counter group, how do you attach to the tree? But you can also ask, if you're just a regular generic citizen that's not part of the hate or the counter group, how do you attach to the tree? And some of our analysis showed that looking at how different people chose to attach to the tree was predictive of whether it was a hate member, a counter member, or just a neutral citizen. And so I think that's what I was talking about then. And so, in this early analysis, and I think we should probably check this because I think it changed quite a bit because we changed the algorithm a bit. But what we saw was that hate attached directly to the root. So you saw a lot of hate speech attaching directly to the root node. So they were kind of not participating in the conversation. And for example, you saw a lot of counter speech, which was attaching to the leaves or attaching to like the circumference of the network. But I think that changed quite a bit. Mirta, do you remember this?
Not right now.
Okay.
I'm wondering if you could use that to actually identify.
For my data mining and for my sins for the last 2 years, I can explain that quite well because it's the iceberg principle applied across scale. What I noticed in all the mining I did of the alt-right and the recent mining of the free speech channel is that the iceberg principle holds true. Most of the people will not comment. Most of the people, so the Pareto principle kind of, but at a higher percentage applies. Most people will sit silently and not say anything in the chat. Most people in the chat will jump on the panel. So what you get effectively is you get shallow root trees by a couple of people being sufficiently confident or sufficiently extroverted to say what they feel, and the rest of people will listen silently. So it doesn't come as a surprise to me at all that you're going to find the most concentration of hate speech or in quotes counter speech concentrated. And if you go to your own Telegram channels groups, you'll find the same pattern holds in a fractal way. Some people are more vocal than others, and they follow that Ripple one. Those people tend to be the more confident people or extroverted people. This is not a moral judgment. And the introverted ones tend to be listening quietly and watching. So that pattern would therefore make sense because you'd expect to see that concentration. So in a couple of the Telegram groups I mine for the alt-right, like I say, I have over 8,000 IDs of people. I noticed, for example, a few hundred people were making something like 50 or just under 50% of the noise. So if I skipped across the Telegram groups, I'd see the same people, the same IDs talking about Dresden and the Jews. And it didn't matter where you went, you'd see them in their cluster. Then you see some people just slightly decorating the edge of the Christmas tree, if you like. But most of that sprinkling is concentrated. And that, I think that explains that pattern really well.
By hate and counter accounts, could that be like one bit of the puzzle?
I think if you actually got some really good understanding of the choices that are being made in these two strategies, that could be utilized. And I think one of the more interesting ways to utilize that would be actually to change the display algorithms to kind of mix between the two, right? So if there's no display algorithms where I know exactly the kind of tweets that are going to be displayed prominently.
Again, this is quite insidious and it's bound to fail. Let me just tell you, you're going to fail because you're fighting human nature. Can you see what they're trying to do? They're trying to say, well, if there's a Pareto principle being applied to the speakers versus the audience, and they're going to want to paint the narrative tree to show you red and blue flags of whether this is hateful discourse or non-hateful discourse. What they're really trying to do is like Asimov's foundation. They want to try to apply some sort of engineering socially to try to steer the chimps left or right. Here be hate, here be counter hate. Here you go. Here be safe to speak. Here not be safe to speak. All such efforts of totalitarian control of society always failed. So good luck with that, guys. Good luck with that.
And the tweets that are gonna get pushed down. Then if I want to push my message as a member of a hate group or a member of a counter group, I can leverage the display algorithm to kind of propagate my message. And there's been many studies that have shown that, right? Where groups on Reddit or groups on Twitter have attached in particular ways to conversations or liked in particular ways to propagate a message forward and to make it seem like it's a more prominent message than it really is. And was surprisingly,
and we saw that, but then they already know what happens. What happens is that it will increase factoring and polarization, followed by a response that cuts the set. So in the great Etnat-Sibnat wars of 2020 and stuff, when we swarmed into the For Britain sites and the Tommy Robinson sites, and we were flooding comments about 2066 and 14 and everything else, very quickly the other side started losing every argument. And after we noticed the data from all the data I have, once they started losing the argument, they just bunkered up and blocked everyone's IDs. And now there's no chance of any of those two populations, if you like, or subpopulations, speaking to each other, which at first thing you think is a bad thing. I think it's a really good thing, because you must divide to conquer and reassemble. That will be coming up in the phase 4 kind of in the way I look at things. But what happens immediately is the net effect is aggregated polarization and a bunkering down, because there was no argument to win. And that's epitomized by Mark Collette's conversation debate with the Jeremy guy. It was a very hollow victory. Mark basically just didn't have to even stress himself to win every point against this Jeremy creature. But there was still a residual hollow feeling that nothing was really won. And that's an impact of polarization. That's an impact of a wall being set up, because ultimately Mark just destroyed him, but there was nothing to be won, because he was already playing in a game where the polarization was complete. These people, these insidious little clowns, somehow think that they're going to be able to engineer people, where they can give people safe spaces, where someone by augmenting or constructing augmented ranking trees of things like Twitter threads, they're going to somehow change people's minds. You won't change people's minds. All you do is increase polarization.
You can do that with like very little interaction. You can kind of propagate a message to the front page of Reddit and things like that. And so what I think might be really useful is that if companies like Twitter or Facebook or Reddit kind of looked at what are the strategies that are being leveraged, and then were able to mix up their display algorithms so that you can't leverage these things as easily, I think that could be super beneficial.
I think if you could change the display algorithm, you could actually reduce hate speech. Is that something you're saying?
Maybe. I think that, especially if you have a fixed display algorithm, you can weaponize that, right?
Yeah.
As soon as the display algorithm is fixed, it's weaponizable. But if you randomize the display algorithm on a daily or weekly basis, where you don't know what's going to be the prominent tweet that's shown, then it's really hard to weaponize that display algorithm. And that's all I was getting at.
So kind of messing with the strategy of post.
Notice the next. It's just disgust after layers of disgust. This is how degenerate. I mean, not these individuals, because they're academics, but they literally then think that if we could weaponize the algorithm, it allows me to partition the sets. Then I could take control of the top. Because Twitter's deciding what you're going to see in your top thread narrative. If you have thousands of followers, you don't know which ones are coming in which order, right? Even with the tweet deck, you need sophisticated APIs to be able to actually read the entire threads and rank order them, right? You need code to do that. I've got code, for example, that does that. They're thinking somehow, if we could weaponize this in such a way, we can isolate and manipulate people. Is it just me that thinks this is insidious and should be fundamentally something that has some sort of regulation in place in society that does not give these undemocratic, unelected, global, foreign organizations the say over a nation of people? Who the hell in Britain elected these foreign nations and foreign executives in foreign global companies to determine what a British citizen sees? No one voted for it. No one elected it, and none of them are accountable. It's just watching global homo in practice, because this is obviously cutting edge research. So this is literally papers that have been coming on the last 3 months, 2 months, 6 months, right? Because I like tracking the edge of the affair. You can see that 6 to 9 months, 12 months, this stuff will show up as features in social media. So you can see what the big giants will do once they can prove and verify the research into tech. Eventually, the software teams will build up such features. You can see what they're trying to do. I mean, I find it just.
Hate.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that would probably strike at the heart of the ad revenue model, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, you got to have one that doesn't give massive preference to engagement, because that's a huge and well-recognized piece of, the way that social media has contributed to the polarization of discourse. Pissing people off is a better way to get eyes on your post.
No, I think that's very fair, and it really gets back to kind of the multifaceted nature of effectiveness, where if you do counter speech and you drive everybody off the platform, and so there's no hate speech, but there's no speech, nobody's talking at all, nobody talks to each other, was that actually effective? From Twitter's perspective, that's awful, because there's no more ad revenue, right? So it's very ineffective to have counter speech if you drive everybody off the platform. But by the same accord, if all of the Nazis come in and they're just hate speech,
Second invocation of Godwin's, if all the Nazis come in, not the anti-white people, not conservatives, not Christians, not traditionalists, no, Nazis, right? Nazi, Godwin's law invoked 3 times.
And that drives everybody off. Okay, was that effective? Because then they're no longer propagating their message. And it's this really interesting interplay between what do you mean by when you say effective, and what do you mean when you try to parse this apart? And
what do you mean when you say Nazi?
View it from like an average citizen, or view it from a politician standpoint, or view it from the ad revenue model standpoint, effectiveness wildly changes. And it's this kind of moving target that we're trying to analyze in this work, and it's proving to be super challenging.
So that brings us into the last question.
Before your last question, I mean, I don't know what you guys think so far, but like the fact that he's actually just has a sort of effervescence and excitement and glee about his academic research is, of course, to be admired. But he can't be with such high IQ. I mean, these are really smart people, really, really smart. You can't get a postdoctoral fellow at SFI. You've got to be in the top 1.01% of IQ to get in. Is it just me that sees him either, one, as being fundamentally pro-global homo, 2, being completely detached from the fact that he belongs to the European people, or is he just so excited by his toys that he forgets that his people are going to die? Is it just me that sees him completely deracinated, despiritualized, demoralized? Because as long as he's been given the toys to play with, it's all so exciting. It's just so exciting, isn't it? It just seems vacuous to me. I mean, and I'm not going to sort of hate on him because, but I mean.
I have is about what are the glowing open questions that you're hoping to answer in this paper in its final form and in follow-up research, and then what are you hoping that people latch onto and take home from this and consider how that might sort of change the way that we, like the everyday practical implications and so on. You spoke to some of that already, but I feel like that's a good place to button this up.
I guess, what do we want the final takeaway to be?
Maybe I can give it a shot.
Mm-hmm.
So my hope would be, from the current research that we have, that the take-home message is organize yourself. That it seems to have an effect. It seems that organized counter speech is more effective in countering hate. That'll be my hope. In the long term, I would hope to, I know it's not realistic, right? But maybe have like a handbook of counter speech. What would be like the best strategies for specific forms of hate? It's not like a one-to-one rule. It's not, if this comes, then do this. If this comes, then do this. But maybe what would be the most effective strategies, most likely effective strategies for specific types of hate? And how could you counter that in a civil way without destroying the discourse? That'll be my hope for long run.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think now that I think our first question was like, does it all matter? And it seems that it matters. And now the next question is, how can we tailor it so that it's even more effective? How can we empower others to do it? And that's what Kian is saying. It's like, what are the strategies that actually work? Should we attack? Should we laugh? Should we help the victims to survive war? What can we do?
And in a way that doesn't just accelerate the arms.
Did she just use the word victim? What we can do to help the victims more, eh? Victims, eh? Fucking hell, man.
Race, hopefully, I imagine.
Exactly. Bring it back to the civil discourse, right? What I said before, let's talk about recipes and football scores again, and not about violence, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, can we curb hate, or, can we come up with effective strategies that are backed by science that really tell you what is an effective way to counter hate without just increasing polarization? And I think that polarization is destroying our society in so many ways. We're getting to a point in the US where you can't send a news article from particular outlets to another friend without being worried you're going to ruin that friendship. And people say 2 words and you just know, oh, they're on the right or they're on the left. And you just don't speak to them anymore. And it's just toxic. And that's not the way that we're going to go forth in our society. We can't have a transmission of ideas that way. The right has great ideas, the left has great ideas, and we need to come together to be a better people. And I think that one of the most important things that I hope, you said, what I get to hope, so I get to pick anything I want, is that we come up with effective ways to curbing hate, both on the right and on the left, and we return to a civil discourse where we can come together as a society.
Yeah, we'll start. I'm up for that. I'm up for curbing hate from the right. If you curb, first and foremost, anti-white hatred from the left, anti-God hatred from the left, and anti-conservative traditionalism from the left, I'd be happy with such a world. But I'm not going to hold my breath for that.
And we can talk about pizza without worrying about whether Obama had pizza or if Trump had pizza. That's not the point, right? We can have a great pizza recipe and just discuss that and come back to civil discourse. And what I'm hoping is that we can come up with a rigorous social theory that tells people, how do you counter hate in a productive way that's non-polarizing? And I also hope that our work alleviates a lot of the ethical burden on social media platforms. Right now, the government is kind of
Hey, Keo just gave you the answer in a simple sentence. Try talking to them.
Shelled off in the US in particular, the government's kind of shelled off all the social, ethical, legal responsibility of censorship and propagation of ideas onto these social media platforms. And it's really not fair. So you take Facebook, you need to worry about censoring hate speech, and you need to be worried about censoring these groups. And it's your choice who you ban and how you propagate these ideas and how you deal with misinformation and disinformation. And it puts a huge amount of burden on these companies. And I think if we could empower citizens to do this, and citizens to come in and say, we don't support these ideas. We don't hate immigrants. We don't hate women in science. We don't hate all these things that the alt-right is against, and gives you proper ways to respond in a way that...
You little lying little fucking cunt. And I'm so sorry to use such expletives in the afternoon, but you just gave us a laundry list that was one-sided. It was a one-sided laundry list. He didn't say anything about hatred on white people, hatred on Christians, hatred on traditionalism, hatred on heterosexuality, hatred on heteronormativity, to use your speech. It was just one-sided. It was just the alt-right. Fuck you, man. Sorry.
Shifts our society back to a neutral place.
I apologize. I haven't been well for a few days. I'm not showing my usual restraint.
I think that would be a fantastic outcome of this study, and I think something that's...
That would be an absolutely fantastic time for me to put you in a train. How about that?
Actually achievable that we can do.
Wow, you mean I'm imagining this like fantasy future in which Facebook is actually paying me to engage in depolarization of discourse that we've been volunteering for years. But anyway.
One of the exciting things about the way our group is approaching this problem is trying to bridge the gap between academics and industry. There's a lot of problems in academics that can't be solved by academics alone, and the same on the industry side. Like, they need an academic industry perspective. And so one of the things our team...
Hang on a second. The 4 organs of the cathedral, and you're talking about the 2 organs, what, with increasing your relationship. We are not in your cathedral. We don't agree with your fundamental theological, moral, racial, cultural, social ideas for the world at all. So where's this kind of you guys just having a little incestuous relationship where you take your advanced algorithms and give it to Twitter means absolutely fuck all to me.
What is trying to do is marry together not just mathematicians
But trust me, I will find you. I've read most of your papers. I'll find anything we can use for our side. So carry on with your research.
And social scientists and network theorists and all these different groups on the academic side, what we're also trying to do is bridge the gap to actual industry companies. So we're actually trying to talk with Twitter and Facebook and Reddit and actually bring them on board, because what we think is to actually get a meaningful impact in the space, you not only need academics thinking really hard about the background theory and talking to each other across.
To be fair, the background theory is superb. Like I said, I've been to the Santa Fe Institute. It was the most singularly intimidating moment of my life, intellectually. And I love the research, but everything I've heard politically here is just getting my blood boiling. Right? No need to invoke the Morgoth kind of quotes, but because you just want to take all these nice toys and give it to our enemy. Oh, trust me, we'll take your toys and we'll reappropriate them for ourselves.
Disciplines like we always do at SFI, we really need to bring in industry and say, how do we take what we're finding and what we're understanding and apply it on an industrial scale? And so we have a recent initiative at SFI where we're marrying academics to industry through a fellowship where each fellow is tied to academic advisors as well as being tied to industry advisors in an effort to kind of bridge the gap between academics and industry. And so that's called the Applied Complexity Fellowship. And that's a brand new fellowship that we're starting at SFI that we encourage you to reach out and discuss with us if you're interested.
Awesome. It's been absolutely wonderful to talk about your research with you. And
you know what would just make my day right now? Because it's 10 or 15 seconds. And I think this would make everyone's day right now. Suppose right at the end, he's got like 10 seconds to go. He says, thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone. Yeah. White lives matter.
Thank you for doing this. And there's a lot of stuff that comes out of SFI that I feel has really sort of profound social implications. And this is right up there at the top of the list. So thanks all. And I hope that this podcast draws some useful attention to you and your research.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you very much so much.
I'm sorry. So that's pretty much the state of the art. And I will put the links of all the papers to those who I know a lot of you have DM me, and I know you have different degrees of scientific knowledge and stuff and maths, but I'll put the links to the papers and stuff to have a look, and we'll look at some of that good stuff if you want. But I feel like a shower. I literally feel like washing off the political and the best way to do that, of course, is to lift our spirits. So the game is in how many hours the game is, and not that long to go. But what's going on in Germany? What's just getting all the Germans bent out of shape, for example? And I saw that when I went to the bakery. What could it be? A ray of hope. And that is Orban refusing to allow the Bayern Munich Stadium. I've seen at least 10 games here because I worked a couple of miles away from here 10 years ago. It's a beautiful stadium, Bayern Munich Stadium, is not going to light up the LGBTQ flag. And this has got the people well peeved. So, Viktor Orban, I'm anti-immigration, but I'm not anti-Semitic. Let's hear from the great man himself. Oh, we might get a German
Suchst nach dem perfekten Regal? Hier wirst du fündig. Gestalte es auf tilco.com. Lust auf Farbe? Türen oder Schubladen? Du bestimmst. Entwirf dein absolutes Traumregal. Besuche uns auf tilco.com.
He was interested how things are going on, and I said that it's a Western democracy, so it's the same system as here. Freedom is, press is free.
But with respect, sir, it's not. Press is not as free here. It is less free in Hungary. The rule of law and judges here is different to how you do it.
Sorry. He says, but you have less freedom in Hungary. And Victor's like, shoulder shrug. And what's your point?
The independence of the judges in Hungary is one of the best in the European Union, if I am able to understand.
But that's not the view of many in the European Union. They have concerns. They have raised them in the European institutions.
But it's a political issue, So don't.
So when I lived in Budapest for summer working there, and that's when I met all the Orban chaps and stuff. The amazing thing about Viktor Orban is when you take the ride from the airport in Budapest, you just see posters after posters all the way into Budapest downtown, anti-EU legislation, anti-EU messaging, pro-nuclear family messaging, pro-Hungarian messaging, and lots of pictures of Viktor Orban everywhere. every EU official has to take that corridor. And when I spoke to the cab drivers and all, they were like, the amount of tales I said, the guys say, oh, they just sit there, they hate it. They kind of look away, and it doesn't matter which way they look, they're going to see lots and lots of pro-Hungarian, pro-Christian, pro-European messaging.
Don't be worried about it. It's just a simple political game.
But there are many people who are worried about it. They fear the states of democracy.
The leftist activists. They are leftist activists. Of course, they criticize us, but that's normal. Come to Hungary, see by your eyes, and you can see how we live and how is the press. If you go to the Hungarian newsstand and you ask for a paper which attacking the government, you will get a dozen at least immediately. So it's free.
What do you say to the opposition parties, the Labour Party here, the Liberal Democrat Party here, who say you are the most regressive leader in the European Union? They have concerns about remarks you have made in the past. They say are anti-Semitic. They say are Islamophobic, and that they say is just so anti-immigration. What do you say to them?
In terms of anti-immigration, it could be true. Anti-Semitism is simply ridiculous. We are a more than fair and correct country in that respect. We have a huge Jewish community, probably the number 3 in.
You repeatedly attack people like George Soros with anti-Semitic overtones.
Oh, no. George Soros is a talented Hungarian businessman. Very strong rival. He is very much in favor of migration, financing, and helping the NGOs who are doing that. We don't like it, but it has nothing to do with his ethnic identity, you know. He's just simply a quite clever Hungarian man.
And what a freaking fantastic performance by Organ over there, right? Because so Germany right now is losing their shit. One more quickie as well. So before we get going here, I just want to show the one more second quickly. There we go. Let's just put this puppy here. Apologize. It's just this freaking migraine stuff really blew my brains out for 48 hours. I'm not as efficient, but stop whining like a stop whining like a right. And from the Guardian, shameful. UEFA blocks the LGBTQ plus Rainbow Stadium protests in Munich. The lightning display planned for Germany's Euro 2020, which is in God knows how many hours, 4 hours, is to protest the country's discriminatory law. Munich's mayor has attacked. Oh, I've got to register to keep reading. I won't do that. But apparently, the Germans are up in arms because they don't know what to do with it. Multiple stadiums are trying to show solidarity, et cetera, et cetera. So it should be a good one tonight. Because to those who haven't watched, I'm not sure you guys watched or didn't watch, the Hungarian football team refused to take the knee, and the captain of the team stand there with an aggressive posture pointing at his flag. So I think that stop smacking says the computer. I'm not sure people want to jump on a chat and all because my brain's a bit fried, but I'll be polite and put it in anyway. If you have questions about all the good stuff, there you go. I'm going to put that in there. So you know what we have to do. It's just resistance all the way. So tonight, Germany versus Hungary. If I can find anywhere where Hungarian fans are, that could be absolutely something else because Berlin is one of the best, most entrenched far left cities in the world. Hopefully no one wants to jump in so I can get a cup of coffee, but I'm going to put myself on mute for a second just in case someone does. I'll put all the links to the papers, put the links to the SFI. What's a quick summary? Latest cutting edge of complex adaptive systems. We're doing this because we're looking at the top now. We're looking at the bottom, the mechanics of emergence, the mechanics of nonlinearity, the mechanics of the cathedral. And we're now looking at the top. Yesterday, we looked at monkey violence, chimp violence. Today, we're looking at free speech. And we can see the takeaway message is that after 10 to 12 years, hate speech has not worked. It's just increased polarization. The thinkers on the left have decided to move to counter speech. Counter speech seems to be a more effective way to deal with hate speech, especially if they can automate it. So we can expect in the next 12 to 15 months to see the expression counter speech make itself into the mainstream media. We can expect in 12 to 15 months to see counter speech type features show up in your social media, where eventually you go to say, hey, I'm entering a conversation that is good, it's not good. Smacking the lips says chosen one indeed. And that's the kind of takeaway. No one's jumping on, which is hopefully ideal. So I'd like to booth, I might be on later. So guys, have a good afternoon, chaps. Peace out. God bless. And you know what? Oh, shit. Almost made it. almost got away. Hello, Richard. Is that the Richard I think it is?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you going?
I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, same.
What did you think of that affair about the algorithmic stuff?
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah. Are you interested and familiar with that kind of stuff? The approach of complex adaptive systems being used for social media and the hate speech stuff?
Yeah, I've had a small amount of experience with the concept and also its application in AI.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, so it's good to see how far it's coming along. And yeah, I don't think they're actually going to be able to go, as you say, it comes down to definitions. I don't think they're actually going to take it that far. They're going to run into a brick wall.
I think they're going to. What they're going to do is they're going to develop, which is what we should be paying attention to, the advanced stuff. That's 1 second. Let me see if I pull this up. So if you look at the papers coming out, because obviously we know the Santa Fe Institute is the top think tank in the world. You can see that this stuff, once you get the C.A.S mathematics correct, once you get the reply tree node structures right, once they can be able to partition the hate, counter hate speeching, you're going to see this surface into industry as features, right? That's what's going to happen. And right now, I'm more interested in the election stuff, particularly, because that's obviously what I'm, for reasons best not amplified over here. I believe that this kind of thinking is going to be essential for what we need to do. I don't think it's going to be ignored by industry. And I believe Santa Fe Institute is heavily funded by lots of large corporations, Fortune 100. So they're going to take that research. It's going to make its way into Twitter, Facebook engineering teams. Eventually, it's going to show up as a new feature, right?
Yeah,
hey, you're
but what's
entering
going
a
to
safe
happen,
conversation.
Ralph, what's going to happen is that new technology will emerge.
Yep.
So everything at the moment is going into a decentralized route. So even Jack Dorsey from Twitter is keen on actually decentralizing Twitter.
Yeah. Oh, I think you're right.
So-
You're right. It's an arms race pattern, right? And now the question becomes how long for alt text. So I've got a friend of mine now, one of my little helpers now measuring, setting up all the Odyssey APIs to see how big the alt-right is after alt-right 2's collapsed. And you can see that the size usually is tiny, right? Tiny polling. That shows you what the core polling on Odyssey is for, I don't know, Markov, PA, whatever the big names are. And it's much smaller. So at some point you've got an alt text cycle. The alt text cycle will take, 5 to 8 years to 10 years to be effective because it needs to go through its adoption curve. In the meantime, the other side of the curve is going to show saturation, right? Like all of them are showing saturation. So you're going to have the transition, right?
I think what we're also seeing, however, is a massive increase in censorship, almost, as you say, an acceleration in censorship. And as people actually start to see the censorship in real life, they actually, it'll almost become, the Overton window will basically crash. Once you reach a certain percentage of people, maybe 20, 30% of the population, who've actually had a negative experience of censorship, they're actually going to, I think they'll actually lose confidence in whatever systems are currently in place or will be introduced to actually prevent them from speaking.
I think what you see, typically the pattern seems to be this. I think you're alluding to 2 or 3 different things there. One is the pattern of the social media adoption by technology. So we can see the tail end of the adoption curve for full saturation for Facebook, YouTube, etc. At the other hand, you see the next cycle of the social media, the new stuff, the Odyssey, etc., coming in, and they'll take the same 5 to 8 years to get anywhere. So obviously, the alt-right will go high there because they've got diminishing returns on mimetic messaging in the mainstream, i.e. the existing ones. So there's that pattern going on there. Then the other pattern I think you're talking about is polarization in a platform neutral sense. That seems also to have a saturation pattern. So if you look at the AFD, so I'm aware of the groups here, I'm particularly aware of AFD stuff, but I'm also aware of the alt tech around the AFD and particularly Germanica Reconquista, which is has been the most active and annoying group for the left. And they've had this counter Discord server with whatever 20, 30,000 people trying to combat Germanica Reconquista, which is the equivalent of what, say, something like PA would try to do, which is stay in the metapolitical and hopefully drive people down the funnel to the political. And that itself also has saturation patterns, right? 70% of the people are not going to agree with the alt-right ever.
Yeah.
So the question then becomes, what's the ROI shape for that? What's the pattern that says I've got all the people I can get, and any more attempts are subject to the law of diminishing returns, right?
Yeah, I think you can look at the issue though, not if you just move away from the specific censorship of particular groups and look at it more broadly. We've seen the President of the United States censored from what could be considered the digital public space. And I don't think, not only is that going to have domestic internal consequences for how people respect those institutions controlling them in this context, but it's also going to have implications, and we're seeing it already, like with Nigeria and so forth. It's also going to have implications for how international parties
adapt,
actually respect those institutions who are voluntarily engaging in censorship. And I think what's going to happen is that as all of these foreign nations start to see what the so-called liberal West is doing, I think what's going to happen is the liberal West is going to realize they just can't keep on going like this, because the more they go on like this, the less and less respect so-called traditional totalitarian regimes are going to have for the traditional liberal system.
Yep.
And that's going to, I think that's going to, eventually the administrations are going to wake up, and they're going to realize they actually can't sustain international relations by censoring their populace.
Yep. I'm listening. I think that's a very good point. I think the deeper principles apply. So I'm kind of manipulating my laptop in one hand while I'm trying to zoom the screen and have a cigarette and multitasking. If you look at conflict theory, so I'm a big fan of things like intelligence reports and things like conflict theory indicators. All conflict theory indicators are leading indicators, right? And you can see the biggest single set of leading indicators that back what you're talking about, which is the rise of hate crimes. This is Germany's figures for the rise of hate crimes. They've been consistent and rising. So in 2015, 3,000. In 2018, 8,000. But if you plot that data, and I've seen some good other renderings I don't have to hand, especially if I'm holding my laptop in one hand with a cigarette, that shows you that the curve itself flattens. So at some point, you're seeing a rising discontent as measured by things like hate crimes, polarization, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, as that leading indicator of the discontent that's to come. But that itself is going to have a saturation function. So ultimately, we're going to see, you're right, it's going to pressure global homo, but global homo and the cathedral are aware of this. And they're going to, it's pretty much like a time race, right? If they can get enough people in so that the impact of this thing can be dealt with a liberal, globalist, authoritarian force, think of the protest movement, think of the people being beaten down. And if they can suppress it, they're hedging that they can ride it out. For us, it's a window that is monotonic because they keep adding migration. So the war for me looks like a war of time. On one side, you've got them just adding just zillions of doctors and engineers. They're just in England, they're just swimming in, right? Or they're being ushered in by the authorities. At some point, you're going to have this balance. Where's the point? If that's going to be a discontinuity, it's going to have to be political first before it becomes civil unrest or anything, because the chimps are too complacent. I don't see a civil unrest situation. I see a political opportunity to be able to do something that slows down or changes the shape or the direction of the ship. And all the leading indicators look like that effect has started somewhere in what you could mark as pre-alt-right one. Somewhere between 2004 and 2008, all the curves flip. So you get the rise of democratic discontent starting 2006, 7, 8, and it's monotonic. You see a flip in hate crimes at the same time, and that's just been rising steadily. That correlates to the rise of the new right. So the question then becomes, what is the shape of the game, right? In a war game situation, you've got a small force called the right trying to fight off the big global vehicle,
that what they have on their side is they can keep adding chimps. And if they add enough chimps, you get a flood situation, right? Where you just can't convert enough people. So the AFD has hit 11%. The best estimates is the AFD can hit 70 to 20% in 5 to 8 years. But it's not going to hit 40% without something being very, very discontinuous, right? Something really is going to be punctuated by some very discontinuous events for it to shift its shape upwards. Does that make sense, Rich?
Okay, just analyzing this slightly, assuming that this data isn't biased by any changes in the reporting scheme of the hate crimes, so assuming it's actually real.
Yeah, this is official hate crime data.
Then
the Germans
I
get
guess
behind in their releases. But.
Okay, then one could also assume that perhaps there's a correlation between hate crimes and some kind of underlying discontent with the situation, or with our with the governments of those countries in which the hate crimes occur.
Mm-hmm.
Is that also a reasonable assumption?
It's a reasonable assumption, and you're absolutely right. And the question then becomes, is the translation of that into something that has to become political? So let me just swap it for the UK data, which is better than the German data, because the UK is actually much better at this. The Germans are very good at trying to repress things at this. But if you look at the UK figures, you see the same conversion change. 2012-13, about 40,000, has now shot past 100,000. But can you see the curve is kind of sort of flattening? So it would require some discontinuity in events for it to take up another tranche. And it has to be translated politically. The Germans and the French and the Italians and the Swedes and now the Spanish have converted this leading indicator of discontent into political power. Yeah, the Brits have not.
Hey, Ralph, can I just break this down slightly? I don't think the hate crime observations are necessarily a good measure or a strongly correlated measure with discontent, because you could imagine that what would also be playing a large role here is the level of suppression or the level of negative, like you could say, punishment or negative conditioning, which is applied by the authorities with respect to hate crime. And so you could either have a small amount of hate crime with a large amount of negative conditioning, or you could have a moderate amount of hate crime.
I see what you mean. I think I see
with a moderate amount of conditioning.
Yeah, these are just some
and it would result in it, and the underlying discontent could be the same under those two scenarios.
Yeah. I look at it slightly differently. I think I do understand what you're saying. I believe that this is just one of a series of metrics to measure discontent. It's not the only metric. The one that matters to me the most is democratic discontent is very, very solid. And that seems to be the conversion, if you imagine, from the metapolitical. A hate crime is someone taking physical action, but there's also non-physical discontent. And that best metric is democratic discontent. So I keep making this claim, which I've started the last few months, is the goals of nationalism will not be delivered by the nationalist movement or by nationalists. I believe the goals of the nationalist movement, the objectives of the nationalist movement will be delivered in Europe by a populist movement. And that populist movement, if you look at the data that's been rising steadily, just under 35%, somewhere between 31, 32, depending on what data you look at, of the United Kingdom identifies as populists, spanning left, middle, and right. Populists have the same enemy as nationalists, but populists are electable. Nationalists, particularly in Britain, have a much harder uphill to drop the N-word, for example, have a harder problem. So if you look at the metapolitical discontent, think of the White Lives Matter being flown, think of the resistance to taking the knee, think of, for example, the some people coming out, even in the left, like who came out recently, George Galloway in the left came out saying, we've got to stop this taking the knee stuff. You can see that there's a populist sentiment rising, and these are just small material indicators, hate crime being a very clear one. Hate crime is when you cross from the metapolitical to the physical.
Yeah, so I might have misspoken there. I think if you had a large amount of hate crime with a small amount of conditioning, that would be equal to a moderate amount of hate crime with a moderate amount of conditioning. You could have the same amount of discontent under those two scenarios. Can I also ask, I know, Ralph, you basically, earlier, this isn't directly related to the topic, but could I ask you with respect to behaviors and our bases for those behaviors, because it is also related to NRX modeling. Can I ask why would you classify a behavior which is derived from genetic propagation? Why would you classify that as base, or why would you consider that as base?
Oh, when I say base, well, for the short simple answer is because I believe in God. And the second answer, even if I didn't believe in God and I invoked Evelyn or Nietzsche, I would say the higher state of man is to overcome himself. So I trace the intellectual history of the right through the European canon, and I remove God off the table. So I go backwards from Evelyn to Nietzsche to Schopenhauer. Then if I believe the world is will and representation, I have the will to represent, I represent myself upon the world, which would be the intellectual heritage going through Schopenhauer towards Hegel. Then being based in terms of giving into my base emotions is antithetical to being a higher man.
But why would giving into emotions be necessarily correlated with genetic propagation in a formal sense? So the propagation of the information itself.
Oh, that's a difficult question. That's a really great question. I don't know, because I believe that, I suppose, overcoming in terms of virtue would be something that would be antithetical to the primal. And given the genes start with the primal, and therefore from the primal comes the higher. There's no higher without the base. Being base, being only base would be serving my base interests, would put me as a consumer, a apathetic individual, a isolated individual, an atomized individual, a self-serving individual, or the Nietzschean malaises, if you like. So therefore, when I use that term, I use it quite flippantly, and you're right to call me out on it. I would say someone who gives into his base emotions. I don't care what's happening to my people or my country, as long as I've got a good job and bought a new car, would be an example of a new version of an Untermensch. Okay. Someone who's happy and complacent in his role as a consumer, as opposed to sacrificing himself for something that is higher than himself. Okay. Now, the question then becomes, is that genetic? Well, I would have to have a genetic component. Yeah. And then the question becomes, are those genes propagating? So if I were to argue against the right using the ideology of the right, and I were to make horribly scary statements like, it looks like the successes of the genetic call that produced the Enlightenment is the same genetic weakness that is going to defeat the white man, is because that individualism in his gene pool has caused the complacency that allows him to be overrun. So a quick compare and contrast, compare that to Islam. Islam has no such problem. It hasn't had the genetic transformations that Europe had over 800 years, and it's been free of the Enlightenment. So its blood and soil and spirit is operating in pure, seamless harmony.
Okay, the way just to let you know how I see the situation, I can see various non-social animal species that have evolved, and we were one of those in our past. And if you're a non-social species can only interact and propagate the genetic material via a limited number of mechanisms. They can't communicate to other organisms in that group. So they can't, it's a lot harder for a non-social species to actually help other individuals in their group, their kin, their population, their extended population, perhaps even their superpopulation.
Yeah.
So it is theoretically possible that there actually has been one could even say a division in the way in which organisms have evolved to propagate their genetic information. And it is possible that language has facilitated a division in the way in which that material was propagated.
Yeah.
So I guess the reason why I question this association with base is because often I hear natural selection and evolution and reproduction as being interpreted as something which is base. And I think that there are certainly reproductive strategies out there which are base. I mean, there's a number of them which I won't talk about. But there's also more modern reproductive strategies which are facilitated by individuals being able to communicate and agree on an equal outcome for a long period of time, perhaps life.
Yeah.
And I think that Dawkins and Pinker and so forth have actually done quite a disservice to evolution and this idea of genetic propagation, because the way in which they frame Hamiltonian kin selection is based on a very rudimentary understanding of genetic relatedness. What they do is they actually equate genetic relatedness to ancestral relatedness.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Absolutely. And you're actually hitting a very important point. If I take off my political hat for a second and put on my techno-political hat, and I look at us racing towards a singularity, you're correct in, I believe that the hyperstitial component is actually as important what's the word I'm looking for? As important an interference mechanism of what would be pure natural selection in the absence of an information age. But given the information age component keeps rising, and information is now a significant component of kin selection. I looked at the TV, I was influenced by the TV, I saw what I thought was beautiful in the TV, and I decided to go and look for that in my mating partner. It's now got a hyperstitial information component participating in what would otherwise be natural selection in a non-information primate.
But if one looks, let's say, if one projects 100 years into the future, any set of individuals or any set of genetic material which is not maximizing its survival will ultimately be replaced by another group of genetic material which is. And so even if we are behaving according to collective memetics, perhaps the cathedral is going against group interest, even if that's occurring now, it's almost impossible, theoretically, from my perspective. I can't see it. I can't see this, a continuation of a non-optimal maximization strategy actually surviving over a more optimal maximization strategy of genetic information.
Okay, kind of a couple bits in there. Absolutely. So if you look at it as a risk or threat analysis, and you take the genetic stock and the quality of the genetic stock as the metric, first and foremost, like a base metric, then yeah, absolutely. Europe is under threat, not just by mass migration replacement. It's actually under threat in of itself, because it has this information component racing at a hyper trajectory that has interfered with what would be a natural process. Then you've got another problem. You've got this information component is linked to outgroups that are being dropped in, which makes the equation a lot more complicated, or the system a lot more complicated to understand. So how many white women are selecting fit non-white males because there's a dwindling selection of fit white males? In a world where there was no information propagating that was allowing kin selection for white females to pick non-white males, you wouldn't have to worry about it so much. You just have a problem of unfit white males. But you've got this compounding, very difficult picture because of mass migration and mass miscegenation advertising, telling white women, hey, go with a fit black or brown guy. So now the question becomes, what's the analysis? What's the mode of analysis? Is it purely genetic? The answer can't be, because the selection process is no longer non-hyperstitial. The selection process now doesn't have a pure bio-to-bio kin selection. It has a bio plus info mediated through a cathedral that is telling or varying the probabilistic selection of a white woman. Remember, white women would be the most precious things, right? Because they're the only chance of saving your stock. And they're being presented with alternatives, either non-white fit males to breed with, or a dysgenic breeding pattern, because they're going to get unfit white males, think lefties or cock males, and they're going to end up with broken chains of transmission of the genes. Those marriages won't be successful. So then the question becomes, if that seems like a way, not the only way, and I'm not sure it's the most accurate way, but if it's a crude way of looking at the genetic landscape, you've got a double whammy coming. You've got a dysgenic internal problem that's genetic straight away. We can look around and see the cocked white male. And then you've got a dysgenic problem because there's an interference with an outgroup which has fit males, and lots of them being dropped in. And then you've got an information fabric encouraging it in a positive feedback loop. So, for example, when I walk down, I live in a really posher, richer part of Berlin. If I walk down, I see predominantly 90% are upper middle class Germans, but almost all the messaging is miscegenating messaging. So those now, while we see sufficient number of, you can just tell someone's genetic quality by looking at them, right? Let's just be blunt. And you can look at the genetic stock, and I see high quality stock. I increasingly see Germany or Berlin en route towards becoming London or New York. Because if I looked at the same thing in London, I would see genetically fit white females pairing up with genetically fit non-white males.
Okay.
So now the question becomes, what's the mode of analysis? Is it purely kin selection based on genetic attraction, or is it kin selection based on an environment in which the kin selection is hyperstitial, i.e. is information based, overlaying and changing? Because remember, only females select, not males, right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, you could imagine just looking at this situation just from a purely natural selection point of view, and assuming all of these assumptions are correct, so assuming the in-group is higher genetic quality and the outer group is lower genetic quality, then one could imagine the amount of sensitivity to the messaging around us is actually a selection pressure.
It's a very strong selection pressure, because remember, the females are selecting.
You might actually have the ability to withstand that messaging actually resulting in, so effectively those entities, those combinations of genetic material, genetic information that can withstand that messaging, if they can get through that and survive, then you might actually end up with like slightly more adaptive, you might actually end up with a subset of the population who can withstand.
I see what you're going. No, I think you might end up as a consequence. So the law of unintended consequences, you might end up with a narrow spectrum of whites that are actually more genetically stronger because they've been the survivor pool, if you like. But I suspect they'll be outnumbered by the acceleration of the weakening of the pool as measured by outgroup selection, or dysgenic in-group selection. And anecdotally, you see this, right? You see good-looking young women in their 20s going for either through through hypergamy, or selecting non-white partners. Now, some of them may not end up sexually as being resulting in offspring, but they're definitely interfering with the natural in-group selection pattern. So, I mean, a good way to always to make sure these kind of modes of analysis are correct is always to compare them with other societies. If you look at, let's say, strong right-wing societies, India, China, think of Islam, you see they don't suffer this problem. So what you have is, because they're also subject to hyperstitial conditioning, but because their cultures are so strong and insular, they're not being impacted. But white women are the linchpin because they seem the ones targeted the most by advertising and messaging and programming that says, hey, in Germany, for example, there were booklets distributed of how to have sex with refugees. And these are propagated across public service organizations. Then there were books sent to the refugees of how to have sex with German women. So just the distribution of how to have sex with refugees, just the idea just beggars belief. I mean, this is after all Germany, right?
Yeah, I mean, even internally, so if you parse out all of the immigration and so forth, even internally, if you look at the way in which society has recently evolved, the fertility rate is quite low. So you're not even getting genetic propagation even amongst the, I guess you could say, the highest quality under the most standard metrics of genetic fitness. We're not even seeing the fertility rate above replacement for those individuals.
Forget the fact that there's a general replacement problem situation. What I have a friend who works at Oxford on the Genome Project, and he occasionally sends me stuff. He sent me stunning pieces of stuff. I'll dig it up for you if you want, Richard. So you email me. That says that what happens is that it looks like at the higher classes or the higher quality of the genetic stock seems to be becoming more insular. So richer, high-class whites are locking down. So it looks like you're getting a kind of potential concentration at the top and an entire collapse of the middle of, if you imagine, I know this sounds rude, but if you imagine all people are not equal and we consider it a pyramid, you're seeing the concentration at the top and a weakening or an erosion of the middling, and the bottom has been lost. The bottom is just dysgenic anyway right now. So then the question becomes is, if I was putting on my Nick Griffin, Auntie Nick, and taking the Europa Reconquista from the Flames approach, then those would be the officer class of the Reconquista. The rest would be withered away, if you take that scenario. But that looks like, and when I look around, because like I say, it's very upper middle class and stuff like that, it's very posh restaurants and posh stuff. Because I like to read morphology and all sorts of other things, because I'm a bit of a Rain Man, obviously. And I look at it and I can see the high grade mating patterns in very, very insular upper middle class. We recently went for dinner with some people. It was very upper class Germanic genes, like upper middle class. I count upper class as aristocratic, but just think upper middle class, right? And those people were genetically intact and there was no way they were going to mate down. But then I see the pressure on the middle class here by mass advertising, mass interfering, how to have sex with a refugee books. And that looks, unless there's a political solution, that looks like it's just going to give to pressure. Right? It's just going to yield to the obvious, especially as German males, or particularly European males, have become so individualized and atomized. Look at alt-right too, as it's impossible to get them to collectivize over work. So you've got a problem that even if the resistance would come from the collectivization of young, fit, say under 35 to 30-year-old white males, it doesn't look promising because they don't seem to be collectivizing to mount the resistance. They seem to be sort of individualized too much in the presence of twice as racinated non-whites and twice as collectivized non-whites. So basically, it's a diet. I mean, I don't want to say I'm not one for blackpilling, but it's not a great situation to be in.
Yeah, your analysis does make sense.
You know,
based upon the assumptions of the way in which the genetic quality is compromised. However, there's a few potential positive, just to throw out a few potential positive consequences, which I might have mentioned before. And one is, number one, if you do start distributing genetic information globally across the world, we're reducing the incentive to actually proactively strike another nation. And as the ability to harm other people on a mass scale increases with technological advances, for example, thermonuclear weapons, it might actually end up being useful from a natural selection perspective to actually compromise a population over a 100-year period.
I think over 100, 200 years, you might end up with a relatively unaltered. I'm going to be judicious about my language. I want to just say what I think, but you might end up with sufficient parts of the genome preserved and unaltered, but more importantly, capable of propagating itself forward without threat. So we looked at Viktor Orban. Hungary is like that. I don't see, when I'm in Hungary, I don't see any threat to the Hungarian stock. I don't see any threat to Hungarian society. I see unification. But Western Europe and the United States, So the solution then becomes, well, does one roll over and say this is just a que sera, this is a consequence, and
But there's also
let it play out, and maybe there'd be 10, 20. And this, I think, is the underpinning of people like Nick Griffin's thinking. These
the
are people.
second. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Ralph. The
No,
second
no, go on, man.
potential positive implication I can see from this is, as we actually get better and better at sequencing genomes, we might actually be able to store all of our individual genetic information across multiple populations in a database. And
Yep.
so even though we might see some dysgenic or some less than ideal reproduction or combining of genetic material occurring over the next 100 years, we might still be able to preserve the information for any kind of future cloning or future reinsertion into a population.
I think that's a very good point. One could create a exclusively high quality egg sample and sperm sample and bank it. But there's another problem, independent of defending Europa and defending white people, because remember, ultimately, you just end up with 8% in totally combined of the stock of the world stock, right? White people just end up with 8% of the board, right? Genetically. You've got another problem that, independent of this, all the genetic stock of all races and ethnicities are facing the transhuman problem. So even if you might have defended sufficient amount of high quality white genes or black genes or brown genes, you've still got GCT coming at high speed. And GCT mixed with transhumanism means, what if we started editing all of those genes? What does it mean to be white anymore when the gene differentiation by racial divergence becomes, to nick a term from the left, genetically transfluid? Because then you've got a problem before you've got 7 races, 650 ethnicities with 200 spatial clusters, which are very discrete sets, suddenly facing a threat of mass harmonization or mass application of continuums of genes, in which case the idea of a discrete, disparate ethnic cluster in of itself might be destroyed as something worth having, in which case you just have a zoo with a few people who were purely white or purely black, and the majority of the population will be in a non-discrete set, if that makes sense. In which case, the only people left who are pure would be like zoo animals. It's like, hey, look, we can go to the zoo and see a white person and a black person, but 90% of all the people are neither white or black anymore.
Yeah.
Which is also tremendously alarming, because it goes against, I believe, both, in my case, God, and in the other, from the other direction, the state of nature, because at that point we have now brought upon ourselves the idea that we understand enough about the future, talk 200-300 year horizon, to know that this was genetically fit for us as a species. Forget the subspecies.
Right.
And then we don't know if we've just created this first phase of transhumanism where ethnicity and race doesn't matter anymore. The new ontologies won't be ethnicity and race. They're from 7 races and 650 ethnicities, we might have 60,000 clusters with 500 top buckets. And then your entire culture would be transformed, because those buckets won't be called race or ethnicity anymore. They'd be called all sorts of things like tall blueies, short pinkos, fat greenies. They'd be completely arbitrary ontologies placed over the genetic stock that have no historical contiguity, if you like.
Right.
In that case, we would have destroyed all our human history at that point, right? And I believe that's a big risk as well, because it's a risk not just to white peeps, it's a risk to all peeps. Right? And you can see that would be the default. That looks like the default trajectory, unless either the right or the left can fight the middle on global homo plus transhuman. Right. Because that's not that far away, mate. That's 40 years away before we enter the pipeline, right? That makes sense.
That's really interesting. Yeah, thanks, Ralph.
Yeah, that was pretty alarming, man. So, hey, go out there and just fucking find the first fucking good-looking Aussie chick and just fucking swallow your pride, bro, and just fucking spawn them, man. Adopt the opposite of the natural arcade selection strategy, which is
the whole hate speech. The whole hate speech analysis was really, that was actually very useful as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to work through the
appreciate
top and bottom, man. I'm trying to work through. Hey, good afternoon, IC3.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, this is quite interesting listening to you both talking there. Yeah,
Richard,
got my
meet
mind
IC3.
spinning. Yeah. How you doing, Richard?
Bob
Hey,
says
IC3.
sometimes. So from the other side of the world, from the bottom of the globe.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Ralph.
All right, man, Richard, take care.
Cheers. See you guys.
Thank you. Hello, IC3.
How you doing? Yeah, this has been an interesting stream. Yeah, so I think listening to the conversation, you have it's inspired a deeper understanding of the so-called problem, and maybe think even more about the solution to this problem. Yeah, especially illustrated the future. There could be zoos where if you want to see what a real black person used to look like, or a white person.
So right now the number's easy, isn't it? You've got 7 tribes, 7 races, 650 tribes put on 200 countries. But there are 8 billion people in total. That could become 50,000 clusters with 5,000 top things. So then the word race, ethnicity means nothing. Because then it's just a question when you find someone you want to have children with, you both decide what you want the characteristics of the child to be. You're like, oh, I want him to be big muscle. I don't. I want him to have curly hair. I don't. I want him to have blue eyes. Do you want blue eyes? Or I want him to be someone between blue and green.
Yeah, so it's like high street shopping. So it's like buying a dress or shoes
Basically.
or trainers.
Basically. And that's well within half a century, right? Well within that. Could be as early as 30 years.
Wow.
So again, as John McDermott says, what's the most important thing? TikTok, the fucking clock, and hard work, right? Or prepared to become liquefied, for lack of a better word. No, because I mean, effectively, the gene pool will become fluid, to use the left-wing expression. Right? It will be a fluid gene pool, right? And already that's what they want, right? So the left want that. They want to remove anything that is a biological difference that's immutable, because they think something that's immutable is a source of oppression.
Right.
Under the Marxist doctrine.
Yeah. So going back to what that marketing guy was saying. Basically that's what he was saying. Remember, from Seeker's Corner. He's basically preaching that doctrine, basically saying that it's not all nonsense. It'll fade out in the end, and this element, this element of difference is really just old residual views that were necessary for survival in a primitive world. But now with this future world of technology, these residual feelings and values are no longer of any value.
The only problem with that argument is it doesn't change human nature. So where there might have been racial conflict and ethnic conflict across 7 races, 650, we might have mass multiple sources of conflict. Suddenly the pink shorties decide they want to go to war with the fat blueies. This utopian vision that we will have peace is not rooted in the state of nature. We're not a peaceful species.
But listening to what he's saying, he was saying this idea of not a peaceful species is really just about 15%. That's it. But it's only 15%, something like that, of our biology, and that it can be overcome. It can be faded out.
No,
that's his fundamental. That's what he's saying.
But that's that. There's no basis of that. He's arguing for the difference of war was a difference based on that. But then the nature of war has nothing to do with difference. White people have killed more white people than anyone else has killed white people, and black people have killed more black people than any other race. Nothing is taking away the reason to fight. It's just the dimensions of conflict. It's not removing conflict. This is a globalist pipe dream.
So
We're still going to
right.
fight. I'm still
Yeah,
going to
so-
fight the other chimp. Look, we're primates. We're going to fight. The only way to stop us fighting is to neuter us.
Right. So yeah. So the whole idea of
If I
fighting.
chop your balls off, you won't want to fight.
There you go. So fighting, as he was saying, is basically just a survival mechanism. But if there's no need for trying to fight to get food and survive, and
we'll fight for
food.
different reasons. We'll fight because I want to mate with the girl you want to mate with. I'll fight because you've got something I want, and there's only one of those things. We'll fight for mating, and we'll fight for shared resources. And just because we've race mixed doesn't mean we're not going to want to fight, because we still live in a world of finite resources that are under contention. If I see a girl I want and you've got her, I want to fight you for her. It doesn't matter if you're black, blue, white, pink, or 1,000 shades of genetic spectrum. It doesn't change my desires. The only way to do that is to remove the aggression in us, which is to remove our biology, to neuter us, effectively.
Yeah, more and more it seems that people, the way trends are going is that the neutering, which I was saying with the lobotomy, is being perceived as promoted as a good thing, as a civilizing.
Correct.
Neutering and
you look at all science fiction. Science fiction points to the vision of science, right? Vision of technology. All those post-human visions of aliens and stuff. What's the first thing you notice about them? They're all restricted in biology. They all look like big brains with no bodies, just minds.
Yeah.
Yes, they're transcending their biology. They're becoming transhuman and post-human.
Jeez.
And then we can't know that. We can't know that thing anymore, right? We won't be that thing anymore. We won't be that. Just like we're distant from chimps or fish, that thing will be more distant from us than we are from the chimps and the fish. Now, if you think that's okay, then lean back, pour yourself a single malt, and prepare for it. If you believe such a thing is wrong and bad and evil, then hey, join the good guys, right?
So that's when it's going back to having the moral high ground. That's let's say, or the neutering, or or the lobotomy, or getting rid of violence is a higher moral position.
Why?
Well, that's the popular view, because they say, right, everybody says, oh, peace and freedom. Peace and freedom. We want peace. So if you've got no reason to fight, you've got no reason, then it, because from my position, I think that war is healthy, but the mismanagement of war results in bloodshed. So I kind of envision a world going forward more like the refinement of war turning into something like the Olympic Games of some kind, a world of games where the competition is always there, but it's just that nature is refined, but not destroyed.
We could create a new species that doesn't have that thing in us, but that thing is no longer human.
Right. So what would be the solution then? Because on the extreme, they'd say, well, look, you're trying to preserve war and violence in order to preserve humanity. And then on the other extreme, you got others saying, well, look, let's just neutralize people and lobotomize and get rid of all and have peace by removing the combative element in people. So
By
I'm trying to
changing
go somewhere in the
humanity.
middle. Pardon?
You'd have to change humanity. You'd have to fundamentally wire us into a new type of species, right? So a great book written, one of the classics in science fiction, is Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke. And prescient as he was, Arthur C. Clarke, he writes about the lost generation of human children that will not be able to know, the parents won't be able to know them. They're the lost generation of children that are evolving into this. And he describes this beautiful story of them having to let go and say goodbye. So we would be saying goodbye to humans because at some point that thing that has been made is no longer a human being. If you believe that is such a thing and you are just a evolutionary step towards something that's not human, so be it. But for me, that's the destruction of everything that is human. And I'm not even invoking God, right? Logan's Run, for example, is another good example, right?
Yeah, and those movies.
So you're saying, so you're saying I want to genetically alter my species so that this species now evolves away from where it came from because we decide we want some trait like peace or freedom. Now, what is the history of species that are peaceful and free? They get taken over by an aggressive species. That humanity, that species, will stand no chance against the first alien species that arrive.
So the warrior class must be preserved at all costs.
The first predator or alien films, the first predator alien species that arrives will look at us as sheep.
It's true.
They wouldn't they? Because we, by definition, we have taken out our ability to fight. Now, we might have translated that to some new ray gun weapons, but then we're hedging ourselves because we won't have the will to fight. What chance do we stand against?
Because you've given up the will and put it into the technology to look after you, like security.
The history of groups meeting each other, where you are the peaceful group, has been the history of the losing side across humanity. Black people being colonized in Africa, the Mughals arriving in India, Genghis Khan flying across the plains. Every time you were peaceful, it was only a matter of time before the non-peaceful arrived and said, "Thank you very much."
Thank you very much. That's right. Yeah, and Egypt as well. You know, oh, beautiful. You know, we arrived with our cannons.
But the history of, so we plot the history, say, just from the Ice Age, the last Ice Age, 10,000, right? The history has been a consistent history of the weaker being killed by the stronger. So if you're saying peacefulness is a desirable trait, then it better be global, because all it would take is one non-peaceful subcomponent to just take over the world, because you're not going to fight.
That's right. That's right.
So then the question becomes, is this desirable?
So in contrast, how would you sell your view of the world? Are you going to say to people, listen, it's necessary for you to maintain war, to remain human. You have to kill each other, and God help you. So get on with it.
I'm not saying you have to necessarily kill each other, but you have to be able to defend yourself against someone else who wants to kill you. Let me give you an example. If Europe was to say, that's it, we've all decided by one great European act to form a single global European EU state, we're going to bin all our nukes, take down the army, lower all our weapons, and destroy them in a single act, Europe would be invaded in a matter of weeks. The women will be taken, and the young men will be killed. Because that is the nature of man. Man has dominated all other species, including man. It is in our nature to do so. You're on a chat panel. You want to dominate. You want to win. You want to get your point across. You want to be heard. These are the most natural human instincts. You don't want not to be heard. You don't want to lose the argument. You don't want to be steamrolled. These are against your state of your nature, against your human nature, right?
Yeah. So when you enter the Olympic stadium and you go onto the track, everybody is understanding the rules that you stick to your lane. But they all want to win, but they've kind of civilized the battle of who's going to be the fastest by sticking to some certain rules.
What rules?
To the stadium. Well, the stadium rules are that you stay in your lane if you're going to do a sprint.
Our great, but our great art has always told us the truth, right? Art speaks to the highest form of civilization, all art of all civilizations and tribes. And what is one of the most famous quotes? All is fair in love and war.
Yeah, that's right. All is fair in love and war.
Speaks to our human nature. It's in our blood. It's in your blood, IC3. You want revenge. You want justice, revenge, payback, whatever you want to call it. You want it. It occupies your mind 24/7 every day, doesn't it? You want that thing, don't you?
Justice, of course, everybody, because justice is part of the value of the self, the self and the community.
You're willing to give up your entire life and redefine your life in the pursuit of that thing, that hunger, that desire, that which you will not be told to stop doing. That's what makes you human. Let me give you a simple test. Why don't you put it all away and walk away today? You'll say no, won't you?
Yeah, it's part of this. It's part of the self, the identity. It's part of the self,
in your blood.
or culture of a people. Yeah, that's right. It's in the blood, the bones. More than it's in the bones.
It's in the blood. It's in your bones.
That's right.
And speaking of someone who you might want something from, good afternoon, Jamie. Jamie, can I see your camera to see the opposition of what you want? Unless you're in a compromising position. There you go. This is the white man, the English imperial, good friend Jamie. This is the English imperial muscle that you wish to have something from. And nothing's gonna stop you, right?
But it's interesting. It's funny because
hang a second. Let me just make sure it's not a porn bomber. Hello.
All right.
Who's this? That's what I thought.
How many have you had so far today?
This is my first one, but they've all decided that the only way to stop me is to try to do this because they are weak and they don't believe in God. And because they're just like insects. They're like insects. You know, they're like little parasitic insects. That's all they have.
Forgive them, Father, for they do not know what they do.
No, I'm not going to forgive them. I want to liquefy them. I want to hurt them really badly. And
as a Christian, you must have love for them, surely.
I will feel no hate in my heart. I can play you a great clip of 3 Christian U.S. Special Forces speaking about how much love they have in their heart while they were executing the enemy. Right? No hate of the heart. They execute. No, so exactly as you see Jamie as a member of the imperial Anglosphere, you're not going to walk away because Jamie won't walk away.
Yeah, but the relationship between Jamie and I mean, he was one of those that was supporting me on the identity politics. He used to look after the whole system. I trusted him with the whole system. Yeah, he's. Pardon?
You're perfectly aligned. Both of you believe in your blood and soil and spirit.
Yes, in a strange way. So it's in a strange way. So it's like I'm trusting the ultimate enemy because somehow his position, because he holds his position, and I can trust that he will be what he will be, and he trusts that I will be what I will be. So we can it's a very strange, it's a strange relationship there. Yeah. But those people that don't have position,
it's the commonality of a virtue that is higher than those that don't have it. So like the idiot who just came on trying to pawn bomb, he doesn't have that virtue. He's the enemy of you, IC3, and he's the enemy of Jamie.
Well,
now, unlike both of you, I would do horrible things to him if I found things that cannot be spoken about. Sorry, Jamie, I'm just going to grab myself a drink so Jamie and IC3 can decide whether reparations are owed. I'll be right back.
Oh, gosh, fucking reparations.
Yeah,
when will it end?
But also that that issue of reparations or not reparations, that is part of the holding of one's identity, or the seeking of justice in a certain way. So it's like if you've got two boxers in the ring, then they're trading blows.
Mm-hmm.
But in the trading of blows, they're actually refining and making themselves stronger. And that's why they used to, in the old school, these teach the children, boxing, and there's questions, shouldn't they teach the young boys boxing? Shouldn't teach the young boys to fight. That's why I like the scene in Fight Club. I like that movie. It's a classic movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How much can you know about yourself if you've never been in a fight? Yeah. How much can you know about yourself if you've never been in a fight? Come on, hit me. Close.
That is good. Yeah, that is a good point. Like the animalistic need for the masculine to unleash itself because it's being coddled or caged in because of this modernity lifestyle. It's really causing a lot of grief with men, that they're not able to express themselves because we live in a very feminine, gynocentric society where it is frowned upon to be, as they call it, toxic masculinity. But about the reparations, I understand why black people get pissed off, because why is it that the Jews got compensated? Why is it the Japanese got reparations, or the Native Americans got they live in the reservations and welfare and all that? But again, it's like, you just look of how it's really fucked up, those Native Americans getting endless amounts of money, but they live in absolute horrendous conditions. Like they're worse.
Exactly. That's exactly. So that word reparations, a lot of people, they vision it just like you've described, of reservation, or we're going to how much do you need, how much do you want, and it's just like it just sounds just sickening, that whole view.
You gotta give us each $1 million each.
It's like these people have got no idea. It's like
you understand inflation and economics, you know how that would go.
So it's like it's almost like, in a strange way, reparations, as in the boxing ring was slanted or tinted or twisted in a certain way, and the real problem I have is not the boxes.
Sorry to advise you, I've got another incoming. I'm just going to have to double check there's not another one of these idiots. Let's check quickly. Is it? Or is that really Claire?
Is it Chinese Claire?
How desperate are they, isn't it? How weak.
It's like, is Claire's avatar relatively available on Google Images or something?
Yeah.
Did they just copy it?
Here's the pattern. The low IQ chimp literally a low IQ. These people have an IQ close to 80 or 82. They'll go copy an image, come on, put some music and try to do it. That's because they're low IQ. Now, I think we should just genetically cull them. I think there's nothing to negotiate with such people. They should be executed just for existing. But carry on. I'm eating.
Yeah, and it's interesting that if Jamie and I are our positions are where we're challenging each other, if that's so negative, then why don't they just leave us to battle each other and ignore it and move on to your so-called peaceful world? Why even talk? Why even try to interact with me or what I'm trying to do?
Well, the left want to use black people. You know, they want them to coddle them like children and saying like, oh, it's not your fault, you're a victim, you know, and therefore you should be on our side. And if you try to be on the same basis or commonality with the evil white folk, then they're twisting your mind, and that's not good for our lust for power.
Yeah, and even the person who is moving towards they need white power to protect white identity. They need black power to protect black identity. And just like in the Fight Club, he says, how much can you know about yourself if you've never been in a fight? So it's almost like you need resistance in order to know where you are and what you are. You have to know what you are not.
As Rise of the Right says, keep your enemies close.
Put your enemies closer.
Right, there you go. Yeah, but you see, here's the twist. How would you apply that? Keep your enemies closer to that that entity that you were describing, Ralph.
I would answer. Sorry, was limiting. I'll answer your question differently from Jamie as to why engage, because I believe there are two reasons. I believe one, there's a common interest in the same pattern. It is remarkable in my life. It is remarkable since I embarked and arrived at Speaker's Corner for my mission that a white guy and a black guy and a brown guy have a photograph with all three of us doing the Roman salute together. So that shows me that the right wing can transcend. People who are conservative can transcend things, because the enemy of UIC3 is the same enemy of white people, it's the same enemy of brown people.
Correct. And a lot of people can't really understand what that enemy is, and I think it's a bit. It moves into that realm of metaphysics, because once you start trying to identify that enemy, which I think even you're trying to do with the NRX, they start moving into the realm of accusations of conspiracy theory.
And this is why I try to help you, IC3, and I know you don't like it. I already know who the enemy is. We've known it for a while. You need to just take that on board to redefine and find your real enemy.
So who's the enemy?
The globalists.
Okay. So these globalists, how does one define exactly what is a globalist?
Someone who wants a single world order that does not believe in the blood of people, IC3 is a black man, the soil, Viva la Africa, or the spirit, be it Christianity or any type of, in quotes, biospirit. Because those three things are essential to your identity, being, and your struggle. They are your enemy. So they're my enemy, they're Jamie's enemy, they're my enemy.
Right. So they're so you're promoting that those are essential to. So that again.
The first time I met you 2 years ago, and I tried to figure out who's this guy and what's he up to. It took me a little while before I understood what you're up to, and then you identified yourself as a national racialist. A national racialist is the enemy of the globalist. The globalist wishes to destroy nations, races, ethnicities, tribes, God. Everything in your orientation you want, the globalists will make sure you don't get.
They can try.
No, after all, hey, like your fighting spirit, but that's your enemy is not the white man. I understand why you think it is the white man. The white man has got too many problems to solve.
No, I understand. I understand. Yeah, because, well, just like Neely Fuller says, the white supremacists, there's white supremacists, there's white people and non-white people. So just saying, oh, it's the white man. No, I know it's a lot more sophisticated than that. And
I gave you 4 hours in one stream, and I've spent in total maybe about 30 hours. And with, the deepest respect, proving to you it's no white supremacists running the world.
Yeah, but you have to say you're having the same problem trying to prove the globalists.
I don't. I can name them.
How?
I know exactly who they are. We have their names. We know who they are. We know where they work. We know where they sit. We know what positions they're. Exactly what you can't show me for white supremacy, I can show you in trivially.
Okay, so these globalists, hold it. So these globalists, what if they was to say, oh, we have a global world view, but we believe in democracy, and we want to rule the world through democracy, because we want to rule the world because people have elected us into that position.
The globalists, so therefore, the top 1,000 names of the globalists are not elected, nor are they accountable.
Yes, but how did they get into that position?
Head of Amazon,
how did they get to that position?
History. We know how they got there.
No. See, if you say head of Amazon, they'll say, well, look, the head of Amazon say, well, I deserve to be in my position because people like the way my services. I'm delivering efficient services. I'm delivering a product, and people like what I do. So they put me where I am.
Yeah, but they didn't.
So he can say I have the moral, or she can say I have the moral high ground. I deserve to be here because the people enjoyed my products and services, and they put me here.
Okay,
they put me here because of what thing.
I simply understand, but no, global hyper-capitalism put him there, and there's no way for us to remove him. So he didn't get put there, and more importantly, there's no accountability structure.
Wait, okay, hold it.
So no,
hyper-capitalism puts him there, right? You're saying hyper-capitalism.
Yeah. Global capitalism, as opposed to national capitalism.
Right. Okay. So then that's like saying, well, okay, it's the people, the market put us there. Correct? Is that what you're saying? By
the system that is the system. So imagine it like a spider. I've tried this many times with you. You have to believe me. Trust me. I see. This. If you imagine the spider.
Let's examine. Come on. Let's go for it again. Come on. Let's keep going for it.
If the spider
let's examine the evidence.
If the spider has these legs, and one of these legs is global capitalism as opposed to national capitalism, then in that one leg of the spider that sits across the world, one of those legs, the system of global hyper-capitalism, put these people in there. These people are not elected by us. We have no sovereign control over them.
Yes.
They're not accountable to us. Right. And they are not electable by us, and we can't fire them, and they don't pay taxes.
Yes, right.
They are the global elites, and unlike a conspiracy theory, we can name them. Whereas you can't name the white supremacists. We can name them.
Hold it. So hyper-capitalism put them there. So is hyper-capitalism an evil thing?
It is. It is the enemy of national sovereignty.
Right.
Not by itself, as a leg of the spider. So imagine the globe physically as a globe, and imagine a spider with many tentacles circling the globe like it's devouring it. One of its tentacles is spreading across the world is hyper-capitalism, and in that tentacle are these little priests, and the head of the banks, the head of the Fortune 100 are those people in those roles. The other ones are the media. The other ones, the government.
Right. So they're supreme. They're supreme.
The system is in charge and supreme. They, as individuals.
Okay. Good. Okay. So we can agree that there's supremacy, but we're fighting over whether the supremacy is white or not. Correct?
No, we're not, because I'm not going to repeat it. No, I'm not going to repeat it. I've evidenced the exact reason why it isn't, unless you can provide it. Saying it so is just irrelevant.
Right. So
the burden of proof is used to show up with the people and describe what it is. By default, it isn't the case.
Right. Okay.
And as Perfect Falkenright says, there's an old Yorkshire saying, "You can't educate pork." I hope.
All right. Right. So
IC3, are you pork?
This would be my response.
Okay, so this supremacy, you're saying, okay, it's not white, but it's supreme. So what is this supremacy then? Is it just, what is it? It's not white supremacy. What supremacy is it?
It's
systemic. I think it's
systemic supremacy.
It's an egalitarian wet dream.
Well, that might be the case, but more technically precise, it's systemic supremacy. The system is supreme, not the people in it. That system is currently supreme, just like Pax Romana was supreme during the Roman Empire.
Yeah, but the motivations for the Pax Romana is different to the motivations in Globo Homo. Their main priesthood is motivated by creating this monopoly that will get rid of competition and differences between people and nations and whatnot.
Right. What I'm thinking at, Ralph. Okay. So let's put the idea of white supremacy to one side.
Thank you.
Let's say, okay, one second. Okay, right. So white
I'm
supremacy.
on your side, my friend. I'm on your side.
Whoa. This is all part of the investigation. So white supremacy. Okay, so we'll keep the supremacy and then we put away the white. Okay, so this supremacy now, you're saying it's a system. Hold it. You're saying it's a system. Yeah, but that's obvious. You have to have a system to hold the supreme position. Correct. Right. So what is the nature of that system? What is the belief or the ideology that underpins? Right. So equality supremacy, equalitarian supremacy.
Equalitarianism. It's implementing the fact that every time it sees something that's not equal, it wishes to make it so. It wishes man equal to woman, father equal to mother, father equal to son, black man equal to white man. Every time we find something that's not equal, the doctrine above the level is equalize it.
Right. So you replace the word white supremacy. You'd say it was equalization supremacy. What would be the word you replace white with? What would you replace it with?
Technically, I would call it global supremacy. It wants to have a global, equalized world. It wants to remove countries, remove tribes, remove faiths.
No.
A single
wait, if I replace white with global, it doesn't make sense because white supremacy is global. If there's white supremacy, but if we throw away the white and say no, it's not white, you just can't replace it with global supremacy.
Why not?
There's got to be some belief system.
Okay, if you want,
that enables the system.
Okay, let's call it equalizing supremacy. If you want me to read, I can redefine the labels. We'll call it equalizing supremacy.
Equalizing.
It wants to make no difference between black and white, man and woman, the pious from the unbeliever. It wants to eliminate anything that it sees as difference.
Right. So you replace the word white with
born
equalize.
in the 1990s, and we can.
Right. What's that word you replace it with? 1 second. What's that word?
Call it equalizing supremacy, and the idea is more equalizing. The idea is more important than the word.
That's why I'm trying to capture the idea in a word.
Yeah, but
words capture the idea in a word. Yeah.
Words
so
are
equalizing.
Just correct. Huh? Words are just pointers to.
Yes.
Words are just pointers to words. So then we don't waste our time and save our energy in a short life.
Okay.
Wasting our time chasing things that are not real.
Good. Okay. Yeah, but this global supremacy, it It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So equalizing.
No, it
so,
actually
so
works.
the idea.
It not only does it work, it's brutally effective. So not only does it, yes,
No,
it does work.
the idea of equality is brutally effective.
Equalitarianism, not
Right.
equality. Equality,
So,
equality, or equality plus plus, equality across all dimensions of difference.
Right.
Equality is just a simple example of taking one thing that's different and making it equal. Equalitarianism is saying everywhere there's something that's not equal will be made equal.
Right. So how does identity come in? Because you see, with white supremacy or whiteism, you can say, well, this person's white, this person's not. Yeah. So to say, how are you going to what is the identifier?
What do you mean? What is the identifier?
For this,
I understand. It wants a globally homogenized identity that is devoid of race, devoid of place and space, and devoid of faith.
But what is the identity? What would you call that person? You say, oh, so you're a globalist.
A globalist. Like the person you said in the park, he self-identified as a globalist.
Okay.
They call themselves the globalists.
Right, okay.
All their literature uses the word globalist. They proudly say we are globalists. Tony Blair says he's a globalist. Biden says he's a globalist. Klaus Schwab says he's a globalist.
The end project is some kind of Star
Bill
Trek.
Gates says he's a globalist.
Yeah, but
so the enemy are the globalists, not the white people. White people have got a fucking fight on their hands. They don't need to worry about your shit. They've got enough problems.
The end project is some kind of Star Trek alternative to Earth.
Okay, so you're telling me that these globalists, they have no family values, no cultural values.
They have global values, globalist values.
Yeah, but I suspect that sounds like a lie to me. No, one second. I'm saying that sounds like an illusion, that they'll tell you that, oh, I'm a globalist. Oh, we're all human and we're all equal. And I'm a globalist, and that's why I'm so rich and powerful.
I see a minute ago, you were actually agreeing with the guy in the park. He told you he was a globalist, and you had no problem agreeing with him 5 minutes ago. Now I'm speaking.
No. I'm being completely consistent.
Hang a second. You got incoming. I'm just going to have to deal with the incoming. Let's see if the obvious people are trying different IDs. Let's go one at a time. Let's go obvious IDs. Try. Is that you, Jimmy? Say something, Jimmy. Nope. Bye-bye. Is that you, Bad Times? 1 second, the two of them trying. Is that you, Bad Times? Nope. Carry on.
Yeah, okay. I am not saying that I agree with this guy that comes to Speaker's Corner and comes to the circle. I'm not saying I agree with him. I'm just stating his position. Just because I stated his position doesn't mean that I agree with it.
I'm not saying you agree with him, but I'm saying the definition of the words he's using is the same words used by all the globalists at the top.
But I suspect that the people that are declaring themselves globalists are not truly globalists. They just use it.
For you to waste anybody's time, especially your own time, you would have to provide evidence that goes against every document that they're emitting.
Are you saying they're playing some 4D chess?
Yeah, but you're going to have to. But then you're going to waste all our time, and you're going to waste your life unless you can evidence that.
Okay, well, I'll use what you were saying. You see, you said something. I think you was having discussion.
And I don't want you to waste your time, IC3.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. This investigation. This world is a crime scene, and we'll continue with the investigation. Now, I think, can a human be unbiased? Can a human being be unbiased?
No.
Right. So, a globalist would be a person would a globalist be a person who declared themselves to be a globalist? Would that person be an unbiased person?
No people aren't biased, but when I say I'm a liberal or I'm a communist or I'm a globalist, sorry, I've got some background noise. I'm a globalist, I'm a liberal, I'm a communist, I'm a vegetarian. They're just identifying to belong to some trait. The globalists, right now, all the evidence is on our side. So you need to either go read up on that stuff instead of this crazy left-wing reparations nonsense. The globalists identify themselves, they name themselves, we know who they are. All their documents and literature proudly identify as globalists, and their behavior maps to their words. What they do is what they say.
So these globalists are the truth. They speak the truth then.
No, they tell
they're
you what
honest
they're
people
doing.
then, are they?
No,
If you think
Oh,
they're
they're
secretly,
honest.
well, you think if they're secretly white supremacists, they're doing the most.
No, we're not going to
legit-
waste our time on that. We finished that avenue of investigation, and until IC3 produces evidence to the counter, I've spent enough time producing my evidence. They cannot use the term white supremacist until you say evidence it.
Yeah,
Because I've
let's not
evidence
talk
why
about
it
white
doesn't exist.
supremacy. I said that we're going to park there. We're not talking about white. I'm
Correct.
not talking about white supremacy. Why you bring it back up again? I'm
I
talking
wasn't.
about
Jamie was.
supremacy and what's the
Global,
best way to
global
describe.
supremacy. Global,
Right. So
global
I'm digging.
supremacy.
I'm digging into this idea that somebody can be a globalist.
Yeah.
Is it true? Is it true if a person says, "I am a globalist"? Is that person speaking the truth? So I'm just digging into that.
Let me ask you this: are you speaking the truth?
Maybe not.
Okay, so would I waste time thinking if someone's speaking the truth or not? How would I evidence if someone's speaking the truth? What's the first thing I would do?
Well, that's what we're investigating. Yes.
No. In general, not to waste time. What's the first thing I would do? Someone came up to me and said, I
don't know. What's the first thing you do? Let's move quickly.
I would check if their behaviors and actions correspond to their words.
So these globalists, their behaviors and actions accurately correspond to their words.
Notice how the people in the chat. Hang on a second. Notice how the people in the chat are naming them all for you. I see the EU, the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, the IMF, NATO.
No.
They're giving you all the answers you want.
No, these are organizations, but I'm concerned about the mindset of the people who are working in these so-called organizations.
Correct.
The mindset. Hold it. The mindset of the people. How they got, I want a job in the EU, right? You go for the interview. Oh,
let me show you.
The EU is globalist. They ask the person. Having the interview. 1 second. They say, "Oh, do you believe in globalism?" And then the person at the interview is going to say, "Oh, yes, I do. I'm a globalist." I mean, okay, you've got the job. They can say anything they want to get into the job position.
IC3, your biggest problem, with the deepest respect, is you don't look at evidence and actually take it on board. Here is the World Economic Forum. Here's their agenda in their words. Here's their agenda in a single paragraph. Their agenda is to shape the principles, policies, and partnerships needed in the new context across the world in 2021. This is where they met. This is their program. Here are the participants. Here's what they're doing. What they say they're doing over here in a single paragraph is what they are doing. End of that bit of the answer. The world's most powerful front piece for the globalists are telling you exactly what they want to answer your question. And when I check what they do against what they say they're doing, it corresponds. Therefore, these are the globalists. This is what they want to do. And this is who they are.
Okay, great. So whoever is working for that organization.
Here they are. Emmanuel Macron, Ursula von der Leyen, Xi Jinping, Cyril Ramaphosa, Li Shinlong, Angela Merkel, Christine Lagarde, Antonio Guterres,
hold that picture there. Hold that picture
Modi.
there. Yeah, hold that picture there with those people there. Hold that picture. Oh yeah, okay. Just hold that there. Freeze there. Freeze that picture there. Right. So these people have all got themselves. Just freeze it there. Right. So these are people, and they applied to get a job at this particular organization.
No, the organization, is a collection of them that have agreed that this is which they want to do. They want to rule the world. They currently rule the world. This is who they are.
Wait a minute.
They're not applying.
This organization
Mm-hmm.
to which they are members of
is the mouthpiece of the globalist movement. Think of this as the PR department.
Okay, just don't move it. Just leave the faces frozen there. Right. So these are people. Right. Now, is this organization employing those people in some way or form?
No, they already are employed in their current positions. They are a collection of people already being paid. The Prime Minister of Singapore, the Chancellor of Germany, the President of the European Central Bank, the Secretary General of the United Nations, the Managing Director of International IMF, the President of South Africa.
Okay, good.
Remember, they're globalists.
Okay, no, it's okay. It's okay. Let's break. Don't move it. Don't move it. Freeze it there with those faces. Right. There's a reason. So now, can you accept the possibility that these individuals could have been appointed or allowed to get to those positions by by other entities?
No, unless you can show me who the entity is. If you can't show me the names, then the answer is no. If you believe there are such people without evidence in the names, you're either stupid or insane.
Okay. Now, would you accept the possibility that people that could be named, that could be working for certain financial institutions, could have enough power to influence the organizations to allow these people to get into that position?
Without any evidence for you to name who they are and how? No. It's equal probability they're being influenced by a strawberry.
Okay.
So unless you can produce that, if you still say it's a possibility and you explore that possibility, I refer you to my previous response of you being stupid or insane.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, good.
And here are them, and notice, they don't look like white supremacists.
Yeah. No, I told you I'm not mentioning white supremacy. Why do you keep bringing that up?
I won't again. We'll forget
right,
the term.
Don't worry. We'll get when I get back to white supremacy, then we'll see. I might not. Yeah. Okay. So
now we see
we're going down another. Don't keep throwing in this white supremacy.
I won't.
Because it throws people off. Where we were trying to investigate. Okay.
Correct.
So we're trying to understand this.
So just to recap, IC3, we have named the system. We've named the ideology, we've named the organizations, and we're pointing to the names of the people.
Right. So
any alternative hypothesis would have to do at least the same to avoid the charge of being dumb or insane.
Right. So the World Economic
Forum is their mouthpiece, one of their many mouthpieces.
Can I ask you, Ralph, why is Modi part of this? I thought you said he liked working with nationalist countries.
Of course he does. He's playing the whole board.
Right.
Okay. Remember, he's overlooking what is going to be the richest country in the world. Of course, he's looking at a business partners. Is he a globalist? Fuck no, he's a fascist. There's no other way to describe him ideologically other than a fascist.
Could you be a globo fascist?
You can be a fascist who plays with the rest of the people in the globe, and that would be called an ultranationalist. Given that he's going to be in charge of the richest country in the world, of course he's going to see where his market hits. So there you go, just to recap the name of the organizations, the people who lead them, and their ideology, clearly written down, clearly named. When I check their behaviors against what they say, they align. When I inspect their literature and documentation, it aligns. When I check their actions, it aligns. and that is the globalist.
Right.
And
So
this is what I call the priests in the cathedral. These are the high priests of the cathedral.
okay. So let's see if I understand it. Sorry for being so slow, chat. Right. So the World Economic Forum is the supreme organization of this world.
It's a mouthpiece, not the supreme. It's a network of organizations with this being their mouthpiece. Just like if I ran a multinational corporation, remember, it would be multinational because it's global, it would have a PR department. The World Economic Forum is the PR department.
Right.
The United Nations is the coordination
So these
department.
faces that we're looking at, these are the oligarchy, correct?
Not oligarchs, that's a capitalist term. These are the high priests or the priests of the globalists. So think of a cathedral, these are the priests. These are the ones that speak the words.
Right.
These are your enemy, I see three. Because they're enemies of all races, they're the enemies of all ethnicities, they're the enemies of all people of faith, they're the enemies of all patriots, they're the enemies of anyone who cares about traditional culture.
Right. Okay.
They wish to destroy the tradition, culture, blood, and soul, and spirit of all people.
Right.
White people,
but you're saying
people.
these faces that we're looking at, these are only the mouthpieces. The people that the mouthpieces might not be the people actually in charge. Correct?
No, these let me get this right. These are the people in charge. The organization is the mouthpiece. These are the people in charge. They have no boss.
Ah, right. Okay, right. So this is right. So this is the supreme organization. Okay.
These are the supremacists.
Remember, most of them have been elected.
Oh,
not all of them.
Not all of them, but most of them, I think.
Some of them, depending what, if they come from the political part of the cathedral, they're elected or not elected. If they come from the commercial, they've come up by capitalism. So depending what leg of the cathedral, they've arrived in different ways, but they are the supremacists. They are real. They answer only to themselves. They don't answer to any nation state. They don't answer to any polity of any people.
Right. And so any one of them is being kept in check by another member, correct?
They're actually being checked. They're being kept in check by the system that rewards or punishes them for compliance to the system. So, for example, tomorrow,
leave the faces. Leave the faces. I want to focus
there.
on people.
Yeah.
I don't want to go into any.
Let me give an example. So tomorrow, if Angela Merkel came out and said she believes Germany belongs to the Germans and White Lives Matter, she'd be replaced in this organization.
Hold it. She would be replaced. You mean like sacked?
Correct. Replaced. Yes.
Hold it. So who is the person, or who are the people that have the authority to and the power to dismiss her? Obviously, they must be more powerful.
The rest of them.
Ah, right. So all of them keep each other in check.
Correct. Actually, they've been kept in check by systems sitting above them, which is non. No, listen. ICT is not that hard, man. It's really not that hard, right? The way you're kept in check by following traffic laws, right? When you went into the tube, was there a person checking you, or was the system of the tube checking you?
Right.
The tube system is checking you.
1 second. I tell you, this is the problem I'm having. Is it the system, or is it these people?
It's the system.
Are these people in the? Is the system? It's like it's like that movie. Is it iRobot? Is it iRobot? Where
is it really that difficult to understand the difference between a system and people who play a role in a system? I define a system.
There might be difficulty.
No, let me give you an example.
I might be a bit retarded.
Let me give an example. I open a McDonald's restaurant, and the McDonald's restaurant system has a store manager, has a clerk, has a cook, has a cleaner, has a security guard. The system is the roles. So the McDonald's restaurant system is defined as a system of roles. At any one point, a person can become and move from the roles, but the system is a configuration of the roles. The globalist system is a configuration of these roles, and the people maintain their job as long as they comply to the system of the roles. If the security guy at the door of McDonald's decides to wander off, he gets replaced by another security guard, but the role security guard still remains.
Right.
The globalist is a system, and they are all playing their part in the system with their roles that are well defined and documented on their website.
Okay. Now these roles that are well defined,
Correct.
who is it that lays out these roles?
These globalists.
Right. So this group of people,
Yes.
right? They're the ones
Yes.
that have set up the
Yes.
rules of the system,
Yes.
and they can change the system at any time they wish. Correct?
Without you losing your shit, they can't change the system without the system itself fighting them back. But
there you go.
But I see three. Either you want to understand the truth or you don't. If you're resistant and you throw your hands up in the air, that says you're resisting the truth.
Right. So this system
Other people in the
is an
chat seem to
entity in
understand it
itself.
very well. Everyone else in the chat seems to understand.
Oh, I'm very thick. So this
No, I
system
think you're
is a separate
resistant
entity.
psychologically.
Right,
I don't
no,
think
wait a minute. This system is an entity, almost like a person in itself.
Correct. Just like keep the McDonald's analogy going. The system of a McDonald's restaurant is a system that exists with or without people. It just keeps replacing people in the roles. The McDonald's at Oxford Street remains the system McDonald's at Oxford Street.
So the machine, it's a ghost in the machine. The machine has now become alive.
A system is just the word. A system is just an organization of interrelated parts. That's a definition of system. Like I'm going to keep the McDonald's
system.
I'm going to keep the McDonald's analogy going. The McDonald's, if that keeps it simple, the McDonald's system for a restaurant at Oxford Street is a system that organizes roles at McDonald's. And therefore, McDonald's is the system, globalism is the system, and these are the current occupants of the roles of the McDonald's restaurant.
Right. The directors.
That's not complicated, I see.
No. Okay, it's not complicated. I'm thick. Okay, so these are the directors. Resistant. Are these the directors? Yes or no?
They're playing different roles. Yes.
Like so in the boardroom, sat around the table, like most corporations,
you can think of it as a boardroom.
These are the people that are sat around the table deciding the organizational policy. Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. And so if any one of them is out of line, just like in a corporation,
they'll be replaced.
They'll be replaced.
But the role will remain.
Yeah, I know, but you're saying that all of these people will talk to each other. Angela Merkel, she's getting out of order. So all these people will give a call to each other and say, look, you know what? We're going to have to get rid of Angela Merkel.
Correct. Simple as that.
So they're going to all talk to each other.
I'll give you a working example. If she came out with an anti-globalist policy and said Germany belongs to the Germans and White Lives Matter, which goes against the policy of globalism, she'll be replaced by the others.
Right. Okay, the people, right.
Right, the other roles will replace her.
Right, okay, yeah, because
and this system of systems, if you like, you could argue its birth was roughly 1994 to 1996. Its technical documentation can be pinned to 96, 97, and since 1996 and 1997, it has grown bigger and faster. And it is now more powerful than any one nation, including the United States. Biden serves them. Biden does not serve the people of the United States. President Biden serves them.
So the World Economic Forum is
the
most
International
powerful
Monetary
system
Fund serves them. The World Bank serves them. The United Nations serves them. Welcome to the supremacists.
I just wanted to see the faces. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
And what you're saying is that it obviously cannot be white supremacy. Well, can you give me the link so I can scroll? Oh, just scroll up. There's none of them. There's one black person there, correct?
Oh yeah, this is just the top.
Let's go through the IC codes of all of them.
Chinese, the black, brown, yellow, and white all represented.
All right, scroll to the top, please. Scroll to the top, please. Of this group, this group of supremacists now. Right, who's at the top? Who is it?
There's no sorted algorithm. This was the current speaker.
No, the people. Stick to the faces. So who's that woman there? Who's that woman there?
She's Ursula von der Leyen. She's the president of the EC.
And what is she? Is she what is she? White, German? What is she? Russian? What is she?
She's Dutch or Belgian, right?
Okay, so we got one IC1.
So one white,
and then
what's that? Let's not wait time. One white, one yellow, one yellow, one black.
Okay, so IC1.
IC3, it's a fluid panel. If you can go to the website and write it down later, we don't have to watch you writing it down.
Okay,
I'll put the link on the side. White,
two IC5s.
IC3, let's go.
Three IC1s, two IC5s.
Whatever you want to do.
One
We're
IC3.
wasting our time. White, yellow, white, black, brown, brown. So multiracial. Hence, it's not racial. How could it be racial? It's global. It couldn't be racial. It's global. It couldn't be ethnic. It's global. It couldn't be gender. It's global. We call it global homo because it wants to globally homogenize. I'm just, as Ozzy says, Ralph's just not having it today. I know I've had my migraine. I'm just like not taking prisoners. I'm like, IC3 is way too smart to show this kind of level of psychological resistance. Managing director of the IMF, Secretary General of the United Nations, President of the Central Bank, Federal Chancellor of Germany. Yeah, do you get it? Themes. Oh, how about?
Oh, so they've got the token darky in there.
You need to be reading.
They've got the token darky in there. So it's not.
No, that would be a black inferiority statement. Right? Yeah.
So they got one black man in there.
That would be the black inferiority.
So it can't be racist.
That would be a black inferiority statement.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I've got a chip of myself. They seem to have one black man in there.
You don't say. Right? And their agendas, their agendas on the Industrial Revolution and geostrategy and economics. Here are the platforms to shape. What do they want to do? The future. They want to shape the future of manufacturing, digital economy, financial monetary systems, health and healthcare, media, technology, Internet of Things, consumption, energy, global public goods, investing, mobility. They want it all. This is what they're doing. They're shaping the future of everything.
And they're not white supremacists because there's a black man.
Clearly not. Clearly not. Not because there's a black man in there. No, because most of the most powerful non-white people are in there. And those other non-white people don't have an inferiority complex. The president of India has no racial, Prime Minister of India has no racial inferiority complex. He's got 250 nukes.
Okay.
Yeah?
You have it for today.
Not for today. And now if you look at it, my friend, you'll see that these motherfuckers, right? These motherfuckers are after it all. Everything. They want it all. Right? They want everything. Look at that. We're living in a more complicated and fast-changing world with interconnected problems and challenges. And they are going to create a global solution. And none of them, we can't change them, we can't elect them, we can't do anything.
Okay, right. Okay, so let's accept that.
Let's accept the evidence as being.
Yeah, let's accept your evidence. All right.
Not my evidence.
Not my evidence. The evidence that you've presented. Okay, very good. Very good. So now,
I'll tell you what I see.
It's not the white supremacists.
I'm so correct. So correct. Listen, I see that they're number 2. I got him angry and he blocked me, little Ralph.
Say that again.
I know exactly how to get to them. That their number 2 in command blocked me on Twitter.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Because I am their enemy.
Okay.
If I could give my life and get rid of all of them to save the nations, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. That's how evil I believe they are. That's how much they are against everything I believe in.
Right. Okay. So we can form. Okay. Okay. So we.
Hey, I gotta stick up for my English, mate. Okay. My English.
All right. Okay. All right.
I have to have a pop. Yeah.
Right. So we're around the table. we're around the table and we're discussing war strategy, and let's say it's the alliance of powers. We're discussing how to be allies to go up against the supremacy.
All
Right?
people who believe in God, all people who believe in their people, and all people who believe in a land as having value are their enemies.
Right. So we've got a Christian on this panel. We
An
have a
Englishman.
pagan. Yeah,
An
he says
Englishman.
he says he's not a Christian.
He's
pagan. Yes, we've got a pagan and we've got a black nationalist. And we're now going to have a discussion now on what we can agree on and work, or what would work. What would be the best way to effectively counter this supremacist organization? What would be the best way for us to organize together with whatever slight differences we may have? How can we effectively organize against the supremacist organization?
Now we're talking, my friend. So now what you say is you've got to understand what is the nature of the machine, the nature of the beast. So if you look at, as a Christian or anyone else, if you look at when you have to go into the Daniel in the cave in the den with the lions, or you have to go and slay the dragon, George slaying the dragon. First thing you have to know is what is the nature of your enemy, what is the nature of the beast you're fighting, and where is his weaknesses.
Right. Good.
And that's where you must strike.
Right.
That's the only way you can kill the beast.
Right. We're looking at the battle map. We're looking at the war map now. Right.
So we're
looking at the ideological terrain, right. Yes. So the human terrain, and we're going to look at what resources we have.
Hang on a second. I'm checking this guy. Is that actually Keo or not?
It is. Good afternoon.
After. So what is the enemy? What is the enemy of what they are? Very simple. What do they want? They want no differences in people, no differences in places, and no God.
Right. Okay.
And so what is our weapon?
I can agree with that. Anybody else?
So our weapon, our weapon to fight them, therefore, is the unwavering, non-compromising stance that blood and soil and spirit is sacred. Right. An Englishman is not Eritrean. An English identity is critical to defeating the globalists. England is not Eritrea, and therefore England is critical to anti-globalism, and in my case, God. And I believe England to be a Christian country. Let me just check if this is proper Aussie. Is that proper Aussie?
It is me indeed.
It would be. I've got a C out in there, obviously, it's you, mate. Yeah. And therefore, those three things that are immutable are the things that the bitter pill that cannot be equalized. I cannot make you English, IC3.
Right. Okay.
Make Ethiopia
let's cut this down. Let's move military speed now. So let's imagine that each one of us, there's 5 of us on the panel at the moment, and each one of us is leading. You're representing the Christians, Ralph. All Christians, the Christian nation, right? Okay. I'm representing the Black nation at the moment on this panel. Kingston's representing the white nationalists. Yes. The white nationalist nation, Mr. Kingston is the representative. And Keo, what are you representing?
Stick me in with Kingston.
Okay. And you, Ozzy, who are you representing?
I represent me. I speak for no one except myself. I'm not.
Okay. What ideology do you? What's your position? What's your ideological position?
Pragmatism.
Aussie, hashtag no homo. I love you, mate. Yeah, go
on. Okay. So you represent
no
the nation. No okay, homo. No, we can fit him in. You are now the king of the pragmatists. Yep. All the pragmatists of the world.
Hang on, just to check.
You are representing.
Is that the real wolf? Can you say something, please? Just because of the porn bomber attacks. Dunstan, is that actually you, mate? Dunstan, say something or prepare to be removed. Right, go on, carry on.
Right, so Ozzy is now the king or the leader or prime minister of the pragmatist nation. And he's speaking on behalf of all pragmatists on this panel, in this meeting, in this globalist, in this anti-supremacist globalist meeting. And so now we're going to discuss how to effectively organize our forces to work against the forces of the supremacists. Yes, the supremacists. Okay. What is the most effective way to counter the supremacists?
To
Now,
attack the weaknesses.
one second. You would say, as leader of the Christians, oh, in God we trust. We've all got to be Christians. And
No,
say, no.
you're just putting words in my mouth. Let's hurry this up. You said military speed, not snail speed.
Go then. Oh, go. You would. Okay. You got speed.
So
Come on. Then. Let's
speed.
see what you got. Come on.
Okay.
Put your cards on the table.
Let me just make sure he was setting up. 1 second. Is that Dunstan, mate? Just to identify. Is that actually Dunstan?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, no worries.
Right. Place your cards.
McCarthy. 1 second. Is that McCarthy? Because we've had lots of invaders. So.
Okay. Okay.
No worries, we've just had invaders. So I see you very quickly. The things the globalists want is to equalize blood and soil and spirit. Therefore, our weapon against them is the immutability of blood and soil and spirit. Therefore, our attack plan is we stand for blood and soil and spirit. Simple as that.
Right.
In a zero compromising fashion.
Is everybody on around the table? Put your cards on the table. Mr. McCarthy, you're representative of who? Are you representing of the white nationalists on this panel?
No, I come in the name of the Lord, and I represent all ethnic groups of the world, and I'm also a representative of the truly United Nations organization that is currently forming.
So you're coming out of the closet.
Well, I mean,
It's just muddled everything up a little bit.
Yeah, and that's it. So we need a genuine global, a genuine, truly United Nations organization, because of course the current one is very corrupt. And we need a vision, we need a plan. And my vision is to end all wars between nations forever, and for all nations to be good stewards of the natural habitat of their nation. And that's it. I think we can do it.
And yourself, Mr. Wolf, who are you representing?
You come to
around the table.
Thank you, brother. I'm representing the ancestral British.
Ah, okay.
Nice.
So
the Celts, the Saxons, the Norse, all of them.
Good.
Nice.
Those people will be very glad to hear that you're representing them. So, what strategy? What card have you got to place on the table that you recommend? Do you completely agree with Ralph's strategy, or do you would you say that these supremacists have to be countered in a different way? What is the way that you place your card on the table?
I almost entirely agree with Ralph's strategy. The only question I have is whether there's room for we humble pagans.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would see, despite being a Christian, I only joke about pagans. I have lots of pagan friends, but absolutely, because paganism does represent the tradition of the blood and soil. So
that's beautiful. I'm really happy to hear that, Ralph. Thank you.
As long as pagans are well behaved, they are always welcome.
Yeah, we might take the piss, but it doesn't mean we don't love you.
Does that mean no raiding?
No slaughtering either. None of that.
There'll be no inquisitions. Nothing to worry about. Let's get rid of the globalists, and then we can have a proper chat in the Inquisition.
Right. I like it. Yeah. So we're discussing.
Dare I say a fireside chat? Carry on.
Right. So we're meeting. We've come to this meeting here. We're here, and we're now discussing how to effectively organize our forces and become allies to counter the problem of the supremacists. And then after the supremacists have been neutralized or defeated, then we'll sort out our differences afterwards. Correct? Is that our position?
Indeed. Let's get there first. Yeah. Let's get there first. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I will stand with all. Just to be clear, I will stand with all people who believe in God of whatever tradition, pagan, Hindu, against the globalists.
Right. Okay. So now, what is the most effective method for us to organize our forces to work together against supremacists? Do we choose democracy, or do we appoint a dictator to override all of us, to lead the forces against the supremacists? What is the best model to go up against these supremacists, which appear to be a group of people working together? So what is the best counter model?
Three words. And
place your cards on the table. Waters. Place your cards on the table.
I'm gonna pass.
I raise you. Oh, fucking will you?
Monarchy and absolutism, I think.
Ah, right. So Mr. McCarthy has suggested that all of us would have to come under the rule of a king, the king, who will be appointed, and that we all have to come under. What's that? Oh, that's a jack. The king.
I think it'd be less divisive if we simply returned back to how the British Empire did things, which was just been policing trade routes across the sea. We don't need any international wars like what America's doing, and as long as there's mutual respect of we are different ethnos of people and we have self-determination, then all of that can be respected, but still have one hegemon over the trade routes, because we need each other to survive, otherwise we'll starve.
Right. So what are you saying? Are you saying that we should all unite under a who? A hegemon? Or what? A group?
The British monarchy and the Commonwealth securing the trade routes so that everyone is fed, and people can put tariffs if they want to, but as long as it's not enforced internationally, like what America's doing, like they're trying to have the Middle East become more progressive and to attack and defeat terrorism. They're like introducing feminism and all that bull crap.
Right. So you're suggesting that all of us have to unite under a monarchy in order to effectively counter the supremacists. Is that what you're saying?
As a means for the trade routes, yes.
Yeah, where is this hypothetical happening? Are we all in the same room, or is this a Zoom call? Are we in different countries?
Well, it's happening right now. It's happening right now. This is the first meeting. Right. Okay. So what's your strategy, Keo?
It would have to start with attacking the message, I suppose. I mean, there's no point talking about how we've got a nation already that can do things when we haven't. It's why it has to be all in the same room, or are you in a different country talking about, or we'll do this with you or whatever. I would start by attacking the message, really.
Yeah. How? What system would you use? Would you require a monarchy like Kingston suggesting in order to effectively do what you're suggesting? What management?
May I interject and interrupt? And rather than talk about abstract things like monarchies and the restoration of the empire, let me give you a sneak preview of where the work was prior to my family affair that has taken me out of commission for 6 months. This is a sneak preview, and I'll fly through very quickly for obvious reasons. And then maybe that will be a pivoting point. Here's what I believe needs to happen. Fundamentally, let me just do this first. Right thing. Let's start over here. Fundamentally, this is what we need. We need three things. A political party. It's already sitting in registration stage called Resume. We need a movement that is anti-globalist, anti-Build Back Better. It should be scalable to all nations like McCarthy. Build back Nigeria, build back Botswana, build back Britain. And it requires digital technology that I've started building, a platform that realizes that. If you consider the pyramid of the United Kingdom, Britain over everything after all, 65 million people, 47 million electorate with a political platform could funnel our party, competing parties, and other populist interested people that would resist for the same reason. The fundamental model is the thing that unites everyone is democratic governance. Each party with its manifesto beliefs, desires, results in a politician taking an action. For the political party, for the globalists, for the Labour Party, there are individual citizens that are out of touch by a metric that can be measured. how well we're not being governed. If I look at the political timeline for running into phase 4 for the general election, in 2021, a party needs to be formed. It needs to be scaled out from local populism to regional populism to national populism, capable of standing for their general election, which is 1,020 days away. Such a political party from Britain, from a movement platform, needs to be built. Here's a quick roadmap of what needs to be done to achieve that. The passage of a bill says every year from the 2019 election, there's 200 votes a year. Every 3 days, we get a chance to measure what a politician does as the bills of his political governance flows through the House of Commons, giving us every 3 days an opportunity to measure that delta, to being able to go to the people, get the people rallied around the message, left, right, and center, to deliver that result. Thank you.
Okay, could you please go back to beautiful presentation? I like that. You know, this man's been thinking.
But again, like I say, I'm not back in action yet. But when I will be, we will be talking about things in more detail. But there's my let's park the absolute monarchist drivel for a second. That's what we need to do. It's my 10 cents.
Okay.
Excellent stuff.
Right, excellent stuff. Very good, very good.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
By the way, I never advocated for absolute monarchy, but
I'm just taking the piss. I believe in a Christian European God King. Of course, I support you, but carry on.
Yes. Could we look at the first, just the first slide, please, again? Because all I understand you're saying is, do all three things happen at the same time? So the first is a political.
Right, all three. So if I just briefly, I'll tell you what, I'll bring it up. This is not meant to be happening.
Just leave it. But just leave it at the first.
No, I'm not going to leave it up there.
You don't want to.
I'm not listening to me. I'm not going to leave it right there. But all three layers of that metapolitical stack running in the quarters for each of the phases will be coordinated and aligned so that these three layers are operating in tandem as per a well-organized digital plan.
Right. So,
but I'm not putting this up right now for reasons.
Okay. No, don't go into it. Yeah, just the overall. So the overall view that you're presenting is that all of these three things happen at the same time. One, creation of a new political party. Okay.
Correct. Currently sitting in the Electoral Commission.
Right. Okay. Two, to come up with
a metapolitical movement that runs its ideology contrary to the globalists. That's the organization in which I was blocked by the number 2.
Yes.
And 3, a technology platform that allows us to scale out and deliver that so it can be replicated, be open, transparent, and run like Uber, Airbnb, as opposed to run like the British National Party.
Right. Yeah. Very good. I'm most impressed.
Quick status report. Political party well formed. Manifesto pieces minimum needed to pass. Constitution minimum pass. All been double checked. Sent to the EC. Political technology core platform. All the data needed to drill through to implement that platform already designed and organized, ready to be built. Metapolitical movement. All the resources needed to take a counter narrative cycle against the WF already laid out. Just need some help, and I need to be able to be committed, which I can't for family reasons at this moment.
Anybody around the table have any issues with what Ralph has presented there?
Not really. We don't need to be here after that presentation, do we?
No, fucking hell. The opposite. The exact opposite of that statement.
Well, no, we don't need to be here right now. I could be doing something more productive. That's what I'm saying.
We should be doing tasks against such a thing when it's ready. Yeah.
This isn't an issue, but I felt for a long time that we should have many votes on many issues, particularly in the digital age. If we had a secure, Dominion-free voting system in which 200 plebiscites could be held a year on every issue,
Absolutely, you're absolutely right.
I'm all on board with that. All on board.
Absolutely right. So if our objective after all is to crush the cathedral, like the picture IC3,
very good.
If our objective is to crush the cathedral, then you would see that from 2021 to 2022 into the next fixed term election, we have 200 times to measure using the populist platform how out of touch each of these MPs are for what the people want. And knowing that we know, for example, 65-70% of people don't want migration, 58% believe that the current political party system is broken, 70% think no party speaks for them. We know that we have enough ability to scale out such a system that prepares ourselves for the following timeline.
Right. So this
Thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, yeah, very good. This whole model and structure is scalable and can be sold as a system to other nations and so on.
It can be scaled to other nations exactly.
Not sold, but I mean,
it can be scaled and deployed completely. And if you bear with me a second, I'll show you something else as well. While you're doing that stuff, ein Moment bitte. You can talk amongst yourselves.
It's a modern.
It's not exactly hard to have a nationalist party in Hungary because the temperament of the people is being conservative, but in Western nations, you have to be very careful because you'll get
it has to be a particular kind of nationalism. Ralph is saying, it's a particular kind. It's a particular kind of nationalist structure.
It's not nationalism. Not nationalism, populism.
But even that, Ralph, it's we won't organise under the banner of populism, will we? Or will we?
No, the platform will be populist, but the party doesn't. We'll get to that in a second. But when you talk about scaling it out, if you look at the core value propositions from the platform, that is cross-national neutral, democracy is breaking, governance is failing, and trust is falling. We know this, that the citizens have no way to improve their governance. We know our vision is to connect the personal, physical, and political on a single platform. And if I just come, fundamental pipeline to capture the opinions, compare them against MPs, challenge out of touch MPs based on proper KPIs. And if you look at this in terms of the maths of the adoption curves, of course, we can see that it starts in the UK and then it get cloned to the rest of Western European nations who could use the same tech. Thank you for your cooperation. You are calling the Indian call center supporting nationalism? Why are you not giving me support ticket number? Sorry, carry on.
Take my payment details already.
What is your credit card number? Okay, sorry. Yeah, so that's my 10 cents to what needs to be done.
Yes, that's So I'll just see if I get my head around it, kind of a bit slow.
The good train of democracy will be arriving at the station very late, but thank God it will arrive.
No, but he's saying it's not democracy.
It's a modern form of democracy.
It's using democracy, yeah, absolutely. It's actually it's leveraging the democratic discontent to be able to use democracy to enter the arena.
Also,
so it's a true democracy, or a better form of democracy, correct?
No, it's just straight up democracy. We will be standing people in the elections. We're not changing the democratic system. We're just forming and entering and standing. But the difference is we're going to be doing it officially.
You know, we came up against this will be a nationalist movement, that idea. It's like, well, actually, if I understand it right, it's going to be an issues-led movement. And the principle of populism perhaps won't be espoused front and center, but rather will be a guiding vein behind the scenes in which the parties coming forward will be well aligned with the popular interest and the popular desire on each policy area, which is when you look at it from a market perspective, there's a terrible vacuum. There's a massive niche waiting to be filled, and the voters are dissatisfied and they want some people to represent them. Now, if a bunch of people come over and they're well structured and they've learned from the lessons of the past of similar attempts at things approximating this, then they're hungry for it, man. They're really, really hungry for it. People don't want to live in a hellhole. They don't want dystopia. You know, they want to be, thriving nations, thriving human beings, going about their business and enjoying life.
Right.
And Generation Z, is a lot of it is very conservative. So the young, they got a lot of energy. It needs to be channeled in a healthy, productive way.
Right. That is not what you think it is. I don't think Gen Z is going to save you guys, and I speak as a member of Gen Z.
I know. You're just a means to an end.
Thank you, darling. No, the evidence seems to suggest that we're actually even more liberal than millennials. So, particularly the new research from Pew and things like that. So, don't get overexcited about us. We're just another boring cog in the trend, I'm afraid.
Is that JK talking? Jay Kingston?
That's Ozzy.
Oh, sorry, Ozzy.
Yeah.
Enthusiasm is a poor substitute for hard work.
Right.
Just saying, fam.
Another point I'd like to add to the panel for consideration, IC3, if I may. You know, I see the future for the world as almost, I don't know how you guys feel about the Westphalian order, but, you know, I envisage a world of nation states. You know, I want to see, if not, you know, some kind of purist ethno-state matrix, you know, which I think is unappealing in some ways, because of course we'll want guests and all the rest of it. We take ethno-state in its perhaps strict definitional form as being a nation which is commanded by its own people, you know, and I want to see that for everyone. I want to see, you know, approximately 200 or so truly ethnically authentic nations.
Right.
Well, yeah,
You're in line with McCarthy's plan.
It's like having lots of Switzerlands. You know, I think
the short word for that is human biodiversity, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you go to Nigeria, you want to see Nigerians. When you go to China, you want to see Chinese people. When you go to Jamaica, you want to see Jamaicans. You don't want to see Welsh people running around in Jamaica or where it is in the world.
I agree with the latter part. I don't want to see Welsh people running around anywhere. Just absolutely anywhere. So,
right. So now, the most powerful counter strategy would be just that the supremacists will just up their ante or try and with this new emergence of this as you start, Ralph, putting those ideas out, and as they become more accepted, then the supremacists will be forced to intensify what they're already doing, or change to try and change. But I don't think that they'll be able to change. But I think that they'll try to intensify what they're already doing. What do you think?
Deploy everything they already have, so the media will come first, and then all the usual buzzwords will come out. So sexist, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic.
Therefore, it must be designed. Lessons learned from PA alt-right is designed from the ground up to not be those things by definition.
Exactly.
So it cannot be accused of those things by definition, because it's wired into its operating procedure. Just like if I opened and was creating a startup for something like Uber, or a startup for say Airbnb, I'm going to wire into my employees' operating policy that you're never going to mention the Jews.
Right.
So therefore, the organization is resilient against that. For example, the documents that went to the Electoral Commission explicitly say we stand against racism, sexism, and fight for antis.
Right.
Therefore, if someone was racist, they get fired, and the organization is immune because our policy says you can't be racist. We found a racist in our company, and we fired him.
Right. Yeah.
Wait. What's the AFD's opinion on Israel? Is it just mutual?
You have to separate things you have to do to get to power and things you do once you're in power. They'll never be the same things. They'll always be changing. But I want to share one more thing with you from the longest, widest, broadest data from Cambridge University, which shows you why this thinking, I believe, is correct. Bear with me a second. I see where the fuck's this gone. 1 second, my man. My friend, that was called that one. Just bear with me a second. And I'll show you why it can't be nationalism in the form that you think it is. Lessons learned from the 1960s to today. Is the thing that shows you the biggest market demand is, if you look at this, over 4,500 longitudinal studies assembled by the Center for Democracy at Cambridge. Global democratic discontent rising. Darker is more discontent. Look at Western Europe. If you plot this discontent by generations, the eldest generation, the greatest generation about to die of people in the 90s and 80s are irrelevant. The baby boomers falling, Gen X falling, millennials falling. If I do it just by youth and across time, see what's happened in the bounce? It bounced down the arrival of the new right, Brexit, and discontent. If I plot this across other countries, basically the people that have not had democracy are happiest with it, but the Anglo-Saxon democracies are the least happy.
Wow.
If I then continue and say, where's that punctuation point I speak about? 2012, 2010 is when the new right swept across Europe and we entered our Brexit, pre-Brexit shit, UKIP. Look at that rise of discontent, swing. People don't like the governance more than anything else. They believe the rulers are fucking with them. That is our entry point, and that's why it has to be digitally populist.
If I may, going on the basis of that graph, that would seem to be implying that maybe not the causality because it's purely correlation, but it seems to be related to economic discontent, not a
not economic. When you look at the data deeply, it's governance discontent.
But
economics plays a part of that.
That graph was tying satisfaction with democracy to youth unemployment.
Correct, but that was just one of the curves. But if you look at all the data and you actually read the stuff, the single biggest thing is governance. And if you look at currently all the populist marches, the movements of freedom, the lockdown, it's all pointing at the same thing. People don't like or trust their rulers. They don't believe Boris. They don't believe Starmer. They don't believe their local MP. All the data pointing that people want better governance. And that's our entry point.
The gates to the cathedral are wide open.
There's a narrow gap in one of the eaves, and as opposed to the wide open, and that narrow gap in the eaves is where we're going to slide ourselves in, right?
Yeah, I think I would agree. Yeah, I think I agree that governance is most important, because if people can see that they've got good governance and stability, then they feel that they can make economic improvement for themselves. Yeah.
So I don't want to share too much of this stuff in such a public private stream, but if you just go back to the top, with globalist IC3, you see what the enemy is: nationalism and people resisting it. And when you say what's the solution, that's my
okay.
kind of.
So why don't we just call them supremacists?
You can call them whatever. You can call them.
See, because if you say globalists.
But they are globalists. They identify as globalists. Why make up new words when words exist? They are globalists. They identify as globalists. The entire industry, press, media, think tanks call them globalists. And they have a vision of a single globe.
And truth is there.
It's all about wordplay. Like some people who are, when you look at the political trichotomy, are described as being absolutists who value stability. A lot of absolutists will frown upon that, saying it's like, oh, I don't value stability. I value blood. I value my people. And it's like, well, that's just where you are labeled. You know, you can use whatever word you want to describe yourself, but that is where your position is on the chart.
Yeah.
Okay. We value law and order first.
So then the question becomes, if that's the objective and that's the plan, what's needed is the right people and the right men willing to put in the effort. And like I said, that was going really quite well, and we were landing up people nicely. And then unfortunately, something happened in my personal life that has taken me off grid for 6 months, but I'm now slightly crawling back in and looking for people who are going to be willing to do what's needed, right? Okay, so while you guys talk about that, I'll just play some quick speech for 60 seconds.
Yes, okay. Now I think Mr. McCarthy raised a good point there. Will there be a new relationship between democracy and law and order and the police? Because the police are an apolitical entity. So will this new political entity fare well with the powers that be in law and order? Is there a new look, an outlook, a new approach to law and order?
Well,
and how will law and order impact?
Well, think about like there's a reason why we continue doing rituals and ceremonies. It's because it embeds us that martial spirit. So I think we need the police and the military to go through more ritualistic sort of things in order to instill that mentality in them. I think that could
Hang on,
be
what's this about law and order? Sorry, I was not concentrating. What's this about
Yeah,
law and order?
Mr. McCarthy raised. He says law and order. We need law and order. I think he's pushing that as a primary. So that made me think. Well, law and order is an apolitical entity, isn't it? So, and there's a relationship between law and order, which is apolitical, and democracy, which is political. So I was asking.
Well, that's a good point, because we've gone from a law that is via negativa to via positiva. So we used to have the only right that people had was you have no right to bear cost on others. But then the left changed the whole conception of what a human right is, and it made it out that, oh, you can discriminate on the basis of race because of privilege, and these are very via positiva laws, you know, welfare, you have the right to money because you're human, and you know it destroys the relationship, the balance, you know, of how things should work.
Let me just flash one more picture and give you some bad news. And this is one of my criticisms of alt-right too. Ideology spurging sits over here. 67 or 65% of the UK population haven't even read a party manifesto.
Yeah.
So their beliefs and desires, intentions are not going to be focused on that. What they care about is whatever they desire, they think their policies and individuals' desires, intentions are. They care that it's out of touch with what the politicians are doing. So the correct strategy, in my opinion, is not to ideology spur on your belief, desire, manifesto policies when no one reads them, when your policy can be based on governance across the axes instead.
Right.
We will listen to the people. The MP will be deselected if he doesn't do what he says. The MP won't be allowed to vote against his constituency. The MP won't be allowed to. These horizontal concerns are much more important than vertical concerns that says, "Ma Keith was my third position,
Right.
Natstock." It
Right.
doesn't look like people
Can I,
care about this. People care about this. They don't care about
Can I supplement what Ralph's just said there and sort of phrase it in the language of our singular task is to align ourselves very closely with the public will?
Correct, because populism, if it's based on the principle, if the first most important thing to people is, remember, you've got multiple electorates and multiple different people with competing views. The first thing they're telling us is they don't like the fact that they're not being listened to. They're not telling us that they don't like policy position 7. So the most important thing is governance, which says, I would say people saying, oh, you don't like your MP because you don't know what he does. Your MP does what he wants to. Your MP follows the party and not your constituency. These are much more important, especially if you have a technology platform that can keep measuring every 3 days and scorecarding your politician.
Let me add another market thought. It's a race to the bottom, you know, and we'll be initiating a kind of, what do they call it? You know, when they cut the price and they try and a bidding war. Is that right? Or a price war?
A price war.
Yeah. So we'll be initiating a price war with people who actually are intrinsically unable to compete with us because their entire MO and agenda is counter to the public will, and they are attempting to lead the cattle of the world off a cliff they really, really don't want to jump off.
Absolutely. And again, so for the last 6 months, being privy to like really deep information on how the AFD went through these evolutions from zero through the first tranches, is you find very quickly the only thing that should matter is what does it take to win a seat? And then you have to ask a question, is claiming some abstract ideology palatable as a product of the market? No, it isn't. Is it saying I'm going to stand in some commitment that I will slash the NHS by 15% or cut migration to zero? Irrelevant. You don't have any power. What matters much more is that your policy palatable, but the things that seem to matter by doing a feedback loop to the people is that my MP doesn't speak to me, he does what he wants. All the populist talking points, as opposed to the left-right ideology divides, are the things that the people seem to want to care about.
I'll add a little anecdotal evidence here just to sort of flesh out the theory with some lived experience. I am a tradesperson, and you know, I speak with people of all walks of life all the time, you know, in the streets and people's homes and all the rest of it. I'm very sociable and I like to talk to people. And one thing I found over the years is that there's barely an idea that you can't get on board with if you take a kind of populist approach just in your personal sort of interactions, you know. And I test the waters, and you know, you can question some very profound stuff if you steer away from academic,
the controversial,
yeah,
out of the Overton window stuff, right?
Yes, but to be honest, Ralph, you know, if you speak, and this is what Trump did very well, because he spoke in the vernacular and in the common tongue, he was able to challenge in very simple language everything, really. You know, there weren't really any places, I mean, unless you know, really are obsessed with Jews, you know, there wasn't really anything that he didn't confront, and he did that, you know, with a very small vocabulary. Not that he couldn't use higher, you know, and that's part of what people went mental for. And I see that in my own life. You know, it's really important to be able to get on with people, and people have they have a very keen scent for arrogance, you know, and a very keen scent for people who are sort of haughty and lording it over them in their own minds. You know, they despise it, and rightly so.
Here. I think talking down to people, over intellectualizing, spurging, these are characteristics of the digital movement that have no bearing in real life. When you knock on the door and speak to Mr. Jones, he's not going to talk about ideology. He wants to talk about problems in his daughter's school. He's not interested if you say, oh, the problems of daughter's school is because the women haven't got the pill in the 1960s and the Long March. You're going to lose him. Right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So again, a populist approach is literally in a market-based model. If you're a tradesman, is just sensing what the market wants, and then the question becomes, because then the criticism becomes, well, what do you stand for? Are you nationalistic? What is your ideology? And if you reorient that question to say, my ideology is in making a better system that could serve the people, talking about the governance problems, talking about the pain points, then the conversation is not policy specific, given that you're not going to have majority power.
And let me evidence that one as well with a counter anecdote. So this is one where I fucked it up the other day. I was talking with a very dear friend of mine. I respect him very much. I was in his house. He, his wife, and myself ended up just talking about serious issues briefly after he'd spoken about painting. And you know, we got into some quite technical stuff to do with ethnicity and migration and Islam, and you know, it was all right, but it was only a brief conversation, and it wasn't really the correct forum to have, you know, that level of detail or attempt to achieve anything. And you know, when I reflected upon that segment of the conversation later, I thought that was a waste of time, and it would have been much better to have avoided that and stuck on something almost more general, more positive. And the sort of common ground, you know. So I think that's a small personal example of what we're trying to avoid.
Right. So you need,
for example, my haplogroup continuum fallacy isn't a doorstep. It's not a doorstep talking point. You say, I hear you. I like Dunstan. He sounds like a guy who actually knows what the real life is like. You know.
So would you agree that there's?
So I'm sorry. Does that also mean the second schism of the church is also not relevant? Okay, carry on.
Okay. Yeah. So certain types of conversation are more intense and more explosive, volatile, so that they require a certain structure. So they so certain conversations should only take place in certain places.
Yes.
And at certain times.
Yeah.
And more importantly, the AFD learned, and I'm now hopefully getting some access to another party I can't name, equivalent reports via my connections, is they learned very quickly that you can't fake it. You can't go to the person and be disingenuous and say, oh, absolutely, I believe in democracy, then go to the pub, get drunk, and go Heil Hitler. Because you're going to be found out. The AFD was set up with honey traps and all sorts of things. So no, when you find someone believes in Heil Hitler, you have to evict them. That's just it, right? That's the truth. Because if the people don't want that, and you want it because you're ideologically spurging, you're never selling your product to anybody. And that is the state of the right in Britain since 1960.
Furthermore, with that, if we are on an individual level to turn ourselves into realistic and effective implements of this vehicle we're talking about for actually writing the course of the ship, we're going to need to genuinely and sincerely adapt ourselves within ourselves into a kind of popular state of mind, and there needs to be a degree of respect for ourselves, as members of the public, and not as separate from the public. That kind of servant discourse is useful up to a point. We need to adapt into a popular state of mind. It's not just talking points, and it's certainly not a seductive narrative to win the vote deceptively. It needs to be authentic.
It can't be anything else, because first of all, what kind of person are you if you don't carry that internal integrity? After all, quoting Bowden, what did they die for? For you to be disingenuous to your own people? That's nuts. And secondly, you're going to get found out, because as soon as you start being successful, you'll be penetrated by the press, penetrated by people on the right of you, penetrated by the far left, penetrated by the deep state. So of course you're going to have to maintain integrity. And the best way to maintain integrity is the opposite of what the British right have to do. Make it a public, open, transparent process.
Yeah.
Just like you would do in open source software. In open source, I've worked in open source for a long time. You can't just wander around and suddenly change the Java source code and no one notices. You can change the Java source code, but everyone can see what you're doing. And that's why it works. If you say, I'm just going to change something and then slide something under the door, the system is designed in such a way that it evicts it. Evicts your code, right? The same way you want a process that's open, transparent, because I think the British people will warm to that idea of transparency and openness and being able to be humble when you make a mistake and proud when you do something right, as opposed to nepotism, cult of personality, secret handshakes, meetings at the top of a pub, running up and down the hill with your faces hidden. These don't seem to be the British way, right? Listen, I don't know, maybe that's just my view, but I mean...
Okay, at what stage do you introduce the issue of identity within this new democratic process? Is it when the people are registering to become members of the party, and then you don't talk about race and ethnicity again, unless it's in controlled circumstances and time and space?
You'd have to read the room first.
Pardon?
You'd have to read the room first. You're not going to go straight in there. Read the room, read the mood. There's a lot of other things that are going on.
That guy looks 1/16 Welsh. What's he doing here?
Yeah.
That would be an example of what not to do, right? Yeah, I mean,
So what? How will the identity issue be managed in the process and development of the party?
My view quickly, because I desperately need a drink. I'm a bit like, haven't been that well, but is that the Germans learned that it was, and their expression that translated English, the thinnest wedge of identitarianism and no more.
Right. So how do you implement the thinnest wedge of identity?
Constantly refer to the British people and against the governing rulers without really talking about what the British people mean.
Yeah, but at what stage does this is this thin wedge? Is it just a code? And then they just, when people say, look, I'd like to become a member of your party and your movement, I like what you're doing, and I think you're addressing the very issues that I have, and I get my chance to push my issues. I'd just like to find out.
I think you have to judge. First of all, you have to judge the macro sense of the Overton window, as in the pulse of the nation, the zeitgeist. At the bottom, you've got to judge an individual person, but you can't stand on anything that violates social progressive power. You have to be explicitly anti-racist. You have to be explicitly anti-sexist.
Okay.
And then once you're explicitly anti-racist, you can then talk about Native people.
Totally
if you're not explicitly anti-racist and you talk about Native people, you're going to be called a Nazi.
Yeah. Okay.
The only way to make the Nazi charge and the racist charge not stick is to be explicitly anti-racist.
Preemptively as well.
Explicitly. In the Constitution, in the manifesto. That's what the AFD, for example, will fire you for being racist. Are the AFD members racist? What do you think?
Okay.
The AFD organization isn't racist.
Yeah, but wouldn't you want to take a
explicitly
leaf?
fires racists.
Okay. Wouldn't you like to take a leaf out of the police book? You know, in that they say we are not racist, we're not institutionally racist because we make sure all the races have a fair share. See, so that they're using the race codes to make sure that they're not racist.
No, they make sure they're not racist by auditing all their staff and then checking them to see if they are racist. They don't have to include all the other races to be not racist.
Yes, but all the members of the staff are a member of a race. So I'm suggesting that for this new Democratic Party to work, it has to be a kind of hybrid of the apolitical with the democratic.
Let me tell you the reality of the AFD. 7 months ago, after the whole debacle in Parliament, the CDU managed to conduct an internal intelligence report sanctioned by Parliament to check if the AFD was a threat to German democracy. So then the intelligence, supported by military intelligence, audited the AFD, much to the AFD's disdain. And they came with the following three conclusions. Number one, the AFD does not violate the German constitution. Number two, the AFD seems to have a deep disdain for foreigners. Number three, the AFD doesn't seem to like Islam, but none of these were illegal. But the AFD policy is if you're Islamophobic, a racist or sexist, you get fired from the party.
This might be an obvious
so the
question.
Internal audit by the intelligence services says, well, it looks like all their rank and file members don't like foreigners, Muslims, and everything else. But in terms of the entity from the outside, there's nothing about it that can make it stick. So if you went in there and you used the N-word, you get fired.
Yeah, I understand that. That's obvious. But I'm saying that when as you start to rise to power, and if you do get to power, 1 second, and then you get to power, then you say, look, okay, we're going to have to get a bit national. And then people are going to start saying, oh, wait a minute, when I joined the party, you wasn't talking about this. You've changed. The party's changed.
It would never say that, because that would be counter to the popular spirit of what we're talking about. So you wouldn't have that. There is no deception. There is no deception, which leads into my main question here. How would an essential, authentic character persist within the party? Is it that we are essentially trusting in the common sense and good nature of people?
I think the thing is, for me, the way I look at it is, if you're playing a game of chess, your strategy is going to change depending where you are in the game. So if you think of the chess game as having three phases, your opening, your middle, and your end, all your thinking and your moves and your structures are not the same in the middle or the beginning. So the first thing I do is I don't care about the middle or the end game when I play. I only care about getting to the middle game. So this is because you're booting from the start, we're playing the game from the start. I only care about what's necessary in the first phase. To answer IC3's question, I don't care about the future. I don't care about that. I only care is, can you get enough people to be viable to stand in a seat or X seats? So then the question becomes, what does that viability look like? And that looks like populist governance. And it doesn't need to have a heavy identitarian concept.
Amen. Amen.
Because identitarianism is saying we stand on the side of the British people against globalism. We stand on the British people against on sovereignty. We are anti-globalist. We are anti. So I would point all of the weapons against globalism, because here's what I meant by the statement that the goals of the nationalist movement will not be met by nationalist facing organization, because the enemies of nationalism are globalism. But populism is nationalism plus liberalism plus the left fighting globalists for different reasons. All we need to do is we're on the side of the people, not power. We're on the side of Britain and not the EU. We're on the side of the local shop and not the global multinational. We're on the side of Starbucks being all the policy planks are populist, but they also meet the requirements of conservatives without being explicitly conservative. Identitarianism is a very tiny part of that story.
As an addendum to that, I think once you're in power, and the nature of governance and leadership is such that so long as it's packaged correctly, sadly, as we've seen, the people will be led pretty much wherever they are led. So if an authentic body can take power, then that is the victory, because from then on, you just head in a sensible direction.
Mate, that's the same thing with my mate. He was standing up, banging boards, right? Because when I left, we just formed the AFD. And he was not sitting there going, I want to talk about racial identity. Because that's not the winning. Is he a proud German nationalist? Absolutely. Does he want to does he identify as a nationalist? No, he identifies as a German populist. He's on the side of mein Volk, my German people.
Right.
He doesn't. You don't have to say more than that. The Germans know who are Germans. They don't even talk. A white German doesn't need to be told he's a white German. He knows he's a white German.
It's implicit. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. There's no need.
It's only the alt-right that are screaming about it. It's the alt-right that are screaming about it.
Really
I want to tell you what your haplogroup is. What's your haplogroup?
I just want to emphasize. I want to emphasize and highlight something you said there. So we need to. You said we need to identify as populist. So all of us who are serious about this actually need to re-identify, because we've all got our hobby horses, our nuanced kind of very idiosyncratic political theory, anti-monarchist, anarcho-syndicalist,
all this crazy speak.
So I think.
Hang on, sorry to interrupt. Is that the real Sarah? I just don't want to be another bomb. Is that you? Sarah, hello.
So Ralph, can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry, Mike, just a second. I just want. Is that the right time?
Hello. Thanks for having me on.
Let me just finish that point just before we move on. So, I think this is a concept we might want to hold on to, even if we phrase it differently. But the concept of re-identifying. We talk so much about identity. Perhaps now is the time to re-identify as populist. It's a kind of conversion, to use a metaphor.
Absolutely, and more importantly is that when I talk to a lot of the my mates, I've been a few times into Parliament, hung on the cafeteria with these boys and stuff, and I was showing them all the PA things, the absolute state of Britain, and they were in hysterics. They're like, first of all, they're like, "Who is the Ayatollah?" I said, "Well, he's a guy." He's like, "What's his name?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "What kind of identitarian doesn't identify himself?" And you look at this, you learn from the lessons that you've got to come out in such a way, because you're explicitly anti-racist, sexist, etc. You can use your real name. You don't have to hide.
What does it mean?
Absolutely.
What does it mean to be? What does it mean to be anti-racist? I'm curious.
It means that you're not going to allow the left wing to charge you with racism.
And I have an earthy answer to that, which everybody I would have thought can get on board with. So the concept of racism, I think, is attributed to, was it Trotsky? Does anybody know that? But it's a communist talking point. However, before that, we had the concept of prejudice, and all of these million nuances of prejudice are highly redundant. If you are significantly and detrimentally prejudiced towards anyone in a working legal system, there is recourse against that unjust prejudice.
You will die without prejudice. Prejudice is
no. That's totally
without prejudice and without generalization, you're dead.
No, Saramat, that's not the conversation.
It has to do with pattern recognition. It has to do with pattern recognition.
Please listen. That's not what we're talking about. You're right, but that's a very different point. The point I'm making is, you asked what anti-racist is, and to be anti-racist in this populist context is to act without unjust prejudice towards the greater majority of the earth, who are your allies against the globalists.
No, good, very good.
To be anti-racist, to be anti-racist is to allow white children to be easy meat. It's to allow white children.
He hasn't got it. He's not up to speed.
You're not.
Somebody bring him up to speed.
Let me tell you, there's no such thing as racism. Racism is just a code word for nationism.
How can we bring Cerema on board? Let's make a project of this. How can we get him on board?
Exactly. That's right. That's right.
The second you stand up for your nation, the second
Okay.
you value your nation,
Cerema.
you will be labeled a racist, because
Cerema.
racist is just a code word for nationalist or
Cerema.
nationalist.
Okay, we got that. We got that. Irma.
Okay, without debating
From Norway. Yeah.
Without debating the validity of what you said, so let's just put aside the validity of that for 1 second.
Yep, very good.
If we want to save our nations, which I know you do,
yes, and Norwegian blood,
we need to take power. Now, if we want to take power, who do we need on our side in what are, if poorly functioning, nevertheless, democracies?
We need to take back our language, and we need to reject this anti-white ideolect that says that to value your nation is to be racist. No, racist is just a code word for white. Anti-racist is just a code word for anti-white.
I'll give you a clue. We need the people, we need the voting public on our side, and your reappraisal and audit of the language is not going to win it.
It's not going to get you a seat at the table.
It would.
A poker game. That's not the currency.
Okay.
We got
Cerema.
Brexit and we got Trump, didn't we?
Cerema.
And then they shut down the internet, and now we can't even say. Now we can't use this language because
Cerema.
it worked. It worked.
In that case, and in good faith, I'll race you.
May I say something? May I say something?
I'll race you. Well, I just want to see if Cerema will accept the race.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, I'll first one to the top, and like a pint at the pub, I suppose.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is
that a yes or a no? Are you taking on the bet?
I'm sorry. Can you please explain what you mean precisely?
So we're going to have a race to power. Yeah, we're going to take the populist route. You're going to have an audit of the language, and we're going to see who wins. And the loser is going to buy the other one a pint in the pub.
Oh, absolutely. Cheers, mate. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Very good. Very good.
So I just wanted to say, I think that this is a losing strategy. You're cucking to the anti-white idealectics.
Yeah, but you would say that. You should
just stand up and say there's no such thing as racist. This is just
no, he shouldn't, because there's a bet on, right? So there's no need to complain about his position. The bet's been made. That's it.
Yeah. So if the native English speakers, right? What native English speakers, the sounds that exit native English speakers' mouth literally shape Western civilization and Western culture, Western behavior. So if the native English speakers in Britain and America would just utter the sound anti-whiteism, all of Western civilization would begin to heal.
Okay, I have a powerful counter to that.
It's just word games. You shouldn't. An adult doesn't play by the language that their children have given.
No, but the adults are covering in fear from the word racist.
But Cerema, you propose anti.
Been made.
Yes, but yes, of course. But this is. I think you'll like this, IC3. Well, I don't know how you'll react to this actually. Cerema, the concept of being white is highly obscure. It's one of two things. The lesser is we are looking at ourselves through the eyes of foreigners, and we are defining ourselves as their perception. And then the higher, though that's true, that's a colonial thing. And then the higher is a Marxist divide and rule technique.
No.
It is.
Your enemy defines you. Carl Schmitt pointed this out. Your enemy defines you. If your enemy targets you as a white, not as a Englishman, but as a white, and white being a single syllable synonym for European. So if you are under attack for being white, then you have to fight back as a white person.
Wait. Is my masculinity defined by Hollywood?
I never said such a thing. I said you are going to be dragged from your car and bludgeoned to death for being white, whether you accept it or not. It already happens in America.
Yeah, this isn't America.
What happens in America spreads to Europe.
Well,
your British English has started to reflect American English. America owns you, right? You're a vassal state of America.
That's very nice. That's very nice. But come back to the conversation. Do you appreciate you're talking to people who want to run a popular platform and take power?
Yes,
it's not as if we are
sat around in a wonk circle, debating the finer points of meaningless policy.
But you can't take power. You can't take power by cucking to the system.
Yes, but we disagree with that.
Sorry, what's the biggest cook? Is the biggest cook wanting to say the N-word and, throw Roman salutes? So, no, but let me have a point. Throw Roman salutes in the street and say white power and we want everything back, which you're going to get nowhere. That's been proven.
Yeah, just call them anti-white and win the fight. Just call them anti-white.
But you don't win the fight because
yes, you do.
Because the opposition too big and they level everything at you. Even the biggest people, even the biggest celebrities, even the most famous people. If John Cleese got ran out of England for saying that London, he doesn't recognise London as an English city. He got ran out. John Cleese. Are you aware of who he is?
Yeah, I know John Cleese. Yeah, Monty Python, of course.
Yeah, of course. And he got ran out for saying just that one sentence.
Yeah, and what he should have said, you're just attacking me because I'm white. You're an anti-white. I condemn your anti-white.
But he was already on the plane. He got ran out. It doesn't matter what he said. He was gone.
John Cleese had called them anti-white and accused them for anti-whiteism. That would have given the English masses courage to repeat it. And that way we would have emancipated ourselves through the English language, through liberating the English language from anti-whiteism.
That's your strategy, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
And time will prove me right, but we have a bet anyway. I gotta go. I'm going hiking.
The bet's on.
The bet's on.
Good to chat with you, Sarah, man. Good to chat with you.
In the mountains of Norway.
Okay, good luck. Hey, we have the same goal. We just differ a little bit on our approaches. We both want our people to be free. Amen. Okay. God bless, guys.
Okay.
God bless.
Cheers. Later.
Happy mountaineering,
mate.
hiking.
Bye.
Norwegian mountains.
Nationalism has to have a global vision.
What's that? What's you just cooking? I hate that. Well, where are all the people who've not cooked? How far have they got? Nowhere.
That was my next question to him. I was going to say, he was asserting that this will work. He says if John Cleese says this, then this is what will happen.
Unbelievable.
And
yeah.
My next question was, can you name a single example of that happening?
Why has he not done it?
Any single example
I
of
don't
that being
think
effective?
that avatar and his name was his real name. Why hasn't he done it?
Here's a couple of quick slides that smash this argument out of the park. Longest longitudinal data by Ipsos Mori. 80% of the British people reject the ethnic identitarian message. I would be happy for my child to marry someone from an ethnic group. Longitudinal data from 2008. I'm broadly optimistic in 10 years Britain will be more diverse. Longitudinal data from 2008. If you run in there going white lives matter, white, you're going to not sell your product to the market. Can you protect white well-being and white rights? Yes. Can you conserve the ethnic identity? Yes. But you can't do it using that messaging pattern. The British people say no to that messaging pattern. The Germans want this too.
Quick question, Ralph. If this is attacked, and it may have been in the other European countries attempting this, has it been attacked along the lines of, the media going, well, they're deceptive populists and they have, X and X agenda, and they secretly want this, and they're lying to you?
I think
it doesn't matter because there's already people who are fulfilling that role without naming them. So you can just point to them. Oh, you're attacking me for that? No, that's not us. That's
once
them.
you have an organization that's explicitly anti-racist, and you say if you found a racist member of my organization, I agree to fire him. Then you say, yeah, we stand against racism. Those are those fascist guys over there. Yeah, we're anti-fascist too. We stand on the side of the British people. The Germans say, they send you folk. We're for the German people. If you're racist or a Nazi in the AfD, you get fired.
I suppose also, Ralph, if
but now the different question is, are the Germans nationalists? Are the AfD national? I've been drinking with tons of them. Fucking hell, are they based? But they know the difference between being based internally and failing to gain power. And that's a lesson the British have to learn. The British,
right. If Tony Blair again, when he was like part of the Fabian Society, that icon, literally a wolf in sheep's clothing, then why can't we play the same game?
Would you agree that we can outflank the media? Because if we take a populist stance, narrative, and actually internal identity, whatever they try to attack us with, and they will try everything they can, it just won't stick.
That's right. Yeah.
Especially when your organizational rules and your party constitution says you are anti-racist and anti-sexist.
Yeah.
You've got to look at Nigel Farage. How many times has he had that charge leveled at him?
What about
the
diversity?
AFD people are called Nazis all the time, but the charge doesn't stick, because then the normal people in Germany say, "Oh, that's just the far left calling everyone Nazis."
What's about
but when
diversity, Ralph?
you actually do Nazi shit, then you can't. If you do say, "No, I'm going to stand for white race and white anti-white," then you're just going to be, you're just being dumb, right? I mean, that's all I can say about it. I mean,
Ralph, what about diversity? So representation, proportionality, and stuff. What would be our approach to that?
I'm sorry, I'm nibbling some, very rude of me, nibbling some crisps. But I think the question again is the best way to find out. See, there's two kind of ways of using computer science or science, right? You can have an a priori model, and then you can try to look at data and fit the data to the model. That's one approach. The other approach is to say, I'm going to keep sampling data, and I'm going to build up my model bottom up. When you're starting such a party, I would say all the emphasis is asking people what they think, as opposed to telling them what you think. So now, if the macro analysis is correct and the people are disapprove of governance, think the system is broken, are against migration, are worried about schools, don't like globalization, don't like the fact that Google or Amazon pays like 1% tax, you don't have to do the work of saying we are identitarian anti-globalists. You could just be on the policy points that the people are telling you, because as long as your orientation is anti-globalist, it still meets the same goal, right? Remember, we started with IC3 saying, who are the enemies?
Be like water.
Yeah, be like water, and more importantly, remember, you might get 5 seats or 10 seats in the first cycle. You might get 25 seats in the second cycle. Why are you thinking about when I make, so if I play my average, I play those 60-second speed games, right? So maybe I make 60, 70 moves, 50 moves. When I make moves 1, 3, 4, 5, in my brain, I'm calculating very quickly. I'm not worrying about move 11 and 12. I'll worry about that when I move 8 or 9. In move 8 or 9, I'm worrying about move 12. I'm not spurging about move 36.
Yeah, I mean, or simply you could say I'm against people being parasitic on the system, regardless of what race or ethnicity or gender they are. So
I think that language would be a non-starter.
I think the
language
you got to get Jamie to understand the language thing. For example, genetics,
well,
mutation.
I don't know. If you could change it to a different word, that'd be great.
On the doorstep. The second you say the word parasite, they're literally having Schindler's List playing in their mind.
Exactly. That's right.
They're seeing the little red girl. The little red girl is running around in a jacket.
You got to watch the language.
Oh my God, it's one of them.
Would leeching be any better?
Amon Goth is on my doorstep.
And if you look at it, see, the reasoning I use is you can't on one hand grant the long march through the institutions without granting the fact that we live in a world where they have social power. So if they have social power, you've got to play to the social power. If you say women to the kitchen sink, you're going to talk about the women draining the welfare state. These are non-winning talking points.
Right.
I'm going to eat a bit of humble pie, because I think another thing I've got wrong a couple of times recently is, I've been deliberately testing the water to see, how far along a train of thought you can take someone into sort of forbidden territory, provided you do it, you're receptive enough to their signals and, you're phrasing it in the right kind of language. And what I found is actually there's no limit to how far you can take someone, unless they're dyed in the wool Marxist, in which case they're very sensitive and they'll get triggered hard and fast. Everybody else is pretty open-minded. But beyond that, speaking from a position, just as Ralph's saying, of proselytizing a political position or a nuanced, sort of policy position, what's an utter waste of time. And if you contrast that with just asking questions and then, some form of non-intrusive note-taking, sort of data gathering, and using the public as a large, infinite sounding board, and just it's actually akin to the processes of permaculture. It's exactly how you go about permaculture. The first step is to observe the land. And once you've observed it properly through the seasons for about a year or two, you begin to be ready to design a permacultural outlay of plants which enhance the nutrient levels in the soil rather than monocropping it all to hell.
Yes.
The problem is with that is that at the minute in the UK we don't have the time, so you've got to be more careful about the language that you use and be more receptive to what people are saying. I agree with the first part, what you were saying. That's pretty accurate.
Oh, I'm not suggesting we are engaging on a many-year project. You've got to be clear about that. I mean, listen to what Ralph was saying.
Oh yeah, I understand
25 seats in the first election, and
that's
5 years away.
Absolutely don't understand. I'm not one of these people who thinks we're just going to roll. Anyone's going to roll in and get a majority. That's just not practical. It's not realistic. What you were saying about you were testing people. I imagine that was over a long period of time.
Yes.
But again, we don't have that kind of time. So
no, of course you're right.
Let's say you suggest you do it on the doorstep. I'm not. If you open the door, Marxist, close the door and say thank you very much and move on.
It has to
no,
be,
obviously not. But I'm just using that as a yeah.
So the way I imagine it, so I mean, before these things happened in my personal life, I was talking to a bunch of investors for the startup, and we were running through some of these presentations with them, and pretty much they like the idea of getting some pretty well connected people. That look, I don't have to make this up. I just need a regime in which I can go through multiple feedback loops. So imagine continuous polling. You got 3 days before the next bill. So every time a bill comes up, imagine, let's make it simple. Suppose there's one bill a week. Every week I got a countdown that says in X days there's going to be a bill. So you imagine each bill as an opportunity for a policy position poll. And let's say you were looking at, Tower Hamlets, for example. I just pick a random place, right? You're going to be asking the people at Tower Hamlets to sign up, and you're gamifying it. You're saying, hey, look, in 3 days, Rashna Ali is going to vote on foreign aid. What do you think of foreign aid? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah,
and you can gamify very quick. And you're not taking a position at the technology layer of saying you got a position on foreign. Your position is that the people's views on foreign aid be heard.
Right. Yeah.
So then what you do is you build up the support of the people saying, hey, these guys are listening to what I say.
Right.
And they're giving me the evidence that shows me what. So you're saying, hey, the people might care about mostly peaceful headshots in Beckham, but in Devon, they don't care. They're very few peaceful headshots. In Devon, they might care about flooding or farming, but there's not much farming concern in Peckham other than those that involve indoor lighting, right? So you look at that and you go, okay, so I've got this balance of what I ask, and then you've got a metronome. And then after a while, it doesn't take long to get converged and say, this is what the nation really thinks, and I'm building up a trust with my customer base.
Right.
Listening to what they say.
Evidence it. Your evidence.
You're listening to the market, right?
That relationship of trust. So once you've built some rapport with someone or a group of people, and there's a degree of mutual respect, a key thing I find in any relationship is it's once you've got that element of respect there will inevitably be small trials of the bond. Now that can be that you've accidentally infringed upon their property or their space or their ideas, or their emotions, who knows, and you get these mutual infringements over time, and then those are tested in, can you reconcile, what are your skills of diplomacy, are you able to eat humble pie and all the rest of it. And when you apply that to the electorate, and not so much in terms of making mistakes, but once you've built up a significant rapport and trust, then if there's something which the electorate are not quite red-pilled on, but is necessary, such as policy measures which protect the ethnic integrity of whatever state it is, then you've built up a rapport or a human capital which can allow you to implement that vision from a policy standpoint once you're in power. And although they might be a little bit uncomfortable, uncertain, or unsure, there may be enough trust and enough of that human capital for them to support you anyway.
Yes,
I think as well as when you build up your notice, for example, so what you have to do is you've got to follow the maths as well, right? So you've got to follow, so let me share again, right? And let's have a look at a couple of quick pictures here, which will help. Remember, I've done fucking
What's that, Dubin? The manager of the opposition has arrived. The manager of the opposition has arrived.
In honor
Okay,
of Ralph,
we're ready for you. We're
in
ready
honor of
for you.
Ralph, Dubin is making homemade matir paneer. Definitely,
Okay.
Ralph doesn't need a translation. He knows what matir paneer is.
Hey, the blue-eyed man is selling out on.
These blue-eyed men need, they hear peas and curds, but Ralph knows matir paneer.
Is the matir paneer a group strategy for getting fed, David?
Even these British nationalists could go to Indian restaurants and order in the Hindi words.
A fabulous range of restaurants. We're aware of the fabulous range of restaurants, right? So let me share one more little quickie. Let me see if this will help. Look, I did a lot of the heavy lifting, in the last year. I'm a bit irked, but I can't really control what happened in terms of the family affair. If you consider this in a standard kind of business model applied to politics, what do we have when we look at the board, right? So data, right? So we must go through the crossing the chasm model. So for each square, I must find my first 2.5% people, then I must find the 13.5, and then I hit the chasm. What does that look like? Let's just jump through a couple of things. Here's two constituencies, for example, right? Sutton-in-Cheam and Carshalton. To those who don't know where they are, that's the outer London boroughs. If I drill that, I've got these two members of parliament, roughly 100,000. The math is quite easy per square. 54 local councillors. If I drill into that, I get about 8 to 10 different awards with about 8 to 10,000 each. If I drill down, I'm now at this level, right? Which was what I call a community level. You know, Mark and Pia always say community building, but it's some abstract idea of people meeting. Why is it a community? It's got a church, it's got where the kids go to school, it's got a sports center, bingo hall, it's got some shopping, here's where the pooches go for a walk. If I then look at the stratification in the United Kingdom as this layer, you can see that you've got a scaling. Just imagine the pizza layer or Uber or Airbnb. Think of Uber. I'm now going to be able to tailor my message down this drilling. Oops, forget that. Down this drilling. Let me show you a couple of other quick pictures. I don't know if this is the right one. Every day, you look at the social media, what happens is you've got a digital world and you've got a physical world. This is what I call a dial model, the day in a life, right? So I get up in my 24 hours, I'm sleeping for so long, I either go to school, get dressed, go to work. And during this duration of the 14 to 6 hour waking pattern, I spend 2.5 hours, whatever, online, accrued digital time. You need a linking between this information world, this layer, repeated every day with a physical layer. So what you're talking about is saying, how many times during the day, imagine my Twitter feed is running here, my YouTube feed is running here, etc., etc. And then I've got my real physical world. Well, I've got this member of parliament and he's going to take these events. He's going to be getting ready for the next reading of the bill. I've got a chance of looping and just asking people what they think he should do and what they want to do. Because I have a local spatialization model, right, which says, hey, these people are going to have something much more in common, them less so in common, and these people are under that political model. It doesn't take many sample points to hit 2.5% before you've got enough of those people in the borough to be able to form that representation picture. So the way I look at it is rather coming in there with like a policy wonk that says, I'm going to slash foreign aid by 3% because the foreign aid bill is coming. I'm going to, for example, change the number of migrants coming in to X% a year when you have zero power. I'd be asking the people questions that force those policy topics to be measured against the performance of the MP. I don't care what the policy position is. I'm building up a customer, if you like, a pre-sales. I think Dudson will understand what I mean. I'm moving through the lead acquisition cycle, right? I'm going, here's a prospect. He's going to become a lead. He's not going to buy my product yet. What I want to do is have as many round trips with him so I get enough sense of what his views are. Because the people in Sutton-in-Cheam will vary, even within Sutton-in-Cheam. So, for example, this is the posher part. This is the part that's more migration. This is the more middle class bit, for example. You're going to want to be able to work out what these people are, and you're getting a policy metronome position. So you can see what my view is. My view is populism is really getting a process in place that can measure what people think and want And that data should be used in a feedback loop, as opposed to coming in a priori going, I've got a policy, because I'm a national Bolshevik, I believe I want to nationalize the railways. Because the average person is going to be, what do you mean nationalize the railways? I take the train from Carshalton, mate. What do you mean nationalize the railways? As opposed to asking him, look, your MP's voting on this to do with transportation. Does transportation matter to you? Here's the bill in 7 days on transportation. In 32 days, there's a bill on, for example, water processing. Do you care that the Bennington water treatment works over here? It's got a concern for your health for schools.
Yeah.
That's the way populism works, as opposed to ideologically posturing, right? Does that make sense? So
yeah, definitely. I like that. Yeah, that's right. Because you're right there with the people with their immediate concerns in their local area. Yeah, and they can see that you have the link to the larger issues. They can see their position, their vote, their intent.
A kind of small, not small scale, but a kind of example of that has just happened organically in Britain, in that there's this change in data policy with the NHS. And so everybody's been sharing this link to an opt-out page, you know, and the policy is changing so that all of your personal data, your health data, so sexual health, mental health, all of your medical history is, you have to opt out. So the government's changed the way it's using it, and it's changed the sort of privacy implications.
Right, to go to private.
And so everybody is sharing this link. And so if you think of that as a kind of backwards plebiscite, you know, it is a vote, and you're getting to vote on how your data is used. And it's like, are you going to opt out? So we already do stuff like this.
I think it was much more like continuous sampling.
No, I understand.
250 events of sampling. I get 200 sample points of a curve. And then because the data I'm sampling is accruing a profile of someone, but more importantly, is giving me an accrued relative metric, me versus him. So let's say my MP's name is Jim, and I start with John first. I keep measuring John against Jim. Then I recruit Sally. Then I recruit Anne. And then suddenly, not only am I measuring John against all the three constituents against him, I'm measuring the group against him. And very quickly, I'm going to get derivative metrics that allow me to show how disengaged or how bad the governance is. If governance is the macro phenomenon, policy positions are irrelevant in the first year. I wouldn't even write a manifesto. I would have a token manifesto that's completely orthogonal and neutral and only speaks about governance. Because you're not standing for an election, so why are you making a pledge anyway?
Yeah, I was just making a point about
build up your customer base, right?
About small votes was the point I was making, like the actual active, because it is a kind of vote, because it was a single, you know, two options. It was like a tiny little referendum. You just don't get to affect policy; you get to affect how your individual data is used. It's just like an administrative point, really.
And now that we have the wonderful David with us, any mention of God's chosen tribe is just a fucking non-starter. Any mention of God's chosen tribe is just so stupid. It beggars belief.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary with this model.
We need Domingo in the chat.
No, we don't.
Yeah, but the Bible, once your guy wins, they will have to put their hand on the Bible and take an oath.
A true nationalist loves the Jews. A true nationalist loves the Jews.
Even if the guy wins, are they going to put their hand on the Bible and take an oath?
Can't we just say the English of God's chosen people?
British Israelism.
I think it's the Irish of God's chosen people, actually.
David's only popped up a few times this week when he just
the Irish, the Welsh, the English, they all want to think they're the lost tribes of Israel.
Yeah, well, pretty much every nation thinks it's the exceptional savior of mankind. It's a pretty universal belief.
But I mean, the interesting thing is that let's look at a case study that just blows my brains out, right? Is that as soon as I've just started talking to David, I want to talk to him about things like physics and other crap. As soon as he popped on the panel, he's been gang rushed by people from Ceramic, everyone just jumping on, screaming. They all want to get the Jew. I look at them and think like, how's that
Get
going to work
Whitey,
out in
get
the
the Jew.
marketplace? How is
Bouncing
get the
between the
Jew a
two.
winning strategy? Can someone please explain how get the Jew is a winning strategy? Yeah, I've read Cultural Critique 3 times. I get it. You don't have to sell it to me. I get it. But do you think
Ralph,
get the Jew is going to help? I mean, come on,
you're
guys.
missing the point because actually, you know, our Scythian forebears, you know, are longing for the ancient Kazakhstani ritual of the running of the Jew.
Look, I mean, if you really feel that way, an annual holiday to Iran that actually hosts the anti-Semitism conference is what you should be thinking about. But you're trying to win over the good people of Sutton. It's a fucking non-starter, man. It's really, you know.
Well,
sorry, I'm munching on some crisps. I'll be rude. I'll mute up.
So I became aware of Patriotic Alternative about a year ago. There was this big debate between the deputy leader, Laura Trowler, and a chap called Ricky Doolan. Yeah. And it was like the Civ-Nat, F-Nat debate. And I was quite new to all of it, really. And I was just sort of checking up on the nationalists to see what they're up to. And, you know, I listened to that. And then I sort of began to investigate PA and see what they're about. And, you know, I thought a lot of it was very good. But, you know, Mark just, you know, he keeps introducing and sort of entertaining the Jews as a topic. And I was sort of, why are they doing that? And I had this inkling, this sort of suspicion that was not a winning path. And then I've already mentioned this to Ralph once briefly, but I joined the Patriotic Arts community. It's about 400 people on Telegram. And, you know, I was getting on with them very well. And then I thought, okay, I'm just going to broach this question just because, you know, I want to know whether you can talk and reason with these people or whether it is a cult. And I said to them, you know, guys, the Jew stuff is a trap. You know, it's a massive trap. It was laid in the sort of framing of the Holocaust. You know, this is without getting into the details of what happened and blah, 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 but just the reality of the Holocaust in the public consciousness and the cultural symbolism of it. You know, it is a trap. You cannot, that issue is a no-go zone, probably for at least 2 generations from now. And I sort of just said that very briefly, and they all went fucking ballistic.
Oh,
dear. Absolutely fucking ballistic.
If you don't agree that the Jews have been plotting the decline of Western civilization for 3,334 years, and you're not committed to eradicating them, then you clearly are not a patriotic person, right? Clearly you must support this vision, right?
It'd be like these Natsocks who say, "Oh, we shouldn't be celebrating Churchill. In fact, we should condemn him as one of the worst things that's ever happened to this country." And it's just like, yeah, that's really going to get a lot of British people on side, assuming that even if you think rightfully or wrongfully they've been indoctrinated to like Churchill, the fact is they still fucking love Churchill. And
exactly. So it's all of it is be that as it may, you know. So we're not even arguing about the veracity of those things because it's all a non-starter. And you know, so you think about, like, I like Mark Collette, you know, I think he's good to listen to. However, because of those times where he's engaged in that debate, there was one famous one where I think it was him versus sort of 4 or 5 different Jewish voices.
I was on that debate, actually.
Were you? Oh, well, I'll have to check it. I think I was familiar with you, Ralph, so I have to check it out again. So Mark, as the leader, you know, sets the tone, and then, you know, using the arts community, so about 400 strong, as a kind of a litmus test. You know, what I found in there was that there were sort of 7 or 8 really vitriolic voices, you know, who were policing that issue. So they've taken their kind of, not orders, because I don't want to make Mark sound malevolent, because I don't think he is, but, you know, they've taken their cues from him, you know, as a role model, let's say. And, you know, as is often the case with the avant-garde of a party or movement, you know, that core sort of, the core of hangers-on tend to be more virulent and sort of fanatical than the actual leader is. You know, they're the attack dogs in the wings. And, you know, the other 392 people in the group, you know, who obviously aren't all paying attention, but none of them really else had anything to say on the issue. And I reasoned with them for a while because I thought, well, you know, if these are the loudest voices and you can sway them, then perhaps you can sway the direction of the group. But I found it was an immovable object. And I sort of just, you know, let it go. And I kept following it for a short while. And then I think, you know, perhaps on the same day, one of these sort of minor leaders sort of wrote, you know, well, we can all agree that we all loathe the Jews. And just like casual as anything. And it's like, what are you thinking?
It's not even that. It's just whatever your views are. Let's say you genuinely, for some reason, either one, hated Jews, or B, thought Jews were the arch enemy of white people. You're still just dumb as pig shit to adopt that as a strategy. I mean, not only are you the Untermensch in spirit, what kind of white guy says the Jews are kicking my ass? That's an Untermensch. The idea that you wanted the public going, hey, you know what? No one gassed the Jews. It never happened, but I want to. Like, okay, I mean, how do you think that works out? On one hand, you deny the Holocaust, but you're like, hey, I got a can of this gas. You're like, you guys are fucking a liability. You should be avoided, just taken out, just basically, whatever it is. But, as soon as Duvit jumped on, we had 5 or 6 of them. Some of them are still sulking and sending me DMs going, oh, Ralph, suddenly they turn a bit racist against me. Oh, you don't understand. You're brown. You're Indian. You don't understand what the Jews did to us. I'm looking going like, you're fucking idiots. That's what I understand. Stupid getaway, leave me alone.
Can we talk about solutions, please? Can we talk about solutions? I mean, I've been listening to the whinging and whining for half an hour now. I've got to make supper for my children, so I need to break away. But what I would like to ask for, someone on the panel, because I am all about solutions, not the whinging and whining. But can someone tell me what do they? How would you describe the definition of a nationalist? What is the definition of a nationalist, and what is the primary responsibility of a nationalist?
We're going to have a McCarthyite trial, and you're going to be first in the dock. That's how we're going to do it.
Good. All right. Well, to me, a nationalist is someone who loves all nations of the world, but loves their nation the most. And the responsibility of a nationalist is to ensure or demand that a representation of the finest of their people occupy the commanding heights of all institutions of their nation.
Have you or have you not ever been a member of the Communist Party?
Oh yeah, exactly. That's another good one. I've never been a member of the Communist Party.
Right. So it's very good.
There's people who usually speak the motto "country first, self second."
Yeah. So nationalism, to me, has to have a global vision. All right, we have to have a global vision, and my vision is to end all wars between nations forever, and for all nations to be good stewards of the natural habitat of their nation forever. And I think that's a pretty cool vision.
Yes, it's a good vision, but I think we've moved on to a level now where we're discussing what is the most effective way to bring about this. In order to achieve that vision, you have to counter the power of the supremacists. So I think what we've achieved today is that we've started to move onto a higher level where we're discussing what is the most effective way for us to ally or work in alliance in a counter supremacist way.
Here.
Yeah, so we all know the vision now. Well, on this panel for today. And so we moved the conversation up to a higher level. Yeah, we know what the big game plan is, but what is the most effective way? And Ralph seems to have gone quite far along that line with his new take on the democratic model that is scalable to other nations.
Well said.
And
but IC3, I think our friend McCarthy seems to think we've been whinging for half an hour. So
yeah,
yeah.
That's why I said, look, come on, let's sort out. Let's see if we can agree on what the problem is for those that have just arrived. So we did that earlier on in the stream, and so I agreed to drop out of the white supremacy. I agreed to drop the white so that we can effectively. Okay. So look, so we'll make concessions here so that we can have an effective alliance.
Every member of the white race is very grateful for that.
I tell you what, let's do a deal. If you drop the white, I'll drop the supremacy. How's that?
I'm not white. I'm Irish.
We'll meet halfway. We'll meet halfway.
But I've dropped the white for this strategic alliance against the supremacists. You can't drop the supremacy because white supremacy, and you're being a white person, the supremacists are not white. And Ralph was trying to prove that by showing the list of faces. So there were some IC5s, there were some IC1s, IC2s, and one IC3 in the World Economic Forum of all the faces.
I think we should all be IC7s.
Oh, right. Okay, very good.
Let's
get out of the paradigm.
One way to think of solutions
for the
is drop
strategic.
all talk of racial codes, racial language, anything that you wouldn't say to Mr. Jones on the doorstep. Just don't say those things, because I think Dunstan said it very well. It's time to shed old skin and lose this kind of like, I want to talk about race, I want to talk about nationalism, because those things aren't going to get you very far. They're going to keep you in your ethno chamber. They might work in the meta-political space if you spend all your life in Telegram groups or making videos that other white people see.
Yeah.
But that's as far as it's going to go.
I suppose that's where the discipline comes in, because we actually need to make that transition immediately, and it's like if you use the analogy of a drug addict, so you've got negative behaviors which are holding you back, they're damaging your relationships, in this case, by analogy, the country is being damaged because we are all spurging out on our hobby horses, and actually what we need to do is immediately shift into a populist frame of mind, and that starts now, doesn't it?
So now the next level now, if we could move up a gear, is I think we're more or less I think Ralph's model is very good. So what is the most effective way?
You have no idea how much effort went into that. All of last year, I barely missed a day, a year and a half, producing all of that code data, all of that, until I had to run to my family issue. So there's a lot of work that has been done. It just hasn't been circulated or organized yet.
Ralph, I've got a technical question. So,
yeah, the answer is 6 over pi r squared.
Circle again.
What's the relationship then between, obviously we're all going to have our personal interests, and if you take for example the field of history, history is an inquiry into the past. It's like a kind of criminal investigation. With all of those, you might call it legitimate spurgery. How does that relate with us as individuals? With do we just lose?
Do you mean your personal history of what you might have done that has to be wiped out, or do you mean history generally, like the English Civil War? Or?
No, I'm talking about the academic discipline of history.
I think so. My friend is a member of parliament. He's got his doctorate. He's got his doctorate. He's a history buff and stuff, and he's invited me to this. He's hoping to be the head of the Spengler Society, actually. So I'm going to be getting the invites into the Spengler Society. And I asked him the same thing, because we like talking about history. He says, I never talk about history unless I can map it to a policy, which is very prudent. So in this case, an example, and a good example would be defending the statues in England.
Right.
As opposed to saying, what do you think would have happened in 1688? Or should we change the act of, should we change the Union Act because clause 17? That would be history spurging. But what would be not history spurging would be like, look at what they're doing to our heritage. Do you know about Coulston? Do you know? So I would look at it as, I'm learning a lot from him, because he's ahead in the game in terms of having actually achieved political power, as opposed to wanking about it. And he's like, I take anytime I have an opportunity to sell someone the AFD, I'll pick whatever they're talking about and I'll make it a policy sell pitch.
Yeah.
And that becomes a skill, right? So if your interest is history, or your interest may be regional geography, or it might be things like cuisine or culture, then the trick would be to take your personal passion, for lack of a better word, and try to see if you can policyize it, right? That would be my 2 cents, right? So your interests happen to be the out and out absolute destruction of all Welsh people, And I would look at every example to move the conversation to, for example, kidding.
Okay. Right. So this is an alliance against the supremacists. The alliance against the supremacists. And the next stage would be what is the most effective way of organizing an alliance on the practical sense? So we're kind of ideologically allied in that we're all counter supremacists. So for the effective organization of alliance, are our positions set out in advance and then people just jump into them, or or do we use successful alliance building models of the past, like during the Second World War, the Americans and so on, people allied against Nazi Germany?
No, so once more, so if you look at it, I'm very pragmatic. So if you look at that core model we spoke about, where the 3 layers are coming into play, right? I would say the pragmatic roadmap corresponding to the phase is going to be, you have a metapolitical message, right? You're going to have a party formation, the scaling, everything we've spoken about, and a campaign, and you're going to have milestones and goals that operate according to those plans. So before things were screwed up, this is where the roadmap was, and this is where the progress was made prior to my sort of personal issues. So if you look at the project as a tailored map, the 1,000-day countdown to the election is in August. That's an important kind of numerical day, if you like, right?
Right.
So the key things about deploying the protocols, deploying the scaling, doing all the good stuff we do. The first thing you do is you were doing the scaling model of a franchise, would you be looking at this kind of a level of a roadmap, deciding what the organization of the team was, who is doing what, and then you'd be repeating and scaling that affair, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay. Right. So the alliance is most effective in just becoming a member of this new organization.
Well, I tend to be running and doing this startup stuff independent. I'm building this stuff independently. Whoever wants to help, whoever's going to help, I can't make people want to do things. That's not, that seems to be a nightmare. But in terms of the platform layer, it's a viable startup company by itself.
Yeah,
so that can be run by a
standard
standard
members
startup
to your
model.
cult. Don't be embarrassed. Say, I'm starting a cult and recruiting members.
A cult? No, it's not a cult. I'm not really a fan of cults. Been there, done that. Sort of like, I just ended up
Susan,
in
the
lots.
manager, saying that you're starting a cult.
You know what it's
accusing
like
you of starting a cult.
You know when you wake up at that morning under the bridge on a mattress with 3 drunk 14-year-olds, your cult is not really working out as expected, right? So I think,
we all gather around in circles wearing hoods.
Esoteric accelerism. I'd just like to return to my question, if that's all right, before I had a little bit of a tech meltdown. So Ralph, how do you have any thoughts on the relationship between, if you imagine we adopt this populist frame of mind and manner of acting, I was juxtaposing it with the academic discipline of history. So, if you're in a serious field of academic inquiry, you are going to go to unpopular places. It's not all the time, but many things are controversial. How, if we've got personal interests, say spurging out on the history of our nation or anything like that, how do we marry that up with this new populist way of thinking and this populist way of
It depends what you mean by what you think your role is and what you wish to do. Hang on, I'm just out for ciggies. With some.
Well, you do need a cult.
No, it depends what your role is. If you let's take the analogy of something that's working already, the AFD, for example, or a startup. You might have a spurgy interest in history, and you separate your personal interest from what your organization's function is. Unless there's The football is going to kick off. There's people maneuvering around the hood. Yeah, it depends. If you have a personal interest in 11th century Somerset pottery techniques, that's great. Unless the 11th century Somerset pottery techniques have anything to do with the role, they're kind of irrelevant, right?
So it's just about keeping a professional mindset and clearly delineating personal life, personal interests from
unless there's a
space.
crossover, right?
Yeah,
unless there's a crossover.
But
someone, for example, had a local history and really understood, let's say, Somerset, because that was his passion. Then I'd be using him for anything to do with Somerset because that's his passion.
So
right? Or let's say there was some issue like statues, and someone had a great interest in English sculpture.
That's a little bit more pertinent because with statues being torn down, if you're somebody who cares, but I suppose most of the public don't like the statues coming down because the extreme left are out of touch, aren't they? So.
Yeah, and I think again, this is the idea of retrofitting something the wrong way around. I would be ruthlessly mechanical and soulless about it. Yeah, but then again, I'm a geek.
Have to be.
Right?
Mechanically military operation.
Sterile, mechanically sterile. Exactly the opposite of the alt-right. Who want to get all excited and make a 10-minute video where they go and stuff, and then that has no durable, persistent effect on society.
I'm just trying to think about if to what degree, if at all, there would be self-policing. I mean, how do we have 1,000 Babylonian rules of what we can and can't say, or is it literally just don't be racist, don't bang on about the Jews, blah blah blah? It's only like 2 or 3 rules.
No, there has to be a code. There has to be a code.
I think it has to be. Yeah, absolutely. You would have to have a
codified.
Yeah, you'd have to be codified just like you would in a corporation if you were doing a startup.
I know that, but I mean, internalizing and learning those rules. Are we talking about a very complex system, or is it quite straightforward?
Not really, because if you're joining a startup, I've worked at many startups at the early stages and ones that have gone through hyperscaling. When you work with a startup, you just quickly boot up the rule book of what you do and don't do, what an employee does, right? You don't have a 500 document Again, this principle of having to pre-think everything is not an agile technique. It's much better to just work out the ones you need. Obviously, you come together and you work out the first obvious things, right? Like don't sleep with each other, don't steal money, don't go around saying the N-word, don't talk about the tribe. Right, there's some obvious ones, right?
Well, actually, in that case, Ralph,
change them on demand, right?
It's not even a novel framework. It's the framework which is pervasive throughout the entire corporate architecture of the West already.
Correct. Cloning best practices is a very, very standard practice in the technology industry.
That leads on to another question, which I've just not found a satisfactory answer to this. Why have the corporations become woke? Is it because the left won politically and the corporations have followed suit?
Correct. The cathedral has disseminated the data, the doctrine has been disseminated to the HR departments via legislation and by the media.
Okay, so it's actually coming from a government level. It's been regulated and the corporations want access to the market, so they're following suit.
Well, yeah, I think the corporations don't really want to be woke, but they have to because that's how the game is played. The cities are very lefty strongholds.
But again, let's say this was a working session, which it isn't, and I was leading because I've led twice in my life. I've led teams of over 100, 150 engineers. I would apply an agile principle called Yagni. As soon as you bring up a point, and I'm not going to need it, I'm just going to kill the point. I'm just not relevant. I'm not going to care. I don't care why. You're like, but what about the long march? Is that got anything actionable to do? No. Why are we talking about the long march?
That's right.
I mean, it's just nothing. Time is money, right? I mean, we're here to do something. I mean, you're talking about some esoteric thing. It's not relevant to shut up. You ain't going to need it, is the principle. Yagni, you ain't going to need it. I'm not going to need anything to do with the long march. So I just inject it as not being relevant.
I really like that. And then just for clarity, what is this chat now? It's kind of a preliminary warm-up, isn't it, really?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I mean, without a full disclosure, I've had some very difficult personal things to deal with 6 months, but it looks like I'm maybe 4 to 6 weeks at the edge of the light of the tunnel. So for me personally, the last 3 weeks has been warming up to streaming again and readjusting my personal situation to be able to come back in. And then it's going to be, you want regular, punctuated meetings that are working meetings, not talking shops, not sitting on the streams going, what do you think about Nabokov?
No, that sounds
amazing. You ain't going to need it. Honestly, you ain't going to need Nabokov.
It really is pulp craft. Ralph, at the end of the day, you do need it a cult, because you need a cult of personality. You need larger personalities for people to center around. I mean, you might not like the word cult or cult craft. I see that as a positive, not negative. But you're going to need cult of personality and people to center around. And even if you have these rules, you're going to need models who exemplify the behavior that you want people to have, which is basically cult craft.
Cult craft.
I don't know if you need a cult of personality in the initial days. What you need is scalable practices.
As one manager
You
to
need
the other.
people to model those practices. If you have this model behavior that you want, you're going to need people to model that behavior to your new recruits.
Correct. So what you need to do is create. So let me give you a nutshell version. You're going to create a single model for a single square, and you're going to iterate over that model, and then you're going to try to repeat that model across another square, and then you're going to consolidate any differences and keep feeding into the same model. So if I was Uber and I was arriving in Germany for the first time, if I had my best model from Uber New York, I deploy it in Berlin, then I work out why it didn't work as well in Berlin, and I'd adjust the Berlin model, and I'd feed back any commonality to the New York model, and I'd just rinse and repeat. That's what a startup does. Continuous optimization. The technical term is continuous optimization. So I don't need to pre-think it all. I just need to put it into a continuous optimization pipeline, and then let the pipeline of optimization work. So I don't need to pre-think. I just need enough thinking to get the process going through continuous improvement, right?
What do you say to that, David, the manager?
Well, I mean, you could say like you're going to have a computer that's going to monitor and make sure people are following proper behavior. But I mean, at the end of the day, it does have to be cult craft. You're going to need personalities that are approved. I mean, so like I'm a believer in Freemasonry. You don't have to like join a lodge, but the Freemasonic structure, you're basically going to have to follow. You're going to have some sort of like initiate system of degrees and morals and dogmas and rights and privileges and responsibilities, like any corporation, like any club.
Yeah, and that can be simply
about that.
That can be simply represented by, hang on, IC3, let's stay on target, put your toys away. But that can be simply represented.
Scared of the blue eyes, even Ralph is scared of the blue eye.
So, for example, in a meeting, you'd be told to leave the meeting and take your toys out, right?
Okay.
The blue eye, you ain't going to need it. So the answer to that, David, is a single diagram, a Raki matrix. I don't need anything more. I just need a responsibility matrix and roles defined. If there's an error and I need to adjust the Raki matrix, I adjust the Raki matrix and repeat. Right. So all I need is a roles, who's responsible, who's accountable, who's consulted, who's informed. You can run a Fortune 100 company on that simple principle for delegation of work, right? So one role is the branch manager, one role is the campaign manager, one role is the campaigner, one role is this. And I keep practicing the roles and rinse and repeat by continuous optimization. Again, you see, you don't have to invent this shit. It's already been perfected.
That's right.
All you need to do is take your version and tailor it, right? Why would I reinvent the wheel? I already have all these templates from industry. Do you think Uber reinvented the wheel when it created itself? It took the best practice and said, let's make these work for taxis. Do you think Airbnb reinvented the Raki matrix? No, it said, let's do this for hospitality. Do you think Stripe did it? No, it didn't. It just said, reinvent this for payment provision.
But really, because depending on how you view human nature, because humans naturally don't like to be told what to do and rebel. So if you have a system where like Uber or corporation where you could pull in people who behave, even like Edward Dutton talks about, where or Josh Neal in his new book, where you have like these initiation processes that weed out people that like to rebel. But if you want something for larger society, it's going to be problematic, because even if you try to recruit a new elite for rulership, then you're going to have all the people that don't want to follow those rules and are going to turn to violence. And so even if you create your system, even if you create your system and recruit your new elites and managers, the masses no one wants to be managed.
No, but hang on a second. That problem's already solved in business by a Raki matrix. If you don't want to work and you don't want to do something, you can exit the organization. But to those who are not familiar with what a Raki matrix is, responsible, accountable, consult, inform. I can take any organization, a pizza parlor, a startup company, a campaign organization, and can say, here's who's responsible, here's who's accountable, here's who consulted, here's my roles of tasks. This week, we're running with this Raki matrix. Jim's doing that, Dunstan's doing that. At the end of the week, we say, how do we do? Do we have to adjust the Raki matrix? Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I mean, I studied.
I mean, you don't
need
to do more than this, right?
I love looking at these charts, but governance and management are different because you can't weed out people who don't follow rules in governance.
Yeah, you just get rid of them.
You decide to murder, rape, and steal. You can't just kick them out of your country. You have to deal with them. So
I know what you mean, country. I'm talking about within. I'm talking about within the.
You have to govern ungovernable people.
Yeah, but we're not talking about, we have no governance and no power. I'm talking about the organization internally, not the nation. We're not governing the nation.
Side question, Ralph. I've got a dear friend who's doing a master's in business administration.
God bless him.
And it's quite a good uni as well. You know, this stuff you're putting forward and these graphs and everything, like this is business administration, is it not?
Correct. This is what you learn at your first year of MBA. Or something like
yeah, it's modern. It's modern. You know, corporate management.
It's what I've done. What I've seen done successfully and badly and well for 20 years of my life, from Goldman Sachs to tiny startups.
Well, just a tangential. That's one of the things which is so great about Steve Bannon. You know, he's got quite a resume. But sticking.
Well, you know, there's nothing like being in the U.S. Army to learn how procedures work, right?
I know, and then he was at Goldman Sachs.
I can imagine.
Well, so he's got layers.
Goldman Sachs as well, yeah.
Those are voluntary organizations. You know, if you actually win power, then it's not. You know, it's like Obama and Trump. I'm the president to all Americans, even the ones who don't like me. If you actually win election, then you have to govern the people who don't like you.
Did Bannon go to West Point?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, because in West Point, they still study to this day Machiavelli and the art of war.
Yeah, West Point's beautiful. If you haven't been, it's worth a visit. So I've been to West Point a few times. It's actually beautiful.
Yeah. But just going back to the main thread with the administration.
But the point is, do we have ways to build a team up of people who want to build and do this? Absolutely. Do we have off-the-shelf techniques we can use and put into a continuous improvement pipe? So whatever errors we have, we keep correcting? Absolutely off the shelf. The only thing lacking is the will.
Well, I would say the will is there. The only thing truly lacking, and it's not lacking, it's just a short period of waiting now, is the instigation. The will is a reservoir waiting to be moved.
Yeah, I disagree with that, Ralph. The will is there. It's just that there's no engine. It's like the power. There's no system to direct the power that's there. The power is charged. The people are charged.
I believe, again, having scaled teams up from like 1 or 2 people to 100 or 1 or 2 people to 50. There's a standard process you go through with scaling as well. It takes 20% of the time to set up the infrastructure for 80%, the remaining 80% of the duration. So your first 20% of the time is getting all this teething shit, and after that you just become automated in what you do. You're in a continuous improvement pipeline.
In the trades, you know, we call what Ralph is offering there. You know, is know-how. It's like you can read the textbook or whatever, you know, but actually having the experience, you know, that's know-how, and that's something which you can't buy.
I mean, you're still, if you're talking about politics and governance or nationalism, it's not like a corporation, because you have to deal with the masses. You have to, and the masses, God forbid, usually want to overthrow and kill the elite.
Ever the contrarian, David.
You have to look at the fact that, yes, the masses are going to want to overthrow and kill you.
But David, I think I get your argument. If you have an employee organization where they're told what to do because they get a paycheck, that's one model. If I have an open source, and I've worked on many open source projects for 20 years, where you got volunteer programmers, you got a different model, but they both say the same principles. So if I have volunteers who might just walk away and not code anymore, and I don't know when they're going to code, open source, I got one variation.
You're talking
about
I got
another guy who's going to work from Monday to Friday.
Of people who are like-minded is different than trying to create some sort of structure that's going to rule people who aren't like-minded.
No, but open source has already solved that problem.
Not only are they not like-minded, and it's open source, I don't like it. They're still going to try to overthrow and kill the people who wrote it, even though it's open source.
But the open source, everything we're running on, the majority of the software we're using right now is built on top of open source libraries where no one's killing anyone and all the code works.
Well, because you're just talking about like management consultant services.
I'm using a technical
You don't
management.
you're not actually planning to enter power or governance. You're just trying to advise the people who do it. And
No, no, we're thinking of creating a political party that will stand in an election.
So what happens when you win and the masses of people who don't like you?
David, you are belligerent in your conversational
Because it's a clear point. Like if you win, there's going to be 10, 20, 30, 40% of the population who really doesn't like you. I mean, I think Greg Johnson even said the ratio, the 80-20 rule. 80% of people will follow along, 20% of people will be against you, and then another 80-20 of the 20% against you, 20% of those will use violence. So 4% of the population will be willing to use violence.
I don't know why you keep referring to violence. I don't see any violence.
That's only right now. Like you don't know what it's going to be like in the future. Those opinions might change drastically depending on the economy or other social issues.
I mean, so you're going to pay everybody off in the dole and the welfare state, and even then, the ratio rule, 20% of the people are probably going to be against you no matter what you do, and 20% of those people are going to want to use violence against you. That's the price of being in power.
This is very much like listening to Serema, just from a different point of view. It's all
correct.
very.
But it's also temporally all over the map. It's assuming what we do when you're in power, what you did before. I'm only interested in the first steps. My chess metaphor, I'm not interested in move 13. But I haven't made the first
security. I mean, you're just going to have to hire someone that for security, even though you don't really know how security works.
What do you mean? I have access to security.
Well, you have money. You might be able to outsource security.
But what security? What security?
Or you just have dedicated members that will.
But I mean, this is spurging.
It is spurging. It absolutely is.
What is the problem I'm trying to solve that requires security?
I'm making a point of just population statistics. There's going to be
future hypotheticals,
people that are against. No matter what the system is, there's going to be a strong element of people who are left out or just don't want part of what you're doing, and they're going to rebel. And so that's.
I mean, hang on. Are you talking about party organization members or the general population? I'm confused.
Well, both. I'm more talking about your opposition. I mean, there's also going to be problems within your party, but I'm talking about, let's say you win, your numbers are right, and all of a sudden your guys win and they're in power. What about the 40% of people that didn't voted against you?
I would apply the Yagni principle and say I'm not going to need to worry about that because I'm not there yet.
Ralph, I think this haggling can go on indefinitely. The stream
I'm
yesterday.
not that interested in the haggling.
Yeah, exactly. Just Kingston, could I just ask, what's the flag in your Avi?
Oh, that's just something I made up for this hypothetical Anglosphere Federation.
It's brilliant because I'm getting shades of Australia. I can see the maple leaf of Canada.
It's all Anzac. It's Anzac from the North Pole, right?
Yeah, because there's also an Ouroboros around the British flag in the middle.
And you could say the white star could be, say, Alaska, or or whatever state of America that wants to rejoin the monarchy, and we will graciously.
I found your anecdotes of being in the top hat and everything at Speaker's Corner very interesting. Are there any videos of that? I'd love to listen to some of that.
Oh God, yeah, I'll put some links in. Just Google Speaker's Corner IC3, and you'll get the whole collection. Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
My favorite one is IC3 explaining why he has 1488 on his jacket. That's a legendary video. Also the legendary image that only Jamie has a copy. I might have a copy somewhere. Is Jamie, me, and IC3 all Roman saluting at the same time? White, black, and brown Roman saluting.
Well, in terms of optics, Ralph, that's quite a mind breaker, isn't it? I think a lot of people would see that and they wouldn't know how to react.
The only way you get away with it is one is Speaker's Corner, so it's all in the theater of a theatrical thing. And secondly, when you see a white, black, and brown guy doing it at the same time, it's clearly nothing to do with the Nazis. It's obviously parody, right? Yeah, it's clearly parody, right? I even had a couple of Somali guys came up to us and they started doing it too.
So but I wouldn't take that seriously. But,
So Kingston, will I find some of you on the IC3 vids on YouTube then?
Yeah, we could just type in Speaker's Corner, Jamie. I have ones of me and Bob, and me with Bloodfire. They're all pretty funny satirical shit.
Thanks, chaps. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone follow the New York City elections? No one cares about New York City, or anyone follow the mayoral primary yesterday?
Okay, one second, guys. Here's Jamie. Jamie defending the Anglo-Spheric pagan tradition against my brother Bob, one of the top Christian people at Speaker's Corner. And
amazing.
The optics are something else, right? So let's have a quick
Bob.
Here we go. Enjoy this, right? This is Jamie in real life. I don't think I was there that day, but I did a big review of this with. So this is Bob the Builder.
You were there at the beginning, but not later.
And here's Jamie.
He's no better than a jihadi.
Peak Chad optics.
And his ideology is the scum of the earth. It destroys English culture. It destroys English heritage. I can stand on what is English by my ethnicity and by my culture, because my culture as an Englishman was Christian. Was Christian. It was the Christians that formed every aspect of This guy is destroying England. These people can't save England. They're going to destroy it. Because his type of people are pushing everyone into the arms of the liberal progressives. They're coming into our ranks now. But muscular Christianity can unite Ethiopian, Pakistani, Slavic, Germanic, Celtic in the common cause of defending the Christian civilization in Europe. He has. You haven't even got any brains, bro.
You've got no brains at all. Look at that, attacking people already.
You got nothing. You got nothing but a stupid, egotistical pride. A stupid, egotistical pride. He's right. I don't care about genetics.
And he will be destroyed because of it.
No, the church will live. No. The church can't be conquered.
The Christian church was
the Roman Empire came and went, and the church is still here. The Slavic empires came and went, and the church is still here. The European kingdoms came and went, and the church is still here. The Islamic Caliphate, founded by Muhammad, came and went, and the church is still here. The Third Reich came and went, and the church is still here. The communist USSR came and went, and the church is still here.
Right, could I interject for a second?
Will be here when the United Kingdom.
Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Go on.
This chap Bob, I'm sure that he has been reincarnated as from some kind of Shire Reeve. I can see him hassling the town folk in a medieval city. Perhaps as kind of fire.
That's right. Yeah, definitely.
Images. This is not the first lifetime he's spent haranguing people in this way.
Oh god! Lord of the Rings live.
I just had to get that out there because it's vivid. I'm seeing it vividly.
That's right. The Shires.
I'm trying to find one more that you might enjoy with me, Jamie. I'm just trying to find it, which is.
I'll do the one with Bloodfire.
I feel like Bob would have been a particularly sadistic, priest.
So this one is a good one. This is when the Tommy Todd movement realized, Jesus Christ, Ralph and others seem to have gathered an entire ethno-nationalist bunch of people wandering on the corner, and then the Tommy people were sent in their chaffies because they this guy called anti-white Tel Aviv Steve, and they were going to warn about the real far right. And Jamie, me, James, a bunch of us were there. And so we kept trolling him, but every time he spoke, I shouted, Nazi. So this is actually quite good fun as well. One sec. So he's going to make a speech about there's a scourge on the people and they're called ethno-nationalists. And wait, let me see if I find the bit and we jump in and we start like heckling him. Here we go, somewhere here.
I'm running things. Now, the thing is here, what we'll start today, we're going to ask the question today on our first topic of many. 2 days ago, Ralph said that he wants hate crimes to increase. I've got the audio. He says he wants hate crimes to increase in the UK so that the UK will be destabilized. So we will start discussing today, why do you want hate crimes to increase in the UK?
Because I can see one more.
Yeah.
I want to see hate crime plus one.
All right, so
then it dropped off.
So you said
hate crime plus one, right? Where's Jamie?
You would wish hate
Where's the bit that we were
crime
trolling Steve? This is the Tommy Robinson bit.
Yes. These people are the real far right, the real racists, the real Nazis. Not the people that
the real Nazis.
So every time he said that, we kept going, Nazi. We're the real far right. Oh, little does he know. Anyways, that's that bit all over with.
Well, satire is an incredible weapon, isn't it? You know, and I'm sure you're all familiar with this. Oh, the British have perfected it. We need to bring it back. And the proliferation of satire in the communist union. You know, people would be queuing for butter that didn't exist, you know, and cracking really Slavic wise jokes whilst they did it in ways which couldn't be censored.
They say the court jester can say certain things that others can't say, or they
He's the
lose
only
their head.
person who can speak the truth to the king.
That's
and
right.
The thing that when he said this guy wants the hate crimes to go up, I was like, yeah, the current hate crimes plus one for you, mate. I want you to be additive. And then he went on for weeks going, Ralph wants to increase the hate crime. And I was like, yeah, current numbers plus one, mate. You.
God forbid. But hence the principle. Joseph Combs.
Tiger wants to jump on, but Tiger's been ignoring me. Only wants to jump on to talk to David, so I shouldn't let him on for rudeness.
Joseph Combs said he
doesn't want to talk to me.
The square now. He said it's too violent. He can't go there anymore.
Who? Joseph said that.
That's what he said on his stream with Menashe a few weeks ago. He said it's too violent. He's scared to go there.
Who?
The Muslims.
Joseph Cohn and his partner Menashe.
Yeah, he wants the Israeli advocacy movement, and being a Zionist, you know, you can understand how a lot of Muslims will not be very friendly to that. It's guys, I have no personal experience of actually being in Speaker's Corner. Is it as dominated by the Muslims as it appears to be on YouTube?
Absolutely,
I'll say on average a third of the attendance, if not more, are Muslim.
This is after the PA affair. People realized that I had just come to the end of being found out that I was auditing PA. And I went up to Joseph and I said, how's it going, mate? And he was trembling. And normally we'd shake hands or hug or something. And he wasn't sure to shake hands. And he, in a trembling voice, he said, you want to kill my people. I really don't.
I'm not saying we need to steal that look back from Joseph. That's a good look.
Yeah. But the funny thing is, check out Jamie's change of look.
I can save money that way because
where's Jamie? I want to see. There's Jamie's look.
Yeah, you're right.
Or the liberalising thing that each nation state should be sovereign. And defines its nation as its inner ethnic group called the in-group. And ethno-nationalists don't argue for 100% in-group. They argue for the number percentage that should be and the management.
Jamie, I'm loving the.
Look at the look.
So good. So good, dude. Honestly, lots of respect for that. Lots of respect. It's actually really pointy, and a lot of people thought I was a KKK supporter. So. Oh, Jesus. The ethno-nationalist monk.
Do I let Tiger on? Because Tiger's not wanting to talk to me. He just wants to talk to David, and then it'll be a shit show, isn't it? Tiger, you don't want to talk to me, do you?
Upon questions upon questions.
one question. It's a monk with a cigarette, the base druid. Come on, man, I like Tiger. Let's get
Base
You got
Tiger,
Ali
Tiger
Dawa.
misbehaves.
Base druid.
But Ralph, you got these guys, Ali Dawa and his like buddy, the monster, like 6'6", huge Muslim guy.
Oh, Mohammed Hijab. I have a great debate with Mohammed Hijab that the evidence is race realism, because we had a 1-hour debate, and he was trying to explain, am I racist and all? What's the hereditary arguments for IQ? And then I crack a joke that says, oh, there are millions of black people who are smarter than you, and even me. And then the people laugh in racial order. So that's one of my favorite moments. They all get the joke in race realism order. He doesn't get it first. I was like, okay. But yeah, Mohammed Hijab is a large guy, but he's a bit of a teddy bear. So is that not really that? So I'm not sure if you were. But Tiger, you haven't come to speak to us.
Do you think Joseph is straw manning that he's scared of these guys, like just claiming that they're violent anti-Israelis, and it's a straw man because he's scared? Or you think they're more tough on Zionists?
No one's going to touch him. No one's touching him. I think they're going to be anti-Zionist, obviously, on the Palestinian side. But he's going to extrapolate that and say they're really going to hurt him. But no
I
one's
watched his
touched
video.
him.
He said he can't go to the speaker's corner because of those guys.
That's nonsense.
That's just him whining like a baby.
Better. I'm back.
It's a very high profile.
Like Ralph, and therefore he has to cry. God forbid.
Ralph, are you saying the shit that I don't want to talk to you?
I was just checking and stuff. I just told him.
I always want to talk to you.
Oh, sweetheart, you're too kind.
Anyway.
I'm just teasing you, man. But no, David, hang on a second, but yeah, no, David, I think he's just exaggerating that because he was there a couple of weeks ago when he went on for the Palestinian thing. He's just probably wants to play that up as being somehow thingy. But I have, before a Tiger jumps in, I have one question a lot of people had for you, David, which is, what do you think of the following clip? So if we just get this clip ready, just what do you think of the following clip, and then we can let Tiger. I think Tiger's wanted to have a chat. So because this would be something we get David's feedback on, would be quite interesting. It's titled "Jewish Man Destroyed in 23 Seconds."
So, Carta.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I saw this clip. You played, but I saw this one.
Zionist is against God, and you want to destroy God in a shame. You're not Jewish. Zionists are not Jewish. Torah not belongs to you. Not belongs to you.
I'm also going down here, Rabbi.
Sorry.
I could have that and Anne-Marie Waters back to back in a club all night.
Yeah, the Kurds are pretty. They're the most extreme of the anti-Zionists, and they'll even team up with like Hamas, Iran, even
a bunch of coons.
And a lot of them actually they don't blame you guys. They blame Zionism for World War II and the Holocaust. They're actually based in Jerusalem, ironically.
Really?
And they're kind of real deal. Like those guys lay down in front of buses. Like they're not violent, but kind of like pacifist in India. Like they get beat up all the time in Israel because Israel's a military state. They don't respect the Israeli government, and Israel just is like open season. They're always beating those guys up. They're always protesting, and in Israel they even like lay down in front of buses and stuff.
Who are they? Are they called? What are they called?
Guys, just one minute.
They're mostly Hungarian Holocaust survivors.
Just
it never gets old. It never gets old.
1 minute video, please.
Hungarians.
Just 1 minute video. Just a 1 minute video on Anne-Marie Waters. Now that you ask.
Right. Good morning. I had absolutely no intention of making this video today, but I woke up this morning with so many messages and questions and comments that sometimes you just have to speak. Sometimes you just have to say. The Jews are plotting in their basement to destroy everything I care about. It's stupid and it's pathetic. And if you want a woman-hating, gay-hating, black people-hating, Asian-hating party, this is it. We are sensible, reasonable, fair-minded people. And yes, Priti Patel has done more to rein in immigration in this country than any Home Secretary for a very long time, but she's not good enough because of her skin color. Once again, I repeat, the Jews are plotting in their basement to destroy everything I care about. Do it. Go for it. Let's throw black people out of the country. I have nothing to offer you. Go to patriotic alternative.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Hey, come on, Tiger. How are you, my man?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
You want like
I think I think if these like Jews that don't like Israel are just so pissy, maybe then they don't get to go to the promised land. They can live in the surrounding other Muslim majority countries. Let's see how much they like living with them.
No. They believe the Messiah will come back, and that's only when they go back to Israel, not before.
The Messianic Jews.
Yeah, but there's multiple factors, and actually, at the heart of it, like there's Hungarian Holocaust survivors, and about there, according to the mainstream narrative, there are about 800,000 Jews before the war, and Hungary goes down late in mid 1944, and half of the Hungarian Jews, God forbid, end up being killed in the death camps, and a lot of them blame Zionism. They claim that the Zionists purposely conspired to have them killed. So
that's very interesting.
Is that true? Do you think it's true, David? Do you think that is true?
There's some evidence I'm saying that, but the religiously saying that if they're Jews and we believe we're eventually, like I said the other day, I believe in the God of the Jews, but the state of the Jews, in essence, is in contradiction to the God of the Jews. That if you're part of the Jewish religion and you look at the state of Israel is not representative. Like when Joseph Cohn came at me, and he's like, "How do you say this? How do you say that?" I was like, "It says it in the Talmud." Like he's supposed to be representing Judaism, and he has almost no knowledge of classical Judaism, which is so if you're an anti-Zionist Jew in like Golders Green or Stamford Hill, like the Stamford Hill Cowboys, so to say, I mean, you want to stay in London, you want good relationship with the non-Jews in England, and you look at Israel somewhat as your enemy, because they look at Israel not only conspired. Wow. Israel not only conspired with the Nazis, Israel mistreats them, forces them to military service. Even if you look at the crimes against Palestinians, if you live in Israel, you are forced to do that. There's mandatory military service, and you get beat up all the time too. Like if you're in Israel and Haredi, you really get beat the hell out of all the time, basically by the Israeli police. So like those guys absolutely do not like guys like Joseph Cohn. That's what I was trying to say. It's like Joseph Cohn is like trying to call me an anti-Semite. I'm like, I'm just telling you what they told me in yeshiva. Like I didn't learn this stuff from you guys. I learned this stuff from rabbis in the Talmud, and and that's the problem, so to say, with Zionism, because it's a state that's meant to, the economic.
David, am I right in this?
One second, I didn't get the answer. David, do you believe that the Zionists conspired with the Nazis to kill the Jews?
Oh, my opinion doesn't matter. I'm saying, I mean, there's historical evidence. That's the official position.
So just yes or no, that we can move on.
No, you're
8 years ago. I wrote a bunch of books on the subject. I spoke to people.
You're trying to pin David in a very bad spot.
400,000 Hungarian Jews died. God forbid. A lot of them, even Elie Wiesel, said that the Zionists had conspired. But my opinion doesn't matter. And you could go to Stanford Hill. Go to Stanford Hill and speak to these guys. You could get their opinion on it. Have any of you guys went to Stanford Hill and spoken to?
Yes, I have. I don't live far from there. I'm up there regularly.
And so, what do they say?
But David, have a genuine question. Is it true that in Tanakh, because I'm not an expert, is it true in Tanakh that says that the root cause problem is that the exile, the return can't be forced? Is that the problem they have? That Israel is forcing the exile? Is that right? Or is it?
Yeah, I mean, Messianic could say that Israel is like the false Messiah, and that, yes, eventually we will return to Israel, Messiah will come, and the prophecies will come true. But Israel and Zionism is clearly not it, and it's some sort of like fake Messiah, fake synagogue or whatever. And the proof of it is that Israel largely goes against what would be called Torah values. So if you're
Right.
you're an
Okay.
Orthodox Jew, it's besides for the fact of Israel being the Holy Land, it's actually easier and you have more rights to practice as an Orthodox Jew in England or the U.S. than you do in Israel. You're more likely to get beat up for being a Haredi Jew by fellow Jews in Israel than you are by anti-Semites in London.
Could I ask about 2 points? Good faith question. This what's his name? Sabbatai, as in Sabbatai.
Sabbatai Sevi.
Sabbatai Sevi, so to say, another fake messiah about 350 years ago, 400 years ago.
Yes. So any of you, because I think one narrative of that chap is that he felt, I don't know, was it something to do with because he was chosen or whatever, he could be as depraved as he wants, so he sort of inverted everything in quite a satanic manner.
Yeah, in order to speed up the return of the Messiah.
Do you have any views on that at all, or I don't know much about it. I just thought
it's the theological underpinnings of anti-Zion. Like I thought, why are Orthodox Jews getting beat up in America over the war in Israel? It's simple because there's a state. Those people are being killed on my behalf. If I'm an American Jew, and they're waging war in Gaza and killing people, they're doing that on my behalf. And because it's a Jewish state and because I have the right of return. So if you're in Stamford Hill or Golders Green and like Palestinians are being killed, it is being done on our behalf. So if you're in Stamford Hill, you say, I'm absolutely anti-Zionist. Those are crimes. It has nothing to do with me. I stand against those crimes. And so it's the problem of a Jewish state. And when you have a Jewish state, by definition, it acts on behalf of all Jews.
And are you familiar with like critiques of the Talmud? Because I know there's some people out there who see the Talmud itself as being a kind of satanic document.
I've debated all types of people and read the literature, but I studied in a Talmudic academy for 2 years.
I don't have a view. It's a genuine question.
Yeah, I mean that's one of my specialties, but we don't have to get that off topic to talk about. But it's saying if you're in England, in London, I don't know the demographics. There's probably like 300,000 Jews. Probably about 50,000 of them are in an anti-Zionist Haredi camp, and none of those guys would like Joseph Cohen. All of those people would probably look at Joseph Cohen as a worst enemy than right or nationalist.
Is there much Islamic attack on Jews within the UK? Do you know?
Not much, and it's say that because I think it's Hemden and Golders Green, we really live right next to each other. So like Hemden, the largest Islamic community I think it's right next to Golders Green.
And would you say that Islam in the UK is quite a shrewd movement because they know what their goals are over time and they know what's going to aid that and what's going to harm it?
I would say even that Muslims would probably protect Jews against native-born Londoners. On average, it would be more likely that you would see Muslims defending Orthodox Jews against whites, because most Muslims have some like defenders of Jews that you see it in the news like all the time. I see it in London like quite often in Jewish articles, like someone's beating up an Orthodox Jew in a Good Samaritan London. A Muslim comes and is like, don't pick on that Jew. And so that's largely in line. Like I don't know if you, as just like a moral person, if you saw someone picking on a Jew, would be even if you don't like Jews, would be like, hey, don't beat up that Jewish guy. But Muslims all the time, and Muslims will even openly talk about obligation to defend the Jews.
Well, David, I'm actually quite fond of the Jews, but I live in a very left-wing part of Britain. It's absolutely dominated by lefties with all the typical views, and then even in nationalist circles, anything which is sympathetic towards Jews or Israel, and I know they're not the same thing.
So when I debated Joseph Cohen, I wanted to make that point. Like he is more stirring up trouble. I mean, from the Haredi perspective, there's a lot of Jews, and obviously he speaks on behalf of a lot of Jews. He served officially in the IDF. He's more official from Israel. But a more Haredi Hasidic perspective is he's actually purposely stirring up trouble between Muslims and Jews for no good reason. And that's why those guys yelled at him. It's like, you do not speak on behalf. All you're doing is causing our nice Muslim neighbors to turn against us for nothing.
When I first arrived in the city I'm in, I did a little sort of perambulation around the spiritual houses of the city. And I went to the mosque and I spoke at considerable length with the Muslims there, and I worshipped with them. And I did the same thing with the Jews, just to sort of, I don't know, take a feel for those different little parts of the city. And, you know, one of the things I sort of learned doing that was this concept of the people of the book, you know, and there is that positive solidarity and kind of friendship. It's certainly something I found quite a bit in the Muslim quarters.
I mean, Zionists could be considered anti-Semitic, and even Herzl, the original Zionist,
yeah, I was thinking about him earlier.
The reason you need Israel is because Gentiles are never going to like you. So if you're in Stamford Hill, you know, saying like you don't belong there, and you need to go to Israel, and there's nothing you could do. Like these other people don't really like you, and they're never going to like you. So that's the natural alliance between the alt-right and far-right nationalists and Zionists, because they agree that to a large extent, like, you know, like Joseph Cohen, like Jews aren't safe in London anymore. He got beat up. Him and his buddy got like beat up after the rally, and then went on YouTube. It's like, it's not safe for Jews in London anymore. And if you're, you know, Hasidic, it's like, no, it's perfect. It should be perfectly safe for Jews to be in London. And the reason that they got beat up is because they were stirring up trouble with Arabs and Muslims for no reason. Even Adam Green, like he wanted to accuse Adam Green of being an anti-Semite. And I said, calling people anti-Semites is generally what causes them to be an anti-Semite. If you're just dudes who have questions about Jews, but when you officially get on a list and labeled an anti-Semite, then it becomes like, well, maybe I am an anti-Semite. The Jews say I hate them, and so maybe I do. And it's tough to look at, but like that's why I don't like those organizations.
That's a common reaction of the defamed man. You know, it happens a lot in toxic relationships. You know, the woman will go in attack mode.
Israel Defense Net, they're always like anti-Semite. They're always like labeling anti-Semites, and you know, they have all these pages like the ADL, and probably in England too, where like every day they're giving you a list of anti-Semites.
Do you believe
and to some extent you could look, that's what causes them to become radical. If someone just says something stupid or has a few opinions, but once you officially get on a list, then there's really no going back.
Of course, it's like what's the word? A self-fulfilling prophecy. But David, do you have any thoughts on whether there's an inherent conflict between Christianity and Judaism, and then particularly in relation to the group strategy stuff you were talking about, you know, Europeans versus Semitic peoples?
Well, I mean, religiously, there's of course a conflict. They're opposing religions that have doctrine and axioms that are in conflict. That, you know, generally Jews and Christians live in harmony, but like by definition, like Jews reject Jesus Christ. And even the state of Israel, like if you convert to Christianity, you're not considered Jewish anymore, and you're not, and the right of return is revoked. But in terms of like being neighbors, doing business, being nice to each other, versus saying that our religions fundamentally have opposing belief systems, isn't necessarily saying the same thing. Just because we have opposing
collegiate yet irreconcilable
theological differences, but that doesn't mean we can't you know, do business together, be neighbors in peace, or even you know, be coalitions in government.
Yeah, because one of Bannon's sort of go-to talking points is this kind of Judeo-Christian, you know, and you see that from General Flynn and a number of others. So, and you know, they've clearly done a lot together, haven't they? I mean, do you think
it's like Muslims, because they have a similar to you know, like this theory that, well, you know, nobody likes the Jews, but we don't really, God forbid, like the Jews either, but we're going to protect them against the people that are way worse. So the Muslims think that they're protecting the Jews against Christians and white supremacists, and like, you know, like the Protestant Christians or even Catholics think that they're protecting the Jews against the Muslims.
Like a football.
At the risk of sounding extremely rude, and I know the Jews are critical to everything we're thinking about, the football has just started with Germany, and I've been told I must now assist. So I think we're going to have to call this one a kind
I could do a shooting off as well.
Yeah. So, but hey, we had some good stuff in there.
Yeah, this has been a pleasure, an absolute pleasure. Thanks, everyone.
Good
Yeah,
job.
absolutely.
Good job,
And
bro.
I want some of
Yeah,
that. I
great
want some of
eating,
that
great
kosher
eating.
mato paneer. I'm going to take a flight to
When you
Detroit to
come,
get some
one
of that
day we'll
kosher.
meet in real life, and Duvid will win you over by his cooking.
Oh, that's very nice and graceful stuff.
Speaker's Corner, man.
Actual
Speaker's
kosher food.
Corner now is right here on the internet.
Till next time.
That's it.
Yeah,
Dinner time to play.
IC3. That blue thing. We got to talk about that. All right, guys. Bye. Peace.
All right.